in wherever this is, Austin, Texas, where they've already been pepper sprayed and maced. We're also live in New York. We're also live in Des Moines, Iowa, where they just had a standoff with the police, and they said, you have to remove all your police officers. Those are our demands. And the police said, okay. Anyway, my name is Steve. This show is called Freight Broker Live PD Edition, where we cover the protests and do all that good stuff. I'm going to open up the phone lines approximately at 10 o'clock. It's going to be fun. And I've got this I've got this sound on looped so I can keep playing it over and over when we get into a hairy situation. I'm just going to play the song because I think it's funny. But yeah, we'll go from there. I'm going to try to keep going with all the different protests. And like I said, at 10 o'clock, I'll open up the phone line so we can just talk about everything. It is live. I'm on the East Coast, so it's 9:30 here. I'm in Florida. So yes, it's definitely live. Chivo. Just a couple of things. I give a pretty wide berth on comments, and I do have some good admins now that are in this group, or moderators for YouTube. They don't give such a wide berth, and I'm super okay with that. So if you get too outrageous, they're going to boot you. If you're on Facebook and I see comments and people tell me who you are and that you're being an idiot, I'm going to boot you. If you call into the phone lines and you're an idiot, I'm going to boot you. And then we'll say it like that. You know, I don't want any racist talk. I just want real conversation. Our conversation 2 days ago was good. Even yesterday was good. Yesterday was kind of funny with the whole OJTB, whatever it is. And that was pretty funny, but I'm moving on from that. So I have some new stickers for everything, and we'll go from there. But first, let's check out Washington, D.C., because they're just peacefully protesting so far, walking around. You could see blue lights blinking in the background because this is a pre-planned route. So they're just running around, and the police are blocking off the intersections as they go to try to keep them in one steady direction. There's no curfew in sight, so this is probably not going to get too carried away, which is good. And let's go to Chop. So this guy, there's some interesting stuff with this. So let me turn this down. We all know yesterday morning, I believe it was yesterday morning, the Seattle Police Department, Seattle Department of Transportation, and Seattle, Public Works and Parks Department, they all converged on Chop Sueyville, or whatever you want to call this town. They all converged at this town on yesterday morning at 5:30 in the morning to tear down all the barriers and remove this and just put an end to Chop. Unfortunately, the protesters said no. And then the city of Seattle said, oh, my bad. We thought you'd be okay with us taking, our city back. But yeah, they didn't do that. And they ended up giving in again to the protesters in the city of Seattle. They gave in to the protesters again and said they're not going to take anything back. Then yesterday, when I was doing the live show, or right before I did the live show, I think, they had active protests again. And there was a statement that was made out where they said that they had a meeting with the Seattle mayor and all this stuff, and they decided that they were going to allow these protesters to stay until Sunday afternoon. Well, unfortunately, that also has been thrown up in the wind, because the mayor's spokesperson during this live feed that you're watching on your screen about an hour ago gave this guy a comment and said, no, they don't know. They're not going to be removed. The only thing they're going to be doing is removing the plywood that has all the artwork on it, and they are going to store it at their expense as art. And first thing I thought about is, what about all the buildings that have graffiti all over them? Are you going to save those as art too? Are you going to make those historical monuments, with graffiti? It's kind of mind-blowing. But then this guy's a resident as well. He's been kind of chased out of a lot of different meetings. They keep getting ticked off that he's making videos. Actually, I don't know what's going on with the screen there, so I'll keep an eye on that feed. But one of the things that's interesting with it is they're not going to remove them again. They're not going to remove the barriers. The city of Seattle has yet again decided to, I don't even know what the right expression for it is, be cowardly and just allow these people to occupy their town. You know, I don't think these are protesters. You guys all know my position on it. I don't think they're protesters. I think they are illegal occupiers. I would go as far as saying the people that are carrying weapons are domestic terrorists. But apparently what they're going to do is starting tomorrow afternoon, they're going to go in and they're going to remove the artwork while leaving all the barriers. So they're going to remove the plywood, but leave the barriers. They're going to send all these, mental health experts to the park. They're going to allow the people to still occupy the East Precinct. So they're going to allow all these protesters to occupy the East Precinct. The mayor's spokesperson said that they have no plans to take back that police station. No plans whatsoever. Keep in mind, the chief of police said because that police station was abandoned by the city and by the police department, even though the order apparently didn't come from the chief of police, it came from the mayor's office, that the call ratios for violent crime response were taking upwards of 15 minutes. So, for example, someone's getting stabbed to death 15 minutes before a police officer is going to get there. Someone's getting raped 15 minutes before a police officer is going to get there because East Precinct is now an occupied section of the city. Somehow, though, it's peace and love, happiness, even though people are being killed there and they have the highest crime rate in the city or in the country right now because they have very little residents. They've had 4 different shootings in a 36-hour period. 1 person killed, 1 person in critical condition, another person shot 5 times. It's absolutely outrageous, but hey, it's they're all happy according to these people. So it looks like the Seattle feed that I was watching died. So I'm going to find a different one. In the meantime, let's follow around with Des Moines, Iowa. Des Moines, Iowa was the place that I was watching before. And thank you for the super chat, sir. Oh, really? Taoist? I didn't hear that one. But this ticks me off too, because they just had a standoff. These protesters holding plywood barriers walked out into the road. The local media was there doing the reporting. They walked out into the road. I guess it was the chief of the Des Moines, Iowa Police Department and a state police corporal walked up to them. They started going back and forth, and the protesters said, "We have a list of demands." These people are lucky I'm not a cop and in charge of these in charge of these protests, because they said, "We have a list of demands, and we are not moving it. We are not moving the car, and or we're not moving the protest until you agree to, 1, pull all the police out of the area of the protest, including unmarked vehicles, so you cannot film what we are doing. 2, you move, and if you do have to engage, that no riot police are able to come by. 2nd, and 3rd, it was some, I guess I lost this feed too. Everyone's shutting off the feeds. And I have no idea what this is. Oh, that's a chop suey one. And then this is, where is this? This is Austin, Texas. Again, Austin, Texas is a city that within in the past hour, they got into a violent, and it looks like they're going back. So they're going back to the Austin Police Department, where they pushed them back into what looked like the garage area of the Austin Police Department. Austin Police gave 3 orders for them to move. There's the police there. They gave them 3 orders to move. The protester didn't. So they opened up with tear gas. The problem with it is they all started acting like babies the second they got tear gas. I don't really understand that kind of mindset. If you're going to out there and play a tough, protest and really try to force people's hands, why sit and cry about it? I've never understood that, but then again, what can I do, right? Trying to find a better link for Chaz, and now I got to find one for Des Moines, Iowa too. So Chaz, both of these views, I'll just put this one up for now so we can keep looking that way. Hold on 1 second. Just bear with me. Louisville. I'll find Louisville after.
All the time. They don't do nothing but help freaking protect this road and highway, and that's it. They don't care about nothing else.
They don't. They're blocking traffic. What the hell? Or the ambulance is going to a call and is delayed because you guys are blocking a road. People are dumb, dude. I don't know what Timmy Two Turn is, Jordan. Some protesters are saying get off the street. Others don't listen. They keep going back and forth with it. It's, I don't know. Again, I'm all for peaceful protesting. I'm all for peaceful protesting. Peaceful protesting means that you're sitting in a park or something and you're away from everybody. You're not blocking traffic. You're not heavily armed. You're not spitting on cops. You're not burning down buildings. You're not punching people in the face. You're not fighting amongst each other. You're not cursing at people. You're just being peaceful. That's called peaceful protesting. Louisville? Was it at a protest?
No.
All right, everyone. This is a video that's 2 days old, so it's not being live streamed. He's not streaming today as far as his call-in show. I do want to get these streamed and kind of talk about some of this. It is the focus. This is a pro-police, very pro-police, conservative media source. We discovered them yesterday, and they were very racist and ignorant about the whole thing. But look at what he just said there about peaceful protests, what they are. They're away from everybody, in a park, out of the way. That's not what a protest is. A protest is to alert and inform people about what's going on, and when you're tucked away somewhere, away from everything, you're not letting them know. So this guy thinks he knows what peaceful protest is, and he has no idea what a peaceful protest is. Peaceful protesting means protesting without a bunch of people getting hurt. The property damage aspect of it is often thrown into there. But there's been plenty of peaceful protests where there's property damage that made some actual change. And property damage is not violence, other than the people that own the property do pay a price. There is a problem there. Destruction of property in this current protest has been a result of the police not allowing the peaceful protest, so the property destruction happens as a retaliation to the police violence. So really the people ultimately to blame for the property destruction would be the system, the corrupt system that does not listen to the people, that actually oppresses. They are violently responding to the peaceful protest, and then of course humans being humans, they react to that violence with property destruction. Now they could react with that violence to attacking the police and shooting the police and harming the police. That hasn't happened. That would be, if that was the result, if as a response to the police violence was attack the police back, then that would be a violent situation. Okay, that would be not peaceful. Now everybody forgets that the police being violent to the people, the police threatening violence to the people on a protest about police violence is incitement. That is incitement to violence. So the police are inciting the protest who is protesting against their violence with threats of violence and actual acts of violence, and that's going to get a response. Now, I would argue to say that the protest has been very measured in their response. The protests have, even though there's been property destruction, they have largely, almost entirely, there are a few people that have been hurt, a few police that have been hurt. There has been. I'm not saying there hasn't been, it's zero, right? There are a very few. So the very few, let's use their analogy, right? Like the very few bad police, So to use their logic, largely every protest across the nation has been peaceful to this point. Now, has there been property destruction? Has there been, you know, things thrown at the cops in their riot gear that just bounces off and doesn't harm them? Sure. That is a response, a very light and mostly non-violent response to the police actual violence that is putting people in the hospital, that is drawing blood, that is injuring people, bruising people. People get tackled to the ground and get all sorts of injuries. People get shot by weapons and get all sorts of injuries, eyes taken out. I mean, that's not a very few that's happening. That is a majority happening, right? So the police response to the peaceful protest is violent response to the peaceful protest. So then what happens once the incitement and violence occurs? The people don't respond to the police with violence. And when's that going to happen? That might happen. I mean, it might get to the point, where the people do shoot back at the police, where the people do injure the police. I'm not promoting that in any way. I'm not suggesting that that's something that should happen. I just know human nature, right? So if somebody keeps getting injured, keeps getting attacked, there's a breaking point, right? Oh, hi. Hold on just one sec here. I'm sorry.
Especially two people who only been out here for a little while. So they ain't been out here leading people like that. I know all the major leaders, okay? I know what they look like. I know who they are.
Thank you very much.
I just
Thank you, sir.
dropped the link in the chat, a video with the
Hey, if somebody talking crazy, y'all, thank you so much for the time, Sam. If somebody talking crazy, y'all, let me know. Hey, look, y'all.
Let me see if this is what.
On you guys for your donations. Your donations help me get this battery pack that I
Thank you.
and it's still charging my
I don't know because the only link I can find, guys, if you have any links, send them to me or type them in the chat. And if you're on Facebook, or email them to me at live@freightbrokerlive, because I can't get caught up with it if I don't know where I'm supposed to be looking. So Washington D.C. is back up as well. And then we got New York. New York is a big dance party, which is good. Again, peaceful. It looks like they're in the road, but whatever. They're being peaceful. They're hugging each other. They're being super happy. Sounds like helicopters are flying around. It could be because they're blocking a road. George said, what happened to the bridge? I have no idea. Let me check this one. No, this one. This is Austin, Texas. This is one to watch. Robert Bob said he wasn't expecting a feed. I do think they're trying to knock down the live feeds, to be completely honest. I've thought that for a long time.
Hey,
Jordan said, Nick.
At Ash, you know who you are. You're out of here. I don't play that. She supports this movement and she supports me very hard. You're not going to talk to her any kind of way. You're not going to talk to her any kind of way.
I'm on his page. He doesn't have a live feed right now.
Yeah, I got him, Ash. I'm not letting nobody talk to you any kind of way. And it ain't just Ash, y'all. I'm not letting nobody talk to any of y'all any kind of way. But especially the people I know who've been supporting me hard.
Oh, jeez. He's not going to do nothing. That's the guy that's live from Florissant, Missouri? Oh, yeah, that's going too. All right, let me put this up. I'm going to replace. What is doing slow? I'll replace New York. Hold on. Again, this is a perfect example of a peaceful protest, people. I want you to see a peaceful protest. Hold on, let me get to it. It won't load quick enough. Assholes, man. Again, I this is annoying. They use the protesters use the excuse that they're. Hold on, where is it? This one. They use the excuse
Back to the sidewalk again.
that they're
So we've got
you know,
California.
ticked
I
off,
saw Glenn from
and that's why
Colorado
they act this way.
a
So
while
this is
back.
in Florissant, Missouri, I believe,
Glenn, but
and they're pushing. You know, these are obviously riot police. These are police
for
officers
those
that are
of you
pushing them
who are
back.
not from St. Louis and haven't followed the news around here, about a week and a half ago, a Florissant, well, probably about 2 weeks ago,
I am.
a Florissant officer was pursuing a subject and rammed the subject with his car. The subject was on foot.
Oh,
The subject ran through the air, and the officer jumped out of his car and started beating the subject. Several days passed after that, and
I thought he said it was
nobody
yesterday.
knew about it, supposedly. The chief says he did not know about what happened. Somebody who lives in the area had a Ring doorbell video and released it to a local media
I.e., sold it.
site. And
Guys, if you're leaving the links, you can put the links on the Facebook chat, and I'm able to click on it. So if you're watching on Facebook, if you put the links on the Facebook chat, I'm able to click on it and open it up.
in the middle of the George Floyd protests, and
I don't know where this one is.
has pretty much been ground zero for protesting in St. Louis. Now, there have been protests all over the metropolitan area here and there.
Shots fired at Injustice
But right
Park.
here on Lindbergh, in front of the Florissant police station,
Is this Louisville? Injustice Park is Louisville?
main focus of protesting here for the last week and a half, 2 weeks.
M. Dodson said one guy in Columbus will be streaming later. Was crazy earlier. I mean, this is a perfect case in point. This is like,
If you want to,
oh, is this the Louisville Autonomous Zone? What they're calling their autonomous zone where the shooting is? Because I see a bunch of tents set up here.
I'll take the friend request when I get
The Des Moines, Iowa feed just died, so let me replace that with whatever's going on here. Hold on. They're not talking. It just shows a heavy police presence.
I will absolutely. Yeah, thank you. I will fight that.
So at this point, there's about 40 riot police up here on the line. There's a handful of them behind the concrete barricades, but most of them are between the concrete barricades and the street.
So this right here is Louisville, Kentucky, I believe. Shot in the title of this is shots fired at Injustice Park. There's really no other information other than that. It says gathering details, but it doesn't say what it is. Let me try to see if I could find anything else. Oh. And
Shots fired. There was one person that was hit. The deceased.
One
deceased shooter has been apprehended. Shooter has been apprehended.
okay, well,
2 hit. Okay, never mind. I'm now hearing that it was 2 hit, 1 deceased. 2 hit, 1 deceased.
so apparently 2 people are shot, 1 is killed in this this Louisville autonomous zone. So clearly these peaceful protests and these autonomous zones and all this stuff, these are not working because people keep dying.
Injustice Park.
Hold on, I'm hearing an echo.
Breonna Taylor Park, Jefferson Square Park, whichever you prefer.
You guys can
But
listen.
it is the location of the autonomous protest zone in Louisville, Kentucky, designated by the mayor that protesters cannot be arrested while on the property.
It's so freaking
it was not any of the
stupid.
militia type. It was apparently just a houseless person. They've been kicked out of the camp 3 or 4 times for being a nuisance, being an issue. And apparently he came back with a firearm. So right now the biggest question is where did the firearm come from? At least my biggest question. If he had one, why didn't he use it the first 3 times?
Faith said we just had an active shooter location at California in a Walmart distribution center. Oh man.
Okay, goodbye, Wes.
Like if you have this kind of stuff going on in the country, When you have this kind of stuff going, let me take that off. It's not Des Moines. That's because I just replaced this feed. Hold on. It's not Des Moines. There. Sorry about that. Sorry for the confusion. But it's absolutely nutty to me that in these autonomous zones, like, I mean, what happens? Because one will eventually happen in New York as well. And when one happens in New York, then what happens? Because New York has a big camp out going out in front of City Hall. I mean, someone just lost their life. Another person just lost their life. You know how many peaceful people have been killed during these, or not peaceful, but do you know how many people have been killed by each other during this? This has everything to do with trucking, Jorge Diaz or George Diaz. Because really, if you're going to Florissant, Missouri, or you're going to Seattle, or you're going to Austin, or you're going to New York, or you're going to Des Moines, Iowa, or you're going to Austin, Texas, or you're going to any of these locations, you really have to be very conscious of where you're going because you are in danger. And that is the reason why I'm highlighting these. That's the reason, because there's this overbearing injustice going on now where we have, yes, the social injustice and policing issues that we currently have. But this is outrageous. This is Louisville, Kentucky. Let me try to make a tag for it so it works.
I'm perfectly fine. Unfortunately, two people are not.
I mean, this is just, it's mind-blowing to me. It's kind of crazy that people think that this is that there's no correlation to
Duncan, I've started doing that recently.
That there's no correlation to these violent. Yeah, it's just, and how this doesn't connect to trucking. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's absolutely nutty. They just moved in a lot of like heavily armed like riot police. So I wonder if they're just going to decide, maybe the mayor said, oh, no, we had a shooting. Okay, it's done. We're closing it out. Chief Whittier on YouTube said it will not fix it. It would only make it worse. The only way to stop this is literally just, oh, God. I read an article today. It said, you know why Trump didn't move on this is because it's what everyone wants him to do. He wants everyone to do, he said he was going to put a stop to it. He said he was going to deploy the military. He said he was going to take over Chaz. He said he was going to do all this. And instead, he actually did do a lot of that. He made doing certain things, or he decided to enforce certain things, defacing federal property and those kind of things, and put them as federal. And then what he did is he put U.S. Marshals and FBI agents in all these different protests. They're embedded in these lines from an article I read today. They're embedded with all these local police departments, and they are taking pictures and they are arresting people. And he's doing it that way because if he deploys the military on the streets and declares martial law, then holy shit, oh my God, the president just did that. And look what he did. It's like now with the whole coronavirus pandemic, they're saying that, oh, it's because of him and this and this. Do you know all the states that reopened early, my state included, opened before reaching the phase 1 opening guidelines by the CDC? That's why we have such a huge resurgence of COVID, which is ultimately going to probably shut everything down again. Today, again, we have a higher number. I think it was 47,000 new cases today. I'm going to look it up right now. World O-meter. It's just absolutely crazy.
Out on the streets, like someone just pointed out. Yeah.
We just worldwide over 10 million cases worldwide now. The United States has 2.596 million cases of coronavirus in the United States. Let me see what the total number is so far, and we still got 2 more hours for the day. Hold on, if it will scroll down. Actually, it's not even update. I think they stopped giving the daily updates. They're so ticked off. It doesn't give a daily update. That's pretty weird. This always does. M. Dodson, do I think it's because of more testing? Absolutely. But I think it has a lot to do with testing. And the fact that tests are readily available because we had to push to get all the testing out because that was a big thing first. There's always been something. It's just like, you know, I'm not saying that poor dude, he's the president of the United States. He kind of gets what's coming to it, but it's crazy. Gonzo Lowe's, the Texas governor, opened. I mean, look at Florida. Florida today had 10,000 new confirmed cases, and that was at 6 o'clock. You know, 10,000 new cases. It's got a lower death rate, of course, because you have more testing finally. So that's why it's got a lower death rate. I mean, to be honest, it has a lower death rate than the flu, I think, at this point. Or no, it doesn't. I'm sorry. It has a lower death rate than heart disease. And if they, you know, get 60 million tests, if it continues on that progression, then it'll have a lower death rate than the flu, is what they're guessing. Eula said, I'm in Florida and they're talking about closing down the beaches also. Bars are already shut down. I mean, my wife wanted to take the kids to the beach today. She didn't, because she didn't want to go to the beach and have 5 million people on her, because that's what happens when they go to the beach on the weekends. There's too many people. You know, and it's just it's tragic because it's doing nothing. Freaking, like, what happens with the election? That's what I'm really worried about. What happens? Because the media is just portraying everything so poorly right now. And what's going on in this country, it's just portraying everything poorly. And everyone, it just seems like the general focus right now is to try to lay blame on other people rather than, addressing the actual issues with it. You know, if you look at Seattle's mayor, she blamed the Trump administration for instigating all this, when really she told the Seattle Police Department to back away on June 6th, giving up her city. You know, the Minneapolis city has hired personal protection, armed security for them while they are pushing a defund, while they're actively working to defund the police. They hired private armed security for each individual city council member while they're pushing to defund the police department for the town that they, you know, are repping for. It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. You have New York City disbands their plainclothes crime, you know, special crimes team or whatever, 600 plus officers all reassigned to different crimes. And in that the weekend after they did it, because it was immediate, the weekend after they did it, they saw a 400% increase in shootings because the plainclothes division that stops and gets the guns off of the street and all that was shut down by de Blasio and the commissioner. It's absolutely nuts. It's like literally every single thing that they're doing is you know, arguing against it. I saw an article today, or one of my connections on my personal Facebook today said, I wonder how many cases there are in Tulsa, Oklahoma after the rally. I'm like, look at how many cases there are in every single state where we have these protests. Thank you, buddy.
I'm going to send the link into your chat on Facebook.
Okay, I don't know what the link is for. I'm only showing live videos during this show, but thank you though. You can, any of them, you can send them to me on the Facebook Messenger, and I'll watch them all later. I do that all the time. So if you think it's something important that I should see, you should send it. Rose Garden said, do I really believe that number, Steve? Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, I was a bit skeptical about it, to be completely honest. I'm not a big fan of wearing masks in public or any of that. I'm a healthy, younger guy. But the problem is I don't even know what to believe anymore. That's not my notification. I think it's from this live feed. It's not me. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's Jefferson Park, and then they recalled it, or they renamed it to some other park name. Yeah, that noise is through this guy's feed, so I can't do anything about it. Actually, I can just turn off the sound. Let me go and see. It looks like Austin, Texas. Let me see if I can find a new feed for Austin, Texas, and I'll look. A second. Willie Prophet said Trump has ordered to help some of these cities, offered to help some of these cities, but they said no. He said he done said he might be wrong. He's sitting back and letting it play out. Elections have consequences. Yeah. Is DC serving rat suey? No, they're peacefully marching. I'll show you guys. DC DC's policefully. They're peacefully marching and just being mellow. Chop is still mellow, but the thing that pisses me off about it, even though it's mellow, I still see barriers up. The reason why I see the barriers up, it pisses me off. Robert Baugh said your wife is part of the COVID statistics. She was tested positive for antibodies, whatever, and but she had a negative swab test. So that means she carried it one part. But Jordan Town said he just messaged me a link of someone doing something. Let me check. I don't know if that poll is still showing on your screen.
I periodically watch this.
Thank you for subscribing.
Live, so
I'll just leave that poll up there. I hope it's not in the way for you guys. Shit, how do I go to this? All right. I'm trying to get to my comments. Here is the shooting. Scar Casket said Trump protects statues but not Americans. How is he not protecting Americans? Scar, like seriously, how if you can answer that honestly, how is he not protecting Americans? You know, he's not going to go and deploy troops on American streets to stop this kind of stuff. He's done everything he can with COVID and to try to limit what's going on. You know, it's unfortunate, but holy cow, I got a lot of messages. This is a video. Does this actually show the video? Jenny, does it actually? Because I don't want to show that if it does. Or does it just sound it? You can message me in chat. Let me see. Jordan Town. Timmy Two Turnt is live. These guys are outside of a jail. Where's the Orient Road jail? I don't know what it is. Oh, is this is the fluorescent, whatever. Because that feed's live, but maybe that's where this guy's going. No, he's trying to zoom in. All right, let me put that up. That must have been the protester that was hit by the car. So let me put that up. I mean, there has to be some line driven, in the sand eventually. That red line that you just don't cross. We got to be getting pretty damn close to that point. All right, so not this video. This is I believe this is, I don't know where the hell this is. It just says is protesters gather outside Orient Road jail and demand release of a protester that was hit by a car is what it said. Face it, Alpha Man, he didn't shut them down. Individual government, yeah, he didn't. Yeah, the state didn't shut anybody, or the federal government didn't shut anybody down. What they did is they issued CDC, guidelines on when a state may consider shutting down, and then the individual states issued their shutdown orders. That's why. Did he have the power to do it? Yeah, but he didn't, and that's why each state shut down at different times. And then he issued his phase 1 through 4 reopening through the CDC. In every state that opened, especially all these states, my state included, every state that opened prematurely. They didn't meet the phase 1 opening guidelines, and yet they did it anyway. And that's why the first 7 states that had these massive numbers, all were states that opened prematurely.
You can go on Instagram.
So that's I mean, that's a big thing. That's something that people have to realize. Jenny Cobb, I'll watch it in here. Oh crap, it does show this guy right with a gun. It shows them having a shootout though. It's not just him shooting, it was a shootout. Holy shit, there's so many people here. I'm not playing this video live. I'll watch the whole thing later. I'm not going to play it. Someone could put it in the chat. Holy cow. Zachary Film Army, dude, you are awesome. You make it worth it to do this this chat, I'll be honest. You'll see why in a second, because he's got a very long comment. But it'll pop up on your screen here in a second, I think. No, it didn't. Hold on. Oh, shit. So this is, again, DC. This is Chop.
Thank you very much.
All right, now it's going to
The
read your
movement
comment.
for Black Lives demand 1. Reparations, 2. No bail, 3. Release all prostitutes from jail, 4. No death penalty, 5. Free education, 6. Free health care, 7. Defund the police, 8. Cut the military budget, 9. Redistribute the wealth, 10. PUBLICLYFINANCED campaigns.
Publicly financed campaigns. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. And again, dude, thank you for the super chat. That's 2 nights in a row. It's I really appreciate it. Helps me be able to do this. I appreciate it. This is Louisville. It's a crime scene. That's why. Get out of the autonomous zone. If you don't get out of the autonomous zone, they're moving it because they had a shootout.
They never said about nothing about moving to the side, but I am saying that.
Yeah.
I just talked to your major. He never said nothing about moving to my major.
Move them.
Y'all gonna have to tell us why. Never said nothing about moving to the side. You gonna tell us why. He never said nothing about moving to the side. No. What do we know? We get all y'all demand.
If on YouTube anyone's giving crap, just tell someone to ban them and they'll ban them. Someone said, is this real? This is real. This is real. In the United States right now, we have a shooting in an occupied section of a city where police have been reportedly told by the mayor that they're not allowed to arrest anybody that's in this occupied system. There's a mass shooting, 1 person killed, 2 people shot, 1 dead, and massive public. I have the video. Someone sent me the video of the actual shooting. And now the police have to go to do their investigation, and the protesters are saying they're not leaving. But let's listen in here.
So where's the major?
It doesn't matter where the major is.
Yes, it does. Tonight it does. Tonight it does. One of us is not there tonight. Yes, it does.
I want to know
what
okay, there's 2 ways we can do this.
There's a whole bunch of ways we can do this.
Robert, are you still in here, bud? I think Scar Casket is needs to be kicked. Or Bruce, whatever. If you're in here, you can just boot him because there's so many people are saying the same thing. Someone said, I've answered your question. Unless he's not doing it. He just seems like he is. Faith asked, who was involved in the shooting? So apparently it looked like, when I watched the video, it looked like a homeless man with a gun. Listen, I'll play it. Does it show any bodies, Jamie? Jenny? Yeah, I'll play it. I'm going to play it right here on the side. It does. I'm not playing this. It shows him doing CPR and shit. I am not playing this video. Sorry. I'm not playing it. I didn't hear what he was saying. To be honest, I just see that a lot of my normal viewers were annoyed. If he wasn't being rude, then I apologize. Just be respectful. Just be respectful when you talk. My streets. I pay taxes. Taxes go to the city. Like, come on. I know people are asking for the video. I can't show the video because my video will be pulled down. It shows the man being shot. It shows that people are doing CPR and all that. I'm not going to show that video on my show. They need to move these people. That's what they have to do. As bad as that is, and as painful as that is for some people to realize, when you have a shooting, move them. Just got to move them. Thank you, sir. Or man. Thank you. This is not going to go good.
Walk to the sidewalk, guys. Thank you.
So they're not pushing us even further.
CSX Rockford. So that's right. Keep your YouTube master happy. No, I don't. I mean, I'm not going to condone that kind of stuff. I've already seen enough of that in my life, and I'm not going to show other people that stuff. I would remember I was a firefighter EMT, so I've done CPR too many times. I'm not going to show that. The only thing I can say now is I can confirm well, I don't know if he died, but I know I saw people doing CPR on what looked to be a heavyset guy on the ground. And I think the video started off not good.
Hopefully it fixes itself.
Just move back to the sidewalk. All we're asking you to do is move back to that sidewalk.
I mean, he's been pretty courteous about it too. Gary Blakely. Thank you, buddy. I hope you're doing well, man. I hope you're doing well. Gary, you're welcome to put your GoFundMe in the chat if you want. Gary's a longtime viewer of Freight Broker Live. He recently found out he's got cancer and he can't drive anymore. He was a trucker. He can't drive anymore because of chemo and all that. So, Gary, you're welcome to put your GoFundMe link in the chat, and maybe some of these guys will help you out. Josh said the media wants you to think these people you're watching hates Trump. What they don't tell you is they're also no fans of Biden. No, I know. But the media doesn't show this kind of stuff. You're not going to see any of this kind of stuff. Nathan Eli said, I'm not saying this because I'm the big gangster, but I'm not. But I'm used to seeing shootings like that where I'm from. No, I know. Morgantown News Herald. I'll find it.
Maxwell Mitchell's got a video of some of the incident.
Watch your back. Watch your back.
Thank you.
Yeah, watch your back.
Get out of there. Oh my God, dude. I'm so pissed off by these people.
So, gunman appeared as a houseless person that's been kicked out. They are now using the bullhorn to repeat unlawful assembly statute.
I don't see this whatever I just searched for here. Morgantown News Herald. Thank you for subscribing. I don't know why that's not showing up on the main screen. That's not a live video, the Morgantown one. But yeah, people. I don't see a live video. I'll check and see if this is live anywhere else. No, they're not live right now. That's an older video from 4 hours ago. But yeah, armed men surrounded a monument, I think.
The entire park, including Liberty Street and 6th Street. They left Jefferson open, but now they're asking us to back up and cross the street.
Thank you for subscribing. Just how hard is it to listen, dude? Michael said, I've been looking for any reference to the shooting. There is one. Or there isn't one. No, there is. A guy on Facebook named Maxwell Mitchell has the live video. Maxwell Mitchell. You're being told now, move. Like, why? How is this acceptable? I just don't understand it. Protesters shot each other.
Anytime they want to do it. And that's my voice.
If you guys just heard all the shooting, that's from this video. That wasn't just one guy with a gun. Turns out the guy that I was watching anyway was that the first guy that I saw that had a gun wasn't even the guy with the gun. He wasn't, well, he was the guy with a gun, but he wasn't even the shooter. So there were multiple people in this little section of Louisville that had firearms, and multiple people opened fire. This shows the person shot, but it doesn't show the... It's tragic, dude.
Hey, we get on the sidewalk. Take a step to the sidewalk, and that's it, y'all.
Thank you for the super chats, guys.
Citizens, I'm calling them, and I don't think the cops that's going to be able to control it.
Bruce, thank you, buddy. Yours is coming up next. I'm going to try to recycle some other feeds here on the other screen while I'm waiting for your comment to show up. For some reason, it's delayed today. Usually yesterday it was very quick. But thank you, Bruce. Alpha Man. Bro Weaver said 600% gun increase in gun purchases in Illinois. Lou.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the mod status. The wife and I love the show.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Let me turn the sound back on for this one. You're a good mod too, so which is good. I don't have to worry about YouTube. Caucasian said I don't know if you're talking to me. Bruce Telfer, can you kick Alpha? I don't know who Alpha is. Alpha Man, yeah, go ahead. You're just trolling, I could see. Bruce, Blue Horseshoe said you heard gunshots outside of your house. I hope not, dude. I hope not. Thank you for the subscription. What was the other one? Caucasian said Democrats will take weapons. Thank you for subscribing. Yeah, I mean, they may. So for anyone just tuning in, because we have a lot of viewers, we have 200 on YouTube and nearly 92 of them on Facebook. For anyone just tuning in, I'm broadcasting live from several different locations: DC, CHOP, Austin, Texas, New York, and then what you see on your screen now is Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville, Kentucky had a shooting in their autonomous zone. Apparently there was an autonomous zone in Louisville, Kentucky. They had a shooting. One person was killed. Another one was shot. It looked like it was a shootout between protesters. Originally what this guy said is it was a homeless guy that opened fire on another person, killing one and injuring another. Based on the video I just saw, I don't think it'll work. Yes, so the live video from where I'm talking now, you guys are hearing it about 30 seconds later. Unfortunately, it's just the way the system works because I use a software called vMix to do the live stream. Guys, I decided I don't want to have the live call in. I'm not in the mood to deal with the going back and forth and the prank calls and all that. So are you guys cool with that if I don't do a live call in, or if the majority of you guys want, because I forgot about it, but if you guys want me to, I will. But I don't really feel like it, to be honest. It's already set up. I just got to call in. Joker said, I didn't know you're on Twitch as well. Hope you're doing well. I am. Yeah, I'm on Twitch, Periscope, YouTube. I'm broadcasting live to freightbrokerlive.com, the news site. I'm also broadcasting live to freightbrokerlive.tv, where anyone from Facebook that doesn't use YouTube but wants to, contribute to the show or just watch and interact with the YouTubers, you can go there. You can go to freightbrokerlive.tv and watch the show live there, and also talk to all the YouTubers and all that. And you can also contribute to the show and donate that way if you wanted to. That's up to you. You don't have to. So a lot of you guys agreed with me, so I'm not going to do this live stream. So I'm just going to cancel this thing, or not the live stream, the call-ins. I don't really feel like it today. I think I just want to watch this. Tennessee said there's a CHOP in Kentucky. Yeah, apparently. They're Louisville. Gonzo said, take a night off from the calls. The idiots last night were a distraction. I agree. And then, to be honest, I was trying to be a nice guy, so I ended up calling the other YouTuber that I had yesterday or that I was talking about on the show. I called him and I tried to explain some sense, but didn't really work. So I was up pretty late, actually. I think 12:30 is when I finally got off that call. But yeah, didn't work. Aurora is getting heated. Someone said, let me try to find a feed for that. I've got two dead feeds right now below. So Nathan Eli said Aurora. Oh, there's a lot of feeds for Aurora. Laz, what's up, buddy? Craig said, I am growing. Yes, sir. These night shows, a lot of people watch, even though other people say they hate, well, it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit about them. Yeah, some people don't like it. All right, so let me switch Austin because Austin's frozen, which is surprising that the Austin feed died. I think people aren't using their batteries. Thank you for subscribing, Tian. But it looks like Austin, even though they were shooting and doing all that stuff before at each other in Austin, Texas, it looks like it's not shooting at each other. I'm sorry. They pushed the police they cornered the police, and then the police opened fire opened fire with pellets and tear gas and or pepper spray and got them. But I'll show you. Let me cycle through some of these feeds. So we got DC live right now. DC is still mellow. They're just marching. They're being peaceful. They're not flipping out or doing anything like that. We've got a live view of Chaz or Chop Sueyville or Cheese Town or Chooch or Loserville or Dumbass or Domestic Terrorism Town or whatever you want to call what's going on there. They have those. Sam Busby said, do I take Cash App? I do have a Cash App. It's the money sign at Freight Broker Live. That's it. Freight Broker Live. And then so I have Chop. I think I don't use Cash App much. I think it's this. I'll see it once I type it out. That's it. And you guys are under no obligation to contribute or anything. Don't need the money. It helps me pay for everything, but I don't need the money. I make plenty of money doing everything else I do with the news site and all that. But it's helpful, so you can do it if you want. So yeah, this is Chaz, and then we have this is Aurora, Colorado. This is what someone just sent to me, so they are definitely facing off. Sherry said Chop is getting cleaned up tomorrow morning. Barriers will be removed and part cleaned up. That is not true. I actually watched an interview about an hour ago with the mayor or with the mayor's spokesperson, and no, they don't. The mayor's spokesperson said that they are planning on coming in tomorrow and removing the wood because the wood around those barriers because they're calling those barriers artwork, and they're going to put them in storage at the taxpayers' expense. They're going to store all these murals that are painted on the plywood barriers, but they're not going to remove the concrete because if you look at Chop, if you look at it here, you'll see on your screen. Actually, you can't see where my mouse is pushing. Actually, can you do it if I do it? No, you can't see it. Right? You can't see my mouse. But if you look on your screen, you'll see over on the left-hand side, it's got concrete blocks. So each one of these wooden blocks underneath it has this big concrete block. And so what they're saying is that they're going to come in tomorrow morning. They're going to remove all the wood from the concrete blocks. But the mayor's assistant said today, about an hour ago on the live feed that I had on earlier, said that they will not be removing the concrete. They will not be removing the concrete barriers at this point. They don't know when they're going to do that because, again, the protesters don't want them to, so they have no. They don't care. Thank you for the Cash App, Lamar. But yeah, so it's kind of crazy, man. It's crazy that this. I mean, I don't know how that's happening. And then they, like I said previously, this autonomous zone in the United States city has had it's had 4 shootings, 1 person killed, 1 person in critical condition, another person in severe condition after being shot 5 times, and 1 person was shot in the shoulder. Then if we want to go to another if we go to another autonomous zone in the United States, again, there's a second one. This is in Louisville, Kentucky. They also had another shooting today. One person killed, another one injured. And it wasn't a shooting, it was a shootout. Let me see if I could just play the audio so you can hear just the audio. I'm not going to play I don't want to. So I'm going to just play the audio from this for the beginning shootout, just so you can hear the sheer amount of gunfire that erupted. Hold on. What is that sound coming from? All right. So this is the audio from the clip this morning. Now I'll pause it. So you walk out right away. You see a black gentleman wearing a ball cap. He's got a gray jacket on. Clearly he's carrying a pistol in his right arm, except he's not the one that fires initially. Oh shit. I see the shooter right there. Hold on. I'm going to play this again because now I just saw something different. Man, I almost want to just play the beginning of this video just so you guys can see the sheer cowardice of somebody, unless he's complicit. I'm just going to play the beginning of this video because I just noticed something that is extremely tragic, and I won't show anything graphic. I'm just going to show the shooting or show one segment of it. Damn, I don't want to lose any of my feeds. I'll remove chop. Now, hold on. It looks like they're pushing these people over.
Why y'all making him do this?
So with that, while this is going on, while we're watching, this is, I forgot where this was, Aurora, Colorado. From what I just saw on the video, it showed the guy that I was describing carrying a weapon, and but he didn't do anything. The next thing that happened is you see the camera zooms in a little bit. You see another guy wearing this red tank top thing, and he's clearly firing. The guy with the pistol that I thought was the original shooter, he runs away, and he's got a gun in his hand, and he runs away. He doesn't stop the guy from shooting. But yeah, you're absolutely lucky or they are very lucky that there were no Michael Jackson Shorts or Mikkel or whatever said there were three with guns. I mean, I saw two right here. The Mystery Roads of Time with Trucker D said they can't listen. Trolls will send strikes on YouTube. Watch out. Yeah, so maybe I won't watch it. Or I won't play it. You guys can find the link. It's been posted in the comments several times. I don't really want to. I just listened to the audio of the shooting. You could tell it wasn't just isolated. There were a lot of different bullets, a lot of people shooting there, and so yeah, I'm not playing it. Nathan Eli said I saw it was a tall guy with a scarf. Correct, yeah, but it's just going to go to cause more issues because. I mean, he was aiming. He aimed that gun for a while too, before he even fired, which is it's a tragedy. Let me see. I got a bunch of different feeds that came in. Here's another one. Let me see if this is a better New York City one. Breitbart. No, this is the same feed. They're just in a different area. But I'll put this feed up. I like this one better. So Breitbart is also tracking the protests through the streets of DC. Because today they were going to try to take down that monument too, I thought, right? But I guess they decided that probably wasn't wise because their president said he wasn't going to mess around with that. Michael Schwartz said it was just the two guy that was shot. That wasn't a gun. Oh yeah, I don't know what that means. Yeah, thank you for subscribing. No, I could tell by both of the people that I saw with guns. Neither of them were the shooting victims that I saw. Aurora is crazy. Aurora is actually on the screen right now, Daniel. The one that you're watching right now. This is Aurora, Colorado. It is getting a little hairy, but I don't know if I would call it crazy just yet. Based on even already, this morning's been pretty crazy. Here's Louisville again. Let's go back to Louisville real quick. Louisville has kind of calmed down. They were all in their faces, but again, this is where the big shooter was before. And then let me go back to, this is Aurora again. We'll watch this because it looks like it's getting crazy. There are other shots showing crazy. All right, let me see if there's something else going on. The problem, I got to keep closing all these windows so they don't keep opening up on me. Hold on. This isn't really a good feed anyway. Let me see if this one's any better. I don't know why people have to swear. Like, you're protesting. If you're protesting, just don't swear. Just try to, you know, be responsible.
You're 13. Did they guess you yet?
Okay. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Hold on. I got to switch this feed because this is a different angle of this protest. It's a better angle. Thank you, someone, for suggesting I look elsewhere. And there's a protester that just walked up to the line, held up her hands and said, I'm 13 and I just got gassed, and everyone's freaking out because she's there. Well, see, here's the problem. Where the hell are her parents? Charge her parents with child endangerment for allowing their 13-year-old daughter to go be active in a protest. This is live. Yes, sir, Dale. Hold on. We're here in double. Hold on.
Would you guys really risk 2 13-year-old lives for some fucking murderers? Huh?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zach.
This is funny. Barack Obama's brother is voting Trump.
Crossing people in the middle of the pandemic, a respiratory pandemic. We don't do this in kids.
No respect you can give me at you. Look at me. Are you willing to risk 13-year-old?
Where are their parents, dude? They're 13 years old. They said that several times. I wonder what state is this? This is Aurora. Isn't there a crime on how long they could be allowed to be out and about?
18, 13.
Manly. Wow. Wow, he might actually hold up to his name. He might be manly.
I'm talking to take a knee because I know you support this. You can't possibly think that it's okay to kill innocent people for protesting for innocent people's lives. Like, they're protecting murderers. That's what you're doing. You okay with that? I don't think you're okay with that. Are you okay with that? What's going on? Private pool. You're okay with that?
No, he's not. You can see the tears in his eyes. He might be the only man in line right now.
Shut up. All right, so this is DC that we're watching. They got Chop that's being mellow. What's this one? Actually, not that one. This is still Chop. Hold on.
Go and check that out on his.
This is still this. More and more people are coming to this area. Jessica said,
I'm gonna go and drop off here.
snatch them girls and put them in juvie. They need to learn some manners. And just because of some of this stuff, I actually found there's this really good article, and I found and it gave a whole bunch of specifics about the shootings. And I don't know if I want to do this. In 20,000, I don't even know if I want to do this. According to the FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting, UCR, there were 686,665 sworn police officers in the United States in 2018. That's one arm. Oh, wait, I missed something. Hold on. Okay. Let me give some facts just real quick, because I think it's important just to understand what's going on. According to the Washington Post Fatal Force database, there were, wait, hold on, I wrote this shit wrong. Whatever. Okay, in 2018, police made 10,310,960 arrests, according to the FBI, and the race was known for 5.6 million offenders. Of them, 1,548,690, which is roughly 27.4% of those that were arrested, were black. There were 229 black males shot and killed by police that year, according to the Washington Post, for a ratio out of 1 for every 6,762 black offenders. The ratio of unarmed black men shot and killed 23 in 2018 was 1 out of 67,334 black men that were arrested. In 2015, about 53.5 million people had at least one contact with police, and 95% of those contacts involved traffic stops, according to the Bureau of Justice. According to a Bureau of Justice special report, 91% of whites and 85% of blacks contacted by Police during traffic stops said police behave properly. Of citizens contacted during street stops, 81% said police acting properly. Only 2% of all citizens contacted by police experience force or the threat of force. According to the U.S. Census in July 2019, an estimated 328,239 people resided in the United States. African Americans comprised of 13.4%, or 43,984,096 people. That means police shot and killed one unarmed black male out of every 3,141,721 black Americans. The number of unarmed African Americans shot by police are so low that most Americans recognize. I don't know what this is going on about. According to the FBI UCR, there were 1,186,742 victims of violent crime in 2018, and of them, 14,123 were homicide victims. African Americans comprised of 54.9% of all homicide offenders, compared to 42.4% for Caucasian. African Americans are 13.4% of the U.S. population, yet they accounted for more than half of all homicides. According to the FBI National Incident-Based Reporting System, 61.5% of all offenders were male, and according to FBI UCR for 2018, 87.7% of murder offenders were male. That means approximately 6% of the population, 6% of the African American population in the United States committed approximately half of the murders in the United States. It's the numbers that we hear on these shows and on the news. Unfortunately, they're not always correct, which is tragic. They're fighting in Aurora. Hold on. Well, they just were, but they simmered down the second I switched over. But that's a problem. And I wrote this stuff and I didn't even want to read it because I'm like, it'll just be taken crazy. But these are the facts. How come people don't actually say this shit on the news? That's what I'm because it goes on. This is like a 6-page report that I found. It goes on and it talks about how the majority of crimes that are committed happen in cities in the United States, and the majority of crimes that happen in these cities happen in poverty areas. If that is the main factor, then let's do something to build up so we can eliminate some of these areas of poverty and maybe give people a chance. Because it seems like we're just stuck in this horrible cycle of people getting killed and not killed, and then everyone's at fault. Now all cops are bad, even though really it just, all the information that I just said is absolutely not correct, or is all the information I said just there disproves that the narrative that we're hearing in the meeting, that we're hearing in the media is not correct. Here's the first data I wanted to say. In 2019, police shot and killed 1,003 people in the United States, according to the Washington Post Fatal Force Database. Of those, 250 were black and 405 people were white. Police shot and killed 55 unarmed suspects, including 25 white people and 14 black people. Shooting an unarmed suspect can be justified if the suspect makes a furtive movement, attacks an officer, or tries to take the officer's firearm. Of the 14 incidents of unarmed black men shot and killed by police in 2019, several involved high-speed car chases, fights with officers, or had weapons recovered at the scene. Every shooting needs to be evaluated on its own merits, and only one of the involved officers in those 14 cases have been charged with murder. And even this then goes on to just give the benefit of the doubt and say, but for this analysis, assume all the involved excessive force, all of the cases involved excessive force, just to try to put it into perspective, to try to connect some of these dots from the narrative we're hearing versus what is actually going on. I mean, it's absolutely nuts. According to the FBI Uniform Crime Reporting, UCR, there were 680. Well, I already said that. So there were 686,665 sworn police officers in the United States in 2018. That's one armed black male shot and killed for every 49,047 sworn police officers. Because remember, a big narrative is defund the police. All police are evil. They're all horrible. this is the conversation that keeps going on in that we hear in the narrative now. But when you actually look at data, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that, or I'm not saying that we don't have a problem. Clearly, we have a massive problem in the United States with what's going on and the fact that people are being killed by police officers. Even if one person is killed, it's too much for me. I don't like it. But we really, really need to get to the point where we can be, where media is reporting things honestly. Denise, I didn't see your question. Thank you for the super chat, Bruce. Denise, type your question again. I'll answer it right now. I didn't see your question. I can't go through because I have so many different, because when I do the chat, I see all the chat from everything. Says Oreos back to blue. Keep on trucking. Sound was low. Thank you for subscribing. Garrett Coral said, you handcuff the police and they can't do the job to protect these cities. The police should leave and let the mental health officials handle the process. Yeah. White man with a rifle. I don't know what that's in reference to. The stats come from Washington. Yeah, and the stats, I mean, that's the worst part. They come from the Washington Post and the FBI and the Bureau of Justice. So these are real information. These are real. 2 different weapons, rifle and pistol. I don't know. I think I'm missing comments here. It's hard to keep up. So if you guys have comments for me, if you have a question that you want me to answer, please type it in all capital letters because then it will stick out. So whether you're on Facebook or whether you're on Pinterest or not Pinterest, Periscope or Twitch or YouTube, type it in all capital letters and I'll see it and then I'll try to answer it. It's funny that they're playing Aerosmith here, though. They have a lot of people. He's a hell of a violin player. Oh, there's 2 of them. They're pretty damn good, though. You got to give them that. They're pretty good. He's playing it behind his head. Oh, rock. Mr. Pickle said, what's my favorite truck? I always liked the Kenworth T2000. That was like the first truck I've ever ridden in, and I just liked it. Robert Dean, yeah, I already had that video too. I'm just not going to play it. Jamie Martinez said, I don't trust the media at all, especially because they try to hide the bad parts of the protest. Well, lucky for you, you have some media here called Freight Broker Live that actually tries to report the truth as best as I can. Let me see if I can't find – I'm trying to see if I could find a different Louisville feed because the feed that I had cut out. I got Breitbart showing. What is this one? That was pretty good, we got to say. That was pretty good. So let's watch what's going on in this little place, which is this one, maybe? Nope, this one. Nope, this is Chop. This one. So this is where the protesters are outside of a police station. I don't know if they're still. Here, there's going to be a comment.
Something to be politically correct. The baseball bat company has a brand. New model for 2020.
Oh, jeez. What was I going to say? So it looks like the protesters from this location have left. Let me check this one again. Oh, that feed's dead. Where the hell are my feeds? All right. So this is Aurora, Colorado. I'm going to watch this for a minute, and I'm going to try to find Louisville. Bruce Tilford said, everyone don't forget to hit the thumbs up button and like the feed. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, if you could like it. Bruce, kick in Rem on YouTube, please. Or anybody. Do it quickly. He's a scumbag. Yeah, and I said that. You're a scumbag, James, Imram. Scumbag. Yeah, only on YouTube, please. or anybody. Do it quickly. He's a scumbag. Yeah, and I said that. You're a scumbag, James Imram. Scumbag. Yeah, only write in caps if you have a question for me, please. That's it. All right, thank you, buddy. Thank you, Bruce, for booting him. Cops and fluorescent are advancing. Oh. These violin players are very good. I once tried to play with a violin just because I wanted to, and I thought it would be funny. And yeah, it's not easy. It's actually very hard. But this guy's good. All right, I'm putting on fluorescent here in a second if I get it. Oh, come on. Oh, what did I just do? All right, let me see. This is New York. All right, so this is Fluorescent, Missouri, I believe. And then Columbus is getting crazy. You sent it to me email? All right, I got M. Dobson. Yeah, when you find it, that'll show up. The guy is a turd. I've heard it before. He tries to, I mean, because he's out here protesting, but then he pretends he's media. So I've watched his videos too. So if I could find any others, that's the kind of, I'll try to play other people first. I don't see any other feeds from there yet. They're protesting again in Richmond yesterday. What are they doing, dude? These people, like, oh my gosh, man. I have a hard time understanding why people think talking like this is going to do anything. So I also have a feed from Richmond. I just got to clean up the labels. So it's going to get hairy in a second in Fluorescent because they just gave a final warning. But I'll follow that feed. Let's go through what I got. So I got DC feed live right now. I've got Chaz live. Chaz actually has a lot of people in it moving around, although a lot of them are tourists. It seems like people are knowing that it's going to be over, or maybe some are going to look at damage. This is where we had those epic violin players. So they were focusing on the violin, but they didn't show that the cops were super close. And I'm wondering if these are, I think that was Aurora, Colorado. And then this is Fluorescent, where they just gave the final warning for the people to move. They do give a lot of the final warnings. Columbus is fighting over a statue. I just came home, but I'm ready to go back to the beach. Are you in Columbus? You should go right downtown, record that crap. No, so that you could report live from the ground. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Garrett Core said, how about people write their local leaders for a change instead of having all these policies not being able to respond to, or the police not being, because they don't want actual change. They don't even know what they want. This is because they have nothing else. I mean, they have no idea what is going on. There's such a huge disconnect with the industry, or disconnect with what's actually going on right now. It's tragic. It ain't no game. They think it's a game. These people are, I mean, they're not protesting anything. Look, this guy's not protesting. He's just sitting there being an idiot. I mean, but they're being peaceful. I mean, would you guys still consider a peaceful protest if you have riot police there? Like, do you call that a peaceful protest if riot police are there? I don't know. But they're having a dance party on the riot line. Oh, see, I just said it. Like, it's so stupid. I don't get it. But I gotta say, those violin players are very skilled. Here's Richmond, Virginia. Richmond, Virginia.
All right, so let's unpack this here. The guy literally does not think that they're protesting, and he thinks that dancing is a joke. He doesn't get it. You know, that's the thing about the First Amendment is you don't have to agree with it. You are not the one out there doing it, obviously, so whatever, leave it alone. It's not, I mean, if you don't get it, it's not your job to get it, you know? Now, with this problem that we have, it is everybody's job to get it because it's a cancer in our society that is very real. And I actually stumbled across a very interesting thing that explains it all. I now know for sure what Trump MAGA mind is. Now that I see, and this is the thing with problems, right? In order for you to solve problems, you need to know what the problem is. Now, there is a small chance that some problems get fixed without knowing what the problem is. You know, just by random chance. That certainly happens. But to really fix complex problems like we have now, you have to know what the problem is. It's not going to fix without knowing what the problem is. So now that we've identified that this Trump MAGA mind is an actual brain function, it's not a thought function, it's an actual brain physiological malfunction going on. I actually know what that malfunction is, and I'll be talking about that. I think I might need to do another stream about that and not lump it in with all these people that have this issue. But I do have an answer to that, and I will be streaming about that. I'll title it The Answer to Trump MAGA Mind. If you're looking for it later, it'll be on the YouTube channel. When I have time to do it, I will do it. It's going to take a few hours. It's about 3 hours long to go through it all, to explain it all, to show that evidence. And I'm not the one that actually does it. It's somebody else that does it, but they explain it so beautifully. So I will be doing that. Look for that later. Let's get back to this guy. And so another thing about they think it's a game, they think it's a joke, you know, that stuff that he was mocking there. This guy must have been in the Ferguson stuff too. I'm guessing with No Thieves Allowed, this guy seems like one of the people that was in the No Thieves Allowed crowd. And he's doing what No Thieves Allowed did during that time now. He's doing the same exact thing, which is why I kind of think, you know, and he's really focused on Florissant, Missouri as well. It's kind of tickling his racism there. So, you know, all these dog whistles, it's so funny too. This guy says he just swears up and down he isn't racist. But that's all this problem. And you know, once you understand the problem, it becomes so clear what's going on here. But I'm going to continue on with this. Here we go.
Virginia has a lot of people around it. This is the only feed that I can find from Richmond. But Richmond last night, remember, this is where the riot police all came out and pushed them all back right around, 11:30, 12 o'clock last night. Riot police came out in mass and pushed all these guys back using tear gas and rubber bullets and all that stuff. It looks mellow right now, but it panned out before and it showed the crowd. They actually have a lot of people. Here is the statue that they want removed. It's been painted, and I think they're using the like an LED light to light it up right now, but it's crazy. Dale said, how do I get all these feeds? Because I'm professional. And I search for them, and then people also give them to me in the chats. And this is DC, just to give an update on it. But I'm going to stick on fluorescent, if I can find it. Right here. I'm going to stick on fluorescent because I think that this is going to go a little nutty. Mr. Pickles, that was funny. He's got jokes. Kim said it makes me sick that no one will stop this nonsense. I mean, these guys, here's the thing. We're living in a time where people have nothing to do, and it's only going to get worse, because imagine when the working Americans, if this coronavirus pandemic doesn't settle down and working Americans have to start leaving their jobs again, it's not going to be good. Look, they're chasing. Oh, you can't see it in Richmond. Oh, where is it? No, where is it? Shit. So in Richmond, Virginia, there was a truck that just went by. So they call it. So in Richmond, Virginia, let me put this back up and I'll describe it. I'll watch the feeds while I'm talking. So in Richmond, Virginia, it just showed a pickup truck that was flying an American flag and then the "Don't Tread on Me" flag, which, by the way, I don't know if you still can do it, but when I was a resident of Virginia, I had "Don't Tread on Me" license plates. It's a Virginia motto. You're able to have the license plate in that state. It's not a racist thing. It doesn't mean anything racist. To me, it means that we're patriots for our country, and we're not going to, that's what I view it. There is a meaning to it. Anyway, but a vehicle just drove by, a pickup truck that had an American flag and a "Don't Tread on Me" flag, and they chased it down on this feed. And then when I switched to it, the guy's automatically like, "Oh, it's a Proud Boys truck." No, how do you know? Because everyone in, south of Northern Virginia has "Don't Tread on Me" license plates, is conservative for the most part, and really just really loves their state.
Look at how they have that both ways there. So people say that truck that drives by is racist. He goes, how do they know? There's all sorts of people that have that. It's conservative. It's da-da-da-da-da. Like, how do they know that? Okay, let's flip that around. How do you know every person dressed in black is Antifa, right? That's the same exact thing. So what they find ridiculous when it applies to them is the same kind of ridiculousness that they put on us, right? And when I say us, it's not like I'm on the left or Democrats or anything. On the protester side, right? There is no left-right here. This isn't left versus right protesting. This is anti-protesters versus protesters that we're talking about here. And so when it comes to protesters peacefully protesting, if a couple people in black throw a rock at a window or whatever, or break a window or throw it at a cop, then Antifa is protesting, and Antifa threw the rocks. Well, how do they know that? Was there name tags on that person? Like, most of the time, people don't even see who throws the rocks, and there's a reason for that. The person doing that is hiding themselves, obviously. So, how do they know who it is? Same logic doesn't apply in that situation to these people. It's one way with them. The sickness in their mind, it's one way, and they have this label in their mind of who you are or what you are. Everybody protesting is Antifa. So if you're a protester who's not Antifa and you try and explain that to them, they don't get it because they think you're Antifa. They think you're a domestic terrorist. just like this guy continually states.
Second Amendment, they protects their First Amendment rights as well. But it's frustrating. Again, this is DC, still nice and peaceful, which is what we want. Chop, cleaning out, still nice and peaceful, but not a lot of people. This is where you have the violinists and right on the riot line, and all the people were dancing. Crappy, dude. But we'll just keep watching this one for now. Ruby Slipper said if schools start in the fall, they will close as fast as they open. Jessica said, I know there's been a few shootings where. Ruth Anderson said, watching you from Vancouver, BC. This stuff is nuts. Be safe. Here's a question for you, Ruth. Are you seeing any of this stuff going on? Are you seeing anything of this stuff going on up there in Canada? Because they're having protests all over the place. Roxy said, yep, born and raised in Northern Virginia, moved to Northern Maine. Virginia Pass, Culpeper is a lost cause. Yeah. I lived in Loudoun County. Mason said, pedophile lives don't matter. I agree 100% with you. They do not. Dale, I don't know what you're talking about here. If you're talking to somebody else. Mr. Pickles said a lot of them won't go back to work, saying no. Yeah, but here's the thing. If they don't go back to work, then they lose it right away. Then they lose at least the federal portion of it, the $600, because that's the problem. That's what our country did. We pushed a stimulus bill to try to reinvigorate the economy by subsidizing unemployment by $600 a week. So what that did, combined with state unemployment insurance, it made it so many low-income workers were now making more on unemployment than they were working. So they didn't want to go back to work when the state started opening up. And I think that's one of the reasons why we see so many protesters out here now, is because a lot of these guys either don't have jobs or they're opting not to go because they're effectively being paid not to go to work. It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. If they're ready for them, give it to them. Just go push them out. Just had enough. The Tampa Bay ambush. I'm not. If that's only send me live feeds on this chat. If you have like something you want me to see later, just send it to my my messenger. Any feeds in Wisconsin? Somebody asked. Not yet. Not that I've seen. Oh, is Tampa? Tampa does have an active protest now too. Tampa police aren't going to mess up after what happened last time. They're not going to allow it. I'll watch this feed on my other screen just to see if anything does happen with this Timmy Two-Turn guy. They already gave him their final order, so just move him in. Jessica Gossett said, my brother works in Atlanta police at my husband's an EMT, and they said of the protest, however, really bad has been there's been a few shootings. Yeah, there's been a few. There was 3, I think, last weekend. You had you had a girl that was shot in the leg, you had a guy that was shot in the leg, and I think you had a couple of protesters that opened fire on vehicles. Ruth Anderson said, Trump doesn't give a effing fuck. It's astounding. Really sad. Feel for you guys. Protest not like down there. No, I mean, he does. But you got to understand, too, we're in an election year. And so this is because think about, here's the truth. I'm going to turn down the sound for a little bit, just and not to get political and be divisive or anything like that. But this is an article. I read an article today that was very, very good because basically it said Trump is being very strategic in how he's tackling these protests, and he's giving the appearance that he's not doing anything, but he is. He said that he would provide National Guard for any state that wants it. He made the offer, but he left it up to the states to request that offer. The states did not request it. Donald Trump doesn't need to declare martial law because he has federal agents. He's got U.S. Marshals, FBI, federal air marshals, all those people. So what he's done, according to the article that I read that was published today, is he sent these federal agents to all these different cities in all these different locations because they already have jurisdictions. They already have jurisdictions, so they don't need they don't need governor's permission to come in there because they're federal. So he's sent all these people, and what they're doing is they're working to actively identify the agitators in these protests, and they're posting their pictures in a lot of the towns. So they're working in all these cities, according to the article I wrote, because think about what would happen. Look at what happened with the coronavirus. The coronavirus, they issued guidelines. They hammered him and said he didn't enact soon enough. But really, all he did is he issued CDC guidelines, but he didn't lock down the country, because if you remember, before the lockdowns, they were all saying, how come he's not locking it down? He's not putting a hold on anything. He didn't do this. He didn't do that. He didn't do this. He issued the CDC guidance, leaving it up to the states to lock down everything. He locked down the borders. He locked down international travel. He locked down some international trade. He did those things. What he could do, he did all the facilitating with FEMA to get all that crap, moved around, and all the safety equipment and masks and orders and reserves and all that. But he left it up to the individual states to lock down. Eventually, as we all know, states locked down, some very quickly, some locked down after the fact. Then the CDC issued reopening guidelines. They also did not reopen any states because they're federal. They gave the guidelines to the individual states. The individual states opened. But the problem is that the majority of the individual states, they all opened before they met the CDC's federal guidelines. You're not hearing about this on mainstream media because it doesn't fit the narrative of what the news would report on an election year. But you can back this all up. Look at states' numbers when they reopened versus what the CDC guidelines for reopening for phase 1 are. You can't even make it up. It's literally just right there, and that's the problem, because a lot of people are. Hold on. Oh, you can't even hear this guy because this lady. And that's a problem. So a lot of people, I think what he's doing is strategic. I think the states are showing that they're weak, and but that's it. I don't know. Yeah, I saw the Tampa live feed ended. I had it on the other screen, but I don't know any other way to say it. Unfortunately, it's sad because there's nothing that anybody can do besides just bitch about it. You know what I mean? The only thing I can do as an American, I could sit and watch this stuff with disgust. I watched the protests all day today. I took a nap from 4 to 6, but I watched the protests all day. All the peaceful protests, because I fully support peaceful protests. I know a lot of people get pissed at me for saying that apparently, but I support peacefully protesting. I think even what we see, what this is here. No, not that. Hold on, let me find it. This, even though there are riot police there, I don't know, because this is Aurora. I don't know if there's been action going back and forth before between these. But what I see right now looks like a peaceful protest. There just happens to be riot police with gas masks on there. So I don't know if it was peaceful the whole time, or the police may know that they're getting ready to escalate it. But I'm not even hearing the FU cops or anything that we've been hearing lately. So, I mean, those are peacefully protesting. What's going on in D.C. right now is peacefully protesting. What's happening here in Seattle is domestic terrorism. They took over cities. They refused to let police enter. There's been shootings. They're they're giving guns to kids. They're giving drugs to kids. There's been rapes. There's been assaults. There's been thefts. There's been property destruction. There's been fires. Do I need to go on? It's a war zone. Have any of you guys ever seen The Wire, when the city of Baltimore gives up like a little square block? It says it's like a free zone. You could do whatever. That's what I see when I look at this. When I look at what's on your screen right now, I remember the scene from The Wire, which was a Baltimore crime show about cops and trying to catch drug dealers. And the city was trying to stop the overbearing use of heroin. So what they did is they blocked off a section of Baltimore that was already, or actually, is it DC or Baltimore? I don't remember, for The Wire. I think maybe it's DC. But they blocked off a section of the bad part of whatever city it takes place in, and it was a old derelict section, and they said, all right, this is a free zone, anything goes, you can sell your drugs, you can use your drugs, but keep it in this section. I know it's a fake show, but when I see this on TV, like what's on your screen right now, and I watch the feeds that come out, because I can't stay up till 2:00 local time, there, because I'm a human. And I live on the East Coast. But when I watch the feeds of what goes on every single night, because normally if you get up by like 6 a.m. Eastern time and then you watch it, by 10 o'clock, you can catch a lot of the feeds that happened the night before they're deleted, because they delete everything for some reason. But you can see the feeds and what's actually going on in the street there, and the assaults and the crime and the yelling and the attacking media and attacking each other and the shootings. There's no videos of the shootings, unfortunately, but that stuff, it continuously goes on, and it's very eerie of what we saw. So it looks like these guys are finally moving in. Let me turn up the sound and we'll watch. It was Baltimore, someone said.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
The police have actually forced everybody to private.
You hear what the news just said? You can hear a news broadcaster in the back. He said, the police have actually pushed people out of the road onto someone's private property. Should I play this in the background too? Dun, 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 dun,
Oh,
dun,
shit.
dun, 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 dun. I don't have that feed. I'll look it up. Someone asked me about RTMP. I actually have a customer, a brokerage customer, that was an account rep for my customer. She was like the person I dealt with over there. She actually left. She got hired by the RMP. I don't know, like 2 or 3 years ago, and now she's a whatever. She's a Mountie.
Who's heavy set with a pink shirt on? Because they plotting to get her. They talking about the ones they want to get.
Just go home, and then it's done.
That don't make sense. We know you got taken advantage of when you want. You fucking fine.
They say it doesn't make any sense. Just go home, and then it's done.
You come here. So at this one anyway. Why you ain't go to the city with your own people? Why you ain't go to the city with your own people?
Protect your own people.
But you come out here with these motherfuckers. Protect the nation.
Say it doesn't make any sense. Hold on.
Just go home,
and then it's done. I can't mute it. Where's my sound to mute it? Is that the protesters yelling that at them? See, I've noticed this too. The protesters all say like when they act all tough and say, why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? And when police move, they hold on, what's this? This is DC. Is this live? Arrest him. Arrest him. Oh, he jumped down. wait. And he's running away from a cop. He got down and he's running away from the cop. He literally was just running away. And he runs away. That's the thing. That's what all these guys do. They already said this was unlawful, so just remove them. Remove them.
Yeah, I got your number, bitch. Anita, I told him if he come back up front, they're gonna grab him. So hopefully he won't come back up.
What's so funny, bitch? That's smiling, pussy.
New poll is up on Facebook on this video too. Do you think this is a peaceful protest that you're watching right now? I actually took off the phone. I'm not opening up the phones today. Don't want to deal with it.
Every single one of you, period. Every single one of you, cold-blooded fucking murderer. These streets are present for you. Sleep at night.
For Christ and Jesus, you said this is a peaceful protest. What we're watching right now, this is not a peaceful protest. That poll is live on Facebook. As of right now, 100% of you say it's not a peaceful protest. Kind of a trick question, but. Oh, now 3 people have said this is a peaceful protest.
Oh, yeah. No fucking power. It's back. I knew it was back.
Which one of y'all got y'all shit brought by that dude?
Which one of you bitches took her?
Yeah, because that's. Oh my goodness.
Are you ready to sprint? Is that how fucking pro you are? What's fucking wrong with you?
This is America.
They have no fucking moral. Oh, you gotta pull out your big stick? You wanna fucking beat everybody? Get the fuck down! That's right. Fall back!
Come on. I mean, they pushed him away. They did their job. They pushed him away. They declared it an unlawful assembly, so they should take it. You know, like they should arrest them. I think they probably don't have enough people to arrest them. I hate them so much.
To all the black cops out there, they're just gonna kill your kids too.
We will never stop coming. We will never stop coming. You are moving here. We are out here.
I would like to remind everybody, but not even 2 minutes ago, they were all saying, "What are you guys doing? Why are you moving closer to us? Why are you doing this? Why? Why? Why?" And now they're doing this. Again, this is what mainstream media is not showing you. This is every night in the United States right now. Every night.
Go inside. Go inside.
This is what worries me, because and this is one of my reservations to making these live streams, to be completely honest with you guys, is that every day I just get a little bit more ticked off at watching it. You know, and every day I know a lot of my viewers, because a lot of you guys message me after the videos thanking me for doing it and say you can't believe this is actually going on. What happens when people that aren't law enforcement decide to counter protest, and the protesters say the things that they're saying, and then the people that aren't law enforcement that are just really there because they love the country and decide to the only thing I could think, have you guys seen the opening scene of Gangs of New York? That's what I think is coming if this doesn't stop soon. I mean, that's what I think is coming. It's not a good thing. Big Tickler said you have 1% biker forces with 3% or joining 3% patriot groups. Yeah. I mean, I don't care. I know plenty of 1% bikers, and they're all good guys. And I know a couple of patriot guys, and they're great too. You know, the one uniform thing is they're not going to put up with any bullshit, but they're largely staying out of it for right now, which is, I guess, good. All right, so hold on. I'll show you what I was talking about, just because whatever. We'll wait for this to go. So this is what we're going to end up seeing. You know, those are going to be all the little kids. Raw! 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 Like, it's not going to be good. We have to put a stop to these protests somehow. Is there any way to do it? I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. But, I mean, I really don't think this is going to be any good.
Yeah, there is actually an answer to that actual question. The answer is very easy to understand and very clear. It's called holding corrupt police accountable. Very easy. I mean, it just blows my mind that this Trump MAGA mind doesn't understand what the protest is about and what it would take to end them. Because they're not going to end until change comes. And they're actually growing. They're not going away. And regardless of whether people are on the streets or not every single day for hours and hours and hours, that's a different story. There may be changes to that come in a more diminished way versus a more participatory way. But they will continue until change comes. Everybody's in it for the long haul. Everybody is fed up. Everybody is rejecting the idea that these people can be trusted and these people should be in power and these people should be running things. Nobody agrees with that anymore. There's some confused people like this Fright Broker Live person who thinks he knows everything that is going on, but he actually does not know what's going on. He doesn't know what it's going to take to, quote unquote, make the protests go away. He just is clueless about what is really going on, while at the same time, he deems himself to be full of information and knowledge and what is right and what is just and what is peaceful and what is not peaceful. That's what this guy here on the screen thinks he is. He thinks he is better than everybody else, more knowledgeable than everyone else, has the right to do whatever he wants to anybody else. And kind of interestingly enough, along those lines, is yesterday when I popped into his live stream that was going live. Actually, we need to check to see if he is live again. He might be later tonight, is kind of my guess on what's going on with this guy. Yeah, so he just did a, let's see here, give me a moment. He just did a live earlier about the new CHOP shooting. And he still calls it Chaz. So crazy. But anyway, he did a report on that for an hour earlier today. And I imagine he's going to stream a longer call-in show, which is what this is supposed to be. I had to step out and do some other stuff here, so I haven't been listening to everything that's been said so far. I'm just trying to get it all in here and document it before he starts deleting stuff, and to, let others discuss. Nobody's been in the chat to discuss it, but you can certainly add to your YouTube comments, post live. But we're just rolling through this stuff. This is not live. We are waiting for this guy to go live, and I will from this point forward be listening to everything and add my commentary like I'm doing right now to some of the things that is malfunctioning in this guy's brain, and we're going to point it out scientifically, point by point. You can't reason with these people. You can't discuss anything with them. You can't show them facts. They don't change. They're just not ever going to admit that they're wrong. They don't think they're wrong. In their mind, they think that they're better than everybody else. And, everybody else should just bow down to them and what they think. Honestly, the dude looks like a freaking nut to me. That look in his eyes. He says he packs everywhere he goes. This guy needs to have his gun taken away because it's literally a time bomb waiting to go off. And if let's just say, for instance, the tone of his live streams here are so anti-protester, gotta end this. He ended his stream last night saying he's just so sick of this, he wants to go beat the shit out of every protester out there. So, with him carrying a gun, that is super dangerous. But yeah, I did hear a part earlier where he's talking about if any of these protesters bring gun to the protest, then they're domestic terrorists, period. So he can bring a gun, he can pack everywhere, but if they bring a gun, they're domestic terrorists. So that's the kind of sickness that we're actually dealing with here. It is a real problem. It isn't a few. There are so many people like this guy. This stream right here had 1,600 views. One stream, one day, 3 hours and 49 minutes, 1,600 people participated on YouTube, and he's doing it on Facebook and a couple other places too. I don't know what his numbers are on those places. I'm not even going to check. It's kind of irrelevant, other than the fact that a lot of people buy into this stuff. I'm hoping, because it says it's a call-in show, I'm hoping he starts to do that, or maybe he has been doing that. I don't know. I haven't. Like I said, I've been doing some other things, but I'm really looking forward to hearing more from these racists about what they think is going on with the protests and what their feelings are. It's kind of proving our point that there is a real problem here and it needs to be addressed. As long as the leadership and media keep demonizing protesters and making protesters seem like thugs and domestic terrorists, people like this guy are going to continue to think that, and even though that is not true whatsoever. And then that actually risks lives. It risks safety, and it risks lives, and it actually causes problems in people's lives. They get assaulted. It's already happening. Somebody killed in Chop last night, or shot. I don't know if they're killed, but I hear there's a shooting. We will get to that after this stream. We are going to get to the Chop situation. What he has to say about it is the next stream, and I imagine after that he'll be popping on live. So let's get to it so we can get this done before he goes live.
Especially because police feel like their hands are tied. They can't even do anything. Wait, I should have did it right from the beginning, because this is even better. So here's, so imagine here on your screen. So right here you have your protesters, the guy, all these young kids and Antifa and all that. And then here you have the counter protesters, and then let me play. Okay, I'm going to pause it. So you have, and then this is where it boils over and people start flipping out and they go crazy and they're fighting. And then these are the police, because the police, their hands are tied. They can't do anything about it. So they have to stand on the sidelines and watch. And just so you know, this happens in America. This happens in other countries. Look at like England with the football. I don't know if it still happens anymore, but they do this for fun overseas, over football or over soccer. They do that over soccer in different countries. Like, this is crazy. Terry Max, I don't know. I'm not going that deep into it. I don't remember which side. I actually think it was the good guys that I labeled the good guys in that. It is a good movie. James Robert Bond. QRST coupons.
Yeah, that's right, Discard Bet. This is No Thieves Allowed 3, and actually these numbers are a lot higher because, these are just the people that I have discovered There's so many of these people. Caller has talked about the Wire TV series and says he knows it is fiction. The Wire, the highest rated show of all time, was written by an investigative journalist newspaper series he wrote. He wrote the show as well. Yeah, I mean, every single disinfo, counter-truth soundbite that these people could possibly do is done. Like, it's just crazy, the disinfo agents out there. I was in a chat last night where, I was, or actually, it was this guy's chat last night. I was in there as MSM check, and, some of the things I was saying, people are just like responding, saying I'm a conspiracy theorist. All the typical attacks on truth that these people use is just really just over the top, and it's the same stuff like all the time. There is no, I'd say all of government's corrupt. Both parties are corrupt, and somebody like I've said, no, just the Democrats are. We all know this. I mean, those kind of that level of pushback on truth that's being told has to be federal. I mean, that's not just your Trump MAGA mind slave. That's a Trump MAGA mind operative, that is enforcing this Trump MAGA mind. But you weren't here earlier, Zaga. So I don't know if you heard me as far as what Trump MAGA mind is, what it's actually defined as. I figured it out. It is it's not a thought process. It's an actual physiological process in the brain that is, can't be changed. It's hardwired. It's not software. It's hardware. And it's hardwired in these people's brains to take information that comes within their own brain. So basically, it's kind of hard to explain this, and I am going to do a video on this, and you probably will want to check that out for sure. It's going to be separate from this stuff. And basically, I found the answer. I found the problem on what is actually happening here. And I've labeled it Trump MAGA mind, that there is an actual scientific mechanic that is happening. And I stumbled across it last night. Now that I've known what Trump MAGA mind is, and I know it's not just a thought process, that it's an actual brain, mental health issue, I have been looking around, and I found the answer. I found an explanation for exactly what it is. And so once you know what that is, once you know what the answer is, and it's not an easy answer. I guess sort of in a way it's an easy answer by saying that they're very ego-based, right? Which you can see in Trump. Trump is all about ego. All these people that support Trump are all about ego, right? So I guess to sum it up, you could say it all revolves around ego, but it's actually deeper and more profound than that. And it's actually a piece of knowledge that has been hidden from all of us, that all of us should know. And I think the more of us that know this, which is why I'm really pushing out this Trump MAGA mind, because Trump is their king, and he's like the golden idol of all this, right? He is the example, the poster child of what Trump MAGA mind is. But it's been around for a long time. It's something that humans have had for a long time. We just see it a lot more now because we're able to share things on media, and it's all really becoming, because it's been an issue for so long, and it's been growing and spreading like a disease. And it is it literally is another pandemic. It's not a pandemic through the virus biological sense, like through a sickness type of sense, where you actually catch some sort of bacteria or virus to get sick. It's a thought sickness. It's a contagious way of thinking that spreads by people talking to each other. And believing in each other and believing these ideas and these things that are not true. And so I found the answer. I mean, it explains the whole mechanics of it and everything. Like, you just listen to it and you know it's truth, and you don't even need evidence because you can see it and everything. Like, once you have the key to the door opens and voila, I mean, you just see the treasure there. And that's exactly what I found. So I can't really talk about it all right now. And I am reserving that for another segment, but I just want you to know, because I know you're very active in trying to be spread the word and get information out and be a solution to the problem, that you need to know this information, because we do need to spread this information to everybody. And I will label the video. You don't have to be there live. I'd love if you could be there live and participate. It's going to take about 3 hours to do that stream. We should do it soon. I'm hoping you and whoever else wants to participate in this and find out this information and expand on it and discuss it after I present the information. That would be really great, because I think it's value. Everybody says, "What's the solution? What's the solution?" I found the solution. It identifies what the problem is, and once you identify what the problem is, the actual scientific proof, then you can solve the problem. We got to do it, and it. I'm just blown away that I stumbled across it. I don't know how I do it. It's some sort of gift I've been given or something, but I always seem to find really relevant information and really good videos. And man, I just found this video that is just, it blew my mind. And I'm not even done watching it yet. That's another thing. Before I start into it, I do want to finish watching it myself. So it's not going to be today. It is a 2-hour video, and I'm about an hour through it. And already in an hour, I'm just like, holy shit. Wow, why didn't I see all this stuff before? And it's so crazy how hidden it is. Literally, they should be teaching everybody about this stuff. Because if everybody knew about this stuff, then we wouldn't be having the problems that we're having right now. And if everybody knew this stuff now, or in the next few weeks or months or whatever, we can solve what is happening right now. That's how serious this shit is. I'm so excited that I stumbled across this. But anyway, let me check my comments, see what you have to say about any of that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, cool. I do need to check out that show. I'm just so busy all the time, and I have growing health problems, and it's just so hard to find enough time in my day to do stuff. I do need to check that out. But yeah, this guy is so hypocritical, man. Literally, you didn't see any of it yesterday, did you? Did you see anything from this guy, this Fright Broker Live guy? Yesterday, Saga? He basically, I know there's a delay there, still don't see your answer, but I know that he's probably involved with No Thieves Allowed. He's focused in on Florissant here. He was mocking their chant of, this isn't a game, this isn't a joke. which is a Ferguson chant. Oh, you saw a little bit of it. Yeah, so basically, just to sum it up, I don't know what you saw, but this guy is a no thieves allowed type. He's streaming and commenting. He said he was going to do a copyright strike on my stream because I mentioned I was streaming him and they're all being watched and they are the problem. And they popped over. I was like, I'd love to have a discussion with you on our stream. Just pop over to my stream and, they'll be delayed, but it's easier to type because he's responding to me in chat, and I'm like, instead of chat, let's just talk. I don't want to call you. I didn't even know he had a call-in show or whatever. I said, let's talk voice about some of this stuff. You seem very pro-police and you don't understand what's going on. Let me fill you in. And it's hard to do on chat. So let's do voice. And as soon as I did that, a bunch of his people went over and saw I streaming him. And he threatened he's going to do a copyright strike on me on YouTube. And which he didn't end up doing, by the way. He was just threatening me. But I said it's fair use, and I'll fight it. And let's go to court, no problem. That I'm doing this to protect the people from violent agitators and aggressors who just want us to go away. And we've been under attack everywhere across the nation. I mean, the Detroit police just ran through protesters. It's just so disgusting, everything, all the attacks that are going on. Real danger. There's a white supremacist group that is threatening to come to Portland. And we got those threats, so everybody's on the lookout for that. But, we got Andy. We got this guy. This guy isn't Portland specific, but he is very focused in on Portland, and he's streaming on a couple of streams, and he has a call-in show. So what's really great about the call-in stuff that I really, a lot of these conservatives do these call-ins. They did it during Bundy and all that. And I think it's really great they do the call-ins because you can really get in there what their thinking is. They spell it out, and you can hear none of them understand what's going on. None of them think that black people have any difficulty with their lives, that it's a choice, not a life situation that they have to deal with all the time. They think that they choose to be that way, and it's either because of their behavior, because they're lazy and they just don't work, and so they have to steal, or all these different excuses for why it's happening to them. And they just dismiss everything, like, any sort of proof of anything, they just dismiss it. And the reason why the reason why they do that is because it's not a thought, it's not an opinion type issue where it's an actual thought that you can counter, you can debate with them and then change their thought because they take in the new information. They go, oh, this thought was wrong. I'm going to change the way I think there because I was obviously just, shown some information that proves that that thought was wrong. That doesn't work with them. And the reason why it doesn't work with them is because that one of the main components of it that I can tell you so far, and there's a lot of scientific proof, but one of the main scientific things that happens with these people is they have already predetermined who you are. Okay? So they think every protester is Antifa and that it's being run by Antifa and George Soros is paying for it. And that's what they think. They literally think this. This is an idea in their mind that they think that every protester is Antifa, domestic terrorists, and must be beaten, killed, or locked up or tortured. Like, they literally think this stuff in their mind. So they have this predetermined view of who you are. They don't listen to who you are. You can tell them who you are. You can say, I'm a salesperson from Massachusetts, and I go to church every Sunday, and I actually did support Trump. Not that I did, I'm just giving a scenario. I actually did support Trump, but I'm seeing that he doesn't act like a Christian, so I decided not to do it anymore. And you can tell this whole story about who you really are, right? And that isn't me at all. It's just a fictitious example to kind of relate to them. Even something that relates to them, like, oh, he's a Christian, oh, he supported Trump. They won't even listen to any of that, right? Because they've already got it in your mind that you are a domestic terrorist Antifa. So anything that you say to them, even if it is factual, they automatically dismiss it and think it's a lie. They think you're lying to them. They think that, whatever you're saying doesn't have any meaning, or because of this lens that they're seeing you through, they misinterpret what you're actually saying, misunderstand what you're saying, and that further gives them the proof that they're right. So that is one of the main mechanics there that happens with all these people. And it's the same thing with racism, right? That same mechanic works there. They think every black person is a hood thug, Chicago shooter, right? Like, they literally think that that's what every black person is. So if you are a black person who is successful or whatever, then it just doesn't register for them. Now, if you are proven to be on their side, like somebody like Ben Carson or whatever, they will give them a pass, but that still doesn't mean that they still don't think all those things about Ben Carson, too. They give him a pass because Trump has given him a pass. Their authoritarian figure has said, this is okay with this guy. Okay, this guy's on our side. So they give him a pass for that, and they don't. It's kind of a little different lens because they may still think a lot of those things. They might still have some of that racism and the I'm better than you mentality, which is what the whole thing is. It's all I'm better than you. They have to have that enemy. I am me and you are different than me. And so I'm better than you and you are beneath me. So, these are the base mechanics of some of this stuff. But yeah, it's really crazy. I'm excited to hear the last hour of it, of what I stumbled across. But let's see, what are you saying here? MSM's hiding the worst of the protest. Oh, Jesus. Okay. No, they would be showing that. Is hiding the worst of the cops. Yeah, they are doing that. They don't show that for sure. So some of them are because social media is pushing them, but that's not something they typically like to do. That's how Canadians feel about First Nation. Yeah, it's terrible. The media talks about George Soros all the time, too. Yeah, so that is one of the main components of this Trump MAGA mind, too, is these people are followers. They are not leaders at all. Some of them have leadership qualities, like this guy has some leadership qualities because he runs his own business and is doing a live stream here about this stuff. So that's taken some initiative and trying to, all these people in his stream, look up to him. There is a form of leadership in a way there. But even this guy, as a leader, follows everything that Donald Trump says, right? And so the stuff that Fox News and Donald Trump, which is his leader authority figures, and the police, whatever they say, it doesn't matter what it is, it's an automatic fact for this guy because it reinforces his I am better than you and the rest of you are scum mentality. The police are better than you. Donald Trump's better than everybody. He knows what's right. He knows what's just. So anything they say, they just mirror it. And they mirror it with such fanboy and cult type behavior that's where it really gets dangerous. And they don't let go of it. This Soros thing, it's just so crazy. And they don't even understand that Soros is a billionaire that's behind the police and the system. Soros wants the system to stay the same. He doesn't want the system to change. He doesn't want people to have wealth. He wants all the wealth from for himself, and that's because he has this Trump MAGA mind. So I'm going to get back to it again. I do want to be live for when this guy's live. I am going to mute and hit play again.
Said a proper education of history would be a good start to this. I agree. I mean, we could teach people everything we can, but that doesn't stop this. This doesn't, I mean, I already went through facts. If you missed the beginning of the show, I gave some facts which prove that this narrative that people are pushing all the time is not true. I went through facts by the Washington Post, fatal police shootings database. I went through facts from the Bureau of Justice Research or whatever it is. I went through FBI statistics. I broke all that stuff down in the beginning. We have a problem with police officers, a very small fraction of police officers. I already closed the window, but if I have new viewers, so maybe I should say all that stuff again, because maybe we have new viewers, just to put it into an understanding. Because I think also a lot of people are they listen to the media and they don't really pay attention to what actually goes on and what the actual data is behind this. They only hear that, there's a tremendous amount of shootings, but it's not as common as, again, in 2019, police shot and killed 1,003 people in the United States, according to Washington Post Fatal Force Database. Of those, 250 were African American and 405 were white. Police shot and killed 55 unarmed suspects, including 25 whites and 14 African Americans. Of the 14 incidents of unarmed African Americans shot and killed by police in 2019, several involved high-speed car chases, fights with officers, or had weapons recovered at the scene. To be honest, I think it was 9 of them. 9 of the 14 were actively involved in fighting the police. 2 of them had guns near or on their person, and then 2 were murders, and both officers were charged with the crime. I mean, it's very important to have facts. We still have a travesty going on in the country. We still have an issue. I'm not saying that we don't, that we have a problem with police brutality, because what I see here is that, as America, we lost, what was it? What was that number? We lost 1,003 people to police shootings in the United States last year. We didn't lose 14. We lost 1,003 total. That's how many Americans were killed. That's how many, that's not even how many lives are ruined, because that doesn't include the officer who had to fire the weapon and knowing that he had to kill someone. It doesn't include the officer's family or the grief counselors that have to help the officer go through that debriefing and all that. It doesn't include the family of the shooting victim. It doesn't include those people. All those people, it goes and it goes and it goes. And just to curb that narrative of all police are bad, according to FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting, UCR, there were 686,665 sworn police officers in the United States in 2018. That's one armed African American male shot and killed for every 49,047 sworn police officers.
All right, so when I was in his chat last night talking about some of this stuff that black people face every day, he started throwing these same exact numbers at me. And what I was trying to tell him is that they don't really keep track. Like, the numbers that he has there are not the complete numbers. Just like our unemployment isn't at 13%, it's way, way higher than that. So, I was trying to explain that to him, but no, the numbers are right. It's Washington Post. See, the Washington Post is left. So, they are accurate, right? They're on your team. So, and I was trying to tell him, no, they're not on my team, man. None of the mainstream media is on my team. Why do you think I'm called MSM check, right? Like, am I a friend of the media? No. I know the media lies. I know the media is the 1% live stream. They tell people what they want people to hear. They use weaponized propaganda. They lie. There are some truths in there, which is what people latch onto, is those truths. Because the truths are always self-evident, right? Just like I was talking about with this scientific description of what's going on in these people's heads. I just know it's true. I mean, example after example of my life, I can see how it applies, and that's the thing with truth. The truth is self-evident. You don't need numbers from the perpetrators to prove something or not. The perpetrators are not going to tell you what they are doing. They're going to minimize it. They're going to not count. They're going to put out fake numbers. They don't count. I mean, it's been proven time and time again. The Department of Justice, when they investigated Portland and everywhere else during the first Ferguson, it was found out that they don't count. They still don't count. The citizen oversight committees that were supposed to occur, that the Department of Justice ordered for every police department, including Portland, didn't happen. They did happen in Portland. They formed a citizen oversight committee for the police, but they completely castrated it and made it powerless, so nobody was involved with it anymore. It lasted several months, that's it, or whatever. I don't even know how long it lasted. It wasn't very long. Teresa Rayford of Don't Shoot PDX was behind a lot of that. And she worked a long time to try and make something happen through something that was ordered by the Department of Justice, and nothing happened. The police still have the same unaccountability they had before. And they've even reversed the whole body cam stuff. They were required to wear body cams, and now they're not required anymore. So not only did things not improve, they regressed. So, the perpetrators are not going to change. The guilty party is not going to admit their crimes. Okay? If they admitted their crimes, the American people would be up in arms over the whole thing. I mean, it's basic logic that these people miss. I'm going to trust the fox in the hen house. No, you don't trust the fox in the hen house. Okay? You're getting your facts from the fox, and they're not accurate, dude. That is not proof of anything. The only proof that I see in regards to this guy is he does not know what it's like to be black. He says he grew up poor. He says he knows what it's like to grow up poor, and he pulled himself up by his bootstraps, and now he's fine and living in Florida, and he retired from firefighting because he has his own business. So he broke out of poverty, and he thinks everybody else should and can do that because he did. And who knows what his circumstances are, right? Maybe he got a bunch of money from his family to start his business. Who knows? Who knows what happened or how he did it, or maybe he did it legitimately. But the thing is, not many people can. It's very hard, especially if you're black. And if he was black and went from that poor situation, would he be where he is today? I don't know. I'm kind of having my doubts because this guy doesn't seem very smart. So it seems like he got some breaks there somewhere to me. So yeah, we'll continue on here.
These are facts that the media doesn't push. They push a false agenda. Or they push the fact that there are 14 that were killed, but they don't mention that there was nearly double that killed by of white people. It's tragic. It's sad. We have too many people that die. 2 weeks ago, there was a 25-year-old woman that was shot by a police officer. She was unarmed, did not have a history of carrying a weapon. She was coming home from her job at a convenience store. She was a 25-year-old white woman shot in the car by a police officer with no body cam. The reason why he shot and killed her is because she said she had a gun, according to him. JMB said a sheriff's deputy shot 2 hours ago in Crossville, Tennessee. me see if I can find the news article.
And to discuss what he just said there too, really quickly. So he just said that there's a bunch of white people, including somebody that says they have a gun. He's a very firm Second Amendment person. So if he knows there's a problem, he says he knows there's a problem. He says that too many people are dying by police. You would think, I mean, just regular logic, right? A normal functioning human mind that is reasonable and doesn't have this Trump MAGA mind. You know, they would go, oh my gosh, I really believe this is a problem too. All these people are out there protesting that problem. They're my allies, right? No, it's not about allies at all. It should be about allies, right? So if these protesters, say the police were people from China, like you said, blame China about the Washington Post, they own it. There are these people from China and they're killing Americans. They kill 1,000. Let's just say his number's right. It's way low, but let's say they murder 1,000 people in America, white, black, Asian, everybody else, whatever percentages those fall. You got 1,000 people dead. 400, almost half of them are white, according to this guy's fake numbers. You would think that if people were out in the streets protesting China, this guy would hop right in. I mean, it would not be a question. Absolutely no doubt in my mind that this guy would jump into that situation as an ally. It gets more questionable if that protest movement against China would be led by a black person or a Hispanic person or an Asian person or a Native American or indigenous of any kind person. You know, I have my doubts if he'd jump in the movement even then against China. But when it's the police, because that's his bros, that's his bros, that whole logic of, yeah, this is a real issue. I agree it's an issue, but I'm going to attack the people protesting it because, you know, that's smart. That really accomplishes my goals to attack a protest of something I actually believe in. I mean, that's how far out there these people are. It's so dangerous. It is an actual mental illness that can't be corrected with talk. I mean, maybe therapy of years and years and years can turn this stuff around. Maybe if they knew the mechanics of what's happening in their brain, like I want to show and discuss for 3 hours, maybe if they knew that, they could change. I mean, it's possible. It's probably the best shot they got, in my opinion. Medication isn't going to solve it. It's just going to make them more unstable and probably unhealthy. So yeah, anyway.
Yeah, a Cumberland County Sheriff's deputy. Oh, this just disappeared on me. Hold on. This.
Yeah, I saw. Somebody, grandma, I can't, doing all this stuff.
Yeah, someone, James. I will look up an article on that too. So in Crossville, Tennessee, a Cumberland County deputy was shot at approximately 7:07 tonight, or Saturday, today, after responding to a call regarding a suspicious person at 8800 block of Chestnut Hill Road, according to a press release. The deputy exchanged gunfire with the unnamed suspect and was wounded in the upper right thigh before being airlifted to Lifestar UT Medical Center. The suspect barricaded in a vehicle in the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office and Crossville Police SWAT, along with crisis negotiators, Cumberland County EMS, and Cumberland County Fire responded to the scene. negotiators made numerous attempts to contact the shipper. SWAT deployed chemical weapons after no success and advanced to the vehicle to arrest the suspect, but discovered he was gone. So the officer didn't die. The officer was shot, but he wasn't killed. And I agree. I think this is going to escalate if nothing's done. Unfortunately, 2 were shot in Louisville today. And I'll look up, what was the other one? Walmart Distribution Center? There was also a shooting yesterday at the Bunomatic warehouse.
So I notice here that what he is just responding to there is this comment in his chat that says this will escalate until militias have had enough. They will counter protest, and it will not be a pretty picture for BLM and Antifa. Better trained and armed. So that sounds like a threat to me. That sounds like a threat of violence. It's really amazing how important these people think they are. And yeah, wow. This will escalate until militias have had enough. Okay, here we go.
In Springfield, Illinois, I think 5 people were shot, 3 killed. At least 2 people are dead and 4 others are injured in a shooting at a Walmart distribution center in Red Bluff, California. Isn't that where that big fire was the other day? According to the manager of media relations for the hospital, shooting took place around 3 o'clock today. A car had rammed into the distribution center, which started a fire. The fire wasn't significant. An unidentified man was shot on scene and taken to the hospital. He said it's not clear whether law enforcement shot the suspect. There was an active shooter. He was shot. Last I heard, he was on his way to the hospital. They received a total of 6 patients. Two have passed and 4 are in fair condition. It's a pretty poorly written article because it doesn't read well. But it's tragic. This keeps happening. Happens all over the place. I mean, that's 3. And that's not, I mean, even the officer involved shooting. I mean, those happen almost every day too. But now we have 2 mass shootings. And to be honest, I include the shooting in Louisville tonight at their autonomous zone. I consider that a mass shooting because more than 1 person was shot. Good. They told you to leave. Why did it take so long?
Okay, wait a second.
Hey, why are you doing this? I know you told us to leave and we don't listen, but why are you going to arrest us? Doesn't make any sense.
Come on, they throw it around the side. What are we gonna do?
What are we gonna do? In Louisville, no, it was one incident. The one that we were showing the live feed earlier for. There's several gunmen, but one incident. Faith Barcelo Thompson said, my sons work in distribution centers. I'm wondering if there's going to be a trend.
Okay, look, you gotta.
I don't think there's going to be a trend. I think we're going to have a worse trend going on with COVID because you know what Walmart's policy is if one of their employees tests positive for COVID? I just learned this yesterday. They shut down the entire warehouse for 2 weeks. Hold on. Someone said Austin is going.
That's why they making sure we can't get out there. They got a okay, what's up? This is the way out. What y'all doing? Do we know who we are? We over there. Shit. Okay.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Hey, wait.
I told you, it's just got to be the weekend. The weekend's where it all goes nuts. I'm going to replace. Of course, they're moving. They told you to leave. You didn't leave. It's going. There's something happening in every single feed I have on right now. It's people in. Oh wait, that's this feed. That's why. I'm going to replace Richmond for a second because Richmond's. Like, this is the same lady that was being super tough a second ago, yelling back up, back up, back up. Remember that. I think it's very important that everyone remember that all the same people that are panicking right now, a few seconds ago, were talking about how tough they are. They force the police to go back.
Wait a minute. Wait.
No, dude, they weren't talking about how tough they were and now they're being weak. They were talking about how terrible the police are and now the police are acting on exactly what they were talking about. That's the real scenario. It's not that they're trying to be tough. It's that they're calling out police violence and asserting their rights. The police then use violence to attack the people. That is the issue. It's not that they're being tough and now they're wimping out like your mentality. It is that they are asserting their rights and their rights are being violently trampled on.
Austin police are moving in on horseback.
I think they want me to move.
It's going. it's going nuts right now.
I can't see him. You know, you see him? You see him? Goddamn. And they right in the fucking front. Now we told them, come on.
Look, the horse is right on it right now.
You okay, Morgan?
I guess they're media, so they got lucky. Oh my goodness.
What's up? Yeah. The fuck they walking up on it?
They told you to leave. Like, why don't people understand common sense?
The common sense of the First Amendment that says we have the right to assemble and speak out against our government, and that no city code or police department that feels like they don't need to hear it anymore does not have the right to violently respond to said protest. And if, using your own logic that you guys spew all the time on social media and every chance you can get, Fox News and whatever, that if your First Amendment right is trampled, like on Twitter and stuff, that you have the right to use guns. Well, you keep getting trampled on Twitter, you're not using guns. You're seeing people get their First Amendment right trampled on the live stream here, and you cheerlead the people who are trampling. So what that says to me is that you're a bunch of hypocritical, spineless cowards who have nothing else to say but to incorrectly invalidate people's constitutional rights in support of those who oppress them.
Get in the street, they get on the side. So it's like a cat and mouse game.
Good catch, Zog. I actually am not paying attention to the chat, which I should be, but I can't do it right now. So thank you for that. Let's see, Bruce. Yeah, let's see. He's a mod too. Not surprising. Yeah, why not? Let's report him. Child abuse. Kid probably spanks his kids. All right. Thank you very much, Zaga.
We are live, and wherever this is, I think I forgot where this is, to be honest. But there we are. And then also, this is Austin, Texas. We're live in Austin, Texas. And then we also have live views from Chop. And then this is, it is going off everywhere. Okay. Anyway. Wait, how do I, sorry, I couldn't turn off the music. All right, let me put this one back on. I said it was like you were watching live PD for a second, right? And now, I swear, if she starts cheering, we got a problem. Look at this. They were all just freaking out like a bunch of crybabies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The governor said don't mess with Texas.
Right.
Oh, I want to hear what she has to say now. I don't get it. We just all heard. We all heard them all freaking out completely because this was going on. So dumb, dude. So dumb. So
but
dumb.
I forgot it already.
And this is Austin, Texas,
So
where the
here's
police on horseback
sorry,
just walked by these people.
Is that okay that I just posted that? Okay. Yeah, they got her.
So Austin, Texas looks pretty mellow. So I guess we'll just stay on this one for right now. But I don't know why they keep going.
They gonna do them.
I don't know why. I think they're doing it because people leave. So people run away.
It's their first time. I don't did this shit at first.
No, no, they didn't. Unless there was another shooting. But there was one shooting in the autonomous zone, or what I believe they are calling the autonomous zone. In Louisville, but that was not police. That was not a police shooting. That was people, protesters that opened fire on each other.
Ooh, what happened? What just blew a bottle? What happened?
Smacked him in the dome.
Damn. Okay, let's just go. Oh, they coming. They coming to get him. What are you? Let's go. They coming to get him. They grabbing him.
Well, if y'all want to see the video of my encounter with the horse,
they coming to the gate. Go back. Let's go.
Freaking cowards, bro. Like,
hey.
she did. She bolted. That's what you do. You talk a big game, and when the police come close, you run like hell. She's all out of breath, too. She sounds like a bigger one that doesn't run much. So stupid, dude. I just don't understand it.
Hey, y'all ready? I ain't never ready. Okay, let's go. Come on, let's go.
She's all out of breath. You hear her? She's all out of breath.
This shit is crazy.
I've got Austin on. Nothing's going on in Austin. This is Austin. Someone keeps saying Austin. This is Austin here. They're just rapping or whatever they're doing. I'll keep watching, but
Right, and then also then that. Nothing happened. Yeah.
Faith, you're right. It is pretty bad when Bill Maher is the only safe one on the left. Yeah.
I just heard run. Nigga, when I hear ring,
Right.
Some habits. You got.
I have wipes.
See, he got pepper sprayed and he can't handle it. Again, why go to a protest, act up, and then get pissed off that you got pepper sprayed?
Hold on, why are they looking over there?
Who wants gloves? Anyone need gloves?
No, where's the?
I just gave your mom the wipes.
Let's just analyze that last comment. What a bunch of wimps. Why do you go to a protest and act up and then get pepper sprayed and cry about it? Like, okay. So first off, calling these people wimps and scared when the police are chasing you to beat you down and spray you and violently arrest you and actually injure you. That's a normal human response. Pretty much everybody does that. And I would bet $1 million that this guy in that same situation would be doing the same exact thing, especially if he was a victim of police violence prior to being there, like it's his second time. So his comments are just beyond ignorant. They are beyond ignorant, and they are a shining example of what the Trump MAGA mind is, where they know they're right. What they think is absolute fact, even though it has nothing to do with facts whatsoever. They are brave and courageous until they actually have to be brave and courageous. And they're okay with tyranny. I mean, bottom line, they are okay with tyranny. All these other fellow American citizens deserve it because they quote unquote acted up at a protest, and they should somehow magically know that by showing up to a protest that the police are going to be violent to them. Now, that is becoming more of the case, that more and more people know that that's what's going to happen because they continue to do it, and people are actually learning that reality right now, which is really great because a lot of people haven't known that reality before, and this movement is really shining a light on that, which I am very thankful for. It's about time videos like this, or not this, well, actually, yeah, this, because the police were rushing them and they were fleeing for their lives, literally in some cases. There's been so much of it for the past 10 years. It's all over YouTube, live stream, Ustream, Twitch, everywhere. I mean, just constant police violence and abuses. And especially against protests too. You have all the regular daily stuff, but you have lots of videos of the violence against the protesters, especially even during this movement. There's more of it than ever before because there's more people catching it. They're streaming it and catching it, whereas there's very little streamers before in the beginning of the past decade. So Yeah, this guy, you know, and one of the main components of the Trump MAGA mind is that everything that they are saying about others is actually what they think about themselves. Okay, this comes within their own mind. I used to call it projection, and because that's what I saw. I saw them saying all this stuff, but then when push comes to shove and they're in that situation, they're doing all those same things. We saw it with the Andy possible shooter guy. He thinks the protesters should be gassed for being in the streets, but he's in the streets and it's fine. And he actually even thinks that if he's in the streets with the protesters and the police happen to gas him, that's perfectly fine too. He wouldn't hold it against the police, and so he comes prepared with a gas mask because he just expects it as a normal thing to happen. And so, it's okay that he's in the streets. Police should gas the protesters, but he's going to prepare himself so he doesn't actually feel the consequences of that gassing. And then everything's all right in his mind.
Oh no. Excuse me.
This is so stupid.
What are you doing?
Okay, those people are screaming, what are they doing? Because the cops here were throwing punches. Did you see that? I'm going to zoom in on that here. God, I really got to wrap up. I'm trying to multitask a little bit here just to wrap something up, and then I can pay full attention to everything here. And I'm able to pay more because I'm almost done with that, but let's zoom in on this and rewind it a little bit. The dude's like literally laughing about it. He thinks it's great. Somebody's getting brutalized by the police. Let's see here. Hold on. What's going on here? There we go. All right, let's back it up. Wait, where are we at? 208. This should be good.
Where's the? I just gave your mom the wipes. Oh no. Excuse me.
This is so stupid.
What are you doing? I'm not backing up when one of your officers is punching people. He's punching people. He is punching people. If you won't do something about it, I am definitely standing here recording.
You're beating the shit out of me.
You better bet that I'm streaming this to honor.
Something very important here. I just want to point this out. So I'm sure you saw the punches thrown there. If you didn't, just rewind it. You can see the punches clearly being thrown. They look like they're being thrown to the face. So when the streamer's getting vocal about it and saying, what the hell's going on? If you guys don't do something, I'm going to do something. I'm recording it. Guess what's happening there? Did you see what's happening? All of the police that were standing by, as a matter of policy and tactics, build a line in front of her. What does that do? It blocks her view. So the police not only commit the violence, they have 4 people on him or whatever. There's definitely at least 3. One of them's punching them in the face. They're completely not moving as the police are on them, and the punches are flying. So, and then the other cops come and block off the view, and people are screaming, "What the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing?" And everybody's screaming, everybody sees it. The police are being violent and illegal. And so what happens? Do all the other police that are standing around, do they go pull that officer off and put cuffs on them? No, they do not. What do they do instead? They go get their bike police, the captain there, whoever's in charge, tells all his quote-unquote good cops to go block the streamer. The one person that's being very vocal, saying, "What the hell's going on? Why are you doing this? And if you're not going to do something, I'm filming it," they get blocked. So you tell me how all cops aren't bastards. That it's just a few cops. So this is one PD, Louisville, Mitch McConnell's territory. You have one PD here, one incident doing this tactic of blocking the media from showing their illegal behavior. And you could say, "Oh, it's just this police department. It's just this one cop." Guess what? That stuff happens everywhere. Okay? So you can't say that it's just a few cops. There's too much video evidence out there for you to be able to even remotely claim that all this stuff is just a few cops. It's policy. Right there. Tactics. Exposed. The tactics are exposed right here in this incident, that all the quote-unquote good cops are helping the bad cops cover up their crimes. Are they doing anything about it? Are they jumping in to save this poor citizen from they're supposed to protect and serve, right? Are they protecting and serving the citizen on the ground getting fist to the face? Riot gear, gloved fist to the face? No, they are not. And it's reprehensible.
I got an easy way to dispose them. Get blanks and shoot in the air. How fast do you think they would run?
Right there, the sword. Get his name and badge. Get his name and badge.
You can't fight the police, okay? Let me make that. There's 301 people watching this right now. I think probably the majority of you know that already. You are never, under any circumstances, if an officer goes to arrest you, you are not allowed to fight them under any circumstances.
Every single one of you bitch ass niggas. That's not helping. You motherfuckers that want to.
I need badge numbers, please. Sorry?
I don't know who the officer is, but they'll be on the arrest affidavit. That's how everything will be on there.
Well, how am I going to find the arrest
It's public information. Once it's uploaded, the report gets uploaded, you can always request that report.
By what time it is right now?
It takes at least 48 hours.
But how will I look it up?
What?
How will I look it up?
Do your.
You have to just go online.
See, that's a nice police officer telling her how to do her job.
All right, let's unpack this one. See there's a good police officer. He's telling her how to do her job. She is a citizen streamer witnessing police violence and brutality. She wants a badge number. since these police officers are not arresting the perpetrating police officer, instead they're blocking the illegal behavior and being complicit in the brutality. Instead of doing that, she realizes that that's not being done, and she wants a badge number for some accountability. When the complicit, quote unquote, good cops are being asked for a badge number, they should be assisting the citizen and complying to what the citizen is asking and giving the citizen the accurate information. They're public servants. They're not doing anything about the crime. A citizen witnessed the crime, and it is their duty as police officers to provide that information. Instead of providing that information, they gave her some BS, just look it up, in the public disclosure. And she's asking, how would I know who it is? Do I go off the time? I mean, is it based on the time? Like, she's asking all these questions to try and find out what this officer's badge number is. And she's not getting the answer, nor is she ever going to find out, because they are all covering up the crime. Okay? So you can't tell me there's good cops out there when all the cops here are covering up for the crime.
And that white man is going in 3 weeks. Everybody knows it. City council.
I have an interest in everyone helping him, even if I don't know him. But I don't know him to look the
And thank you everyone who has shared this live stream on Twitter. That's pretty awesome. I get all the retweets after in the comments. I appreciate that.
Wow, and look how complicit these Louisville, Kentucky fuckers are, bringing in their horses to do a frickin' circling the wagons around the perpetrating police to further obscure the live stream even farther than the bike and riot line is obscuring it. And it's almost even over anyway. They're a little bit late. But yeah, I mean, it just goes to show you that not only, the bike and the riot line was brought in to cover up the crimes of the perpetrating officer, but the horses were called in too, and they complied.
I understand that. Then can you please give me the...
This is Austin, Texas here that we're watching now. This is Austin, Texas.
All right, he switched to Austin, Texas, not Kentucky, so it's not Mitch McConnell's place. It's Austin.
I'm sorry. I'm very upset by seeing, and y'all are like yelling at
It's a really nice police officer.
No, thank you. Ow, Linda, ow. I'm sorry. I have a cracked rib.
She doesn't have a cracked rib. We just heard how much she was yelling and screaming and shrieking. You can't do that if you have a cracked rib. I've had cracked ribs. I dropped 245 pounds on my chest when I first started working out from full extension. That cracked my ribs, several of them, and my sternum. Michelle said she doesn't know about the internet. Nope, she clearly doesn't.
Thank you.
You can't fight the police, guys. You can't, like, common sense. Oh my gosh.
Hey, who's the sergeant over here, man? On y'all bike?
And bro.
Who's the sergeant on y'all bikes, man? Who's in command?
Nelly. Look.
Get this real quick. Let me see. Tsunami 8226.
Hey, I think I have to go take Brandon. He got maced.
Oh, the guy got maced and he can't handle it? Why are you at a violent protest then? Like, come on, dude.
Okay, the violence that's happening is from the police, which is not supposed to happen. So why is the streamer lying to everybody about what type of protest it is and making fun of people who are showing up to protest to exercise their constitutional rights and are punched in the face by police on the ground, and he thinks it's all funny and these people are all ridiculous. It's a mental health issue, people, and it endangers us all. This is literally, so it's gone from speech and attacks through verbal abuse of the protests over the past 10 years, where there has been some physical stuff happening here and there, to outright full-on physical stuff happening everywhere, and it's growing and it's ongoing and it still continues to grow. There's more and more events happening with more frequency. You have Karen and Ken, that came out. He came out with his assault rifle, and she came out with a pistol to a protest marching past their home, and they're pointing the guns at the protest. I don't know if you saw that, Zaga. But I mean, it's just more and more and more, and it's going to be more as these people whip up their verbal abuses into frenzies, and the militia, quote unquote, gets tired of the protests. There's going to be a lot more shooting. There's going to be a lot more assaults. More violence all around. I mean, it's literally descending into a civil war. That is what is happening right now. We are at the beginnings of a civil war, and one of two things is going to happen here. It's either going to keep escalating with the violence like it has, and then the protests and supporters of the protests are going to start retaliating with violence, which is further going to escalate things into a possible civil war, or we're going to start turning this thing around. And, for all the people that keep talking about how things need to be peaceful, and when it's not peaceful, you belong in jail, well, they seem to be the ones that are not peaceful, along with the police. So it's the police that have been violent, and it's all over YouTube. And what have they produced? What sort of video have they produced where somebody's punching a cop on the ground in the face, or somebody's shooting and killing a police officer that was a protester? Somebody in the protest carrying a sign pulled out a gun and shot a police officer. Where's that video evidence? Because they have video on all. I mean, they are surveilling protests like no other. So with all those thousands of people everywhere across the nation, and all those thousands of police cameras and security cameras and surveillance and helicopter and spy plane surveillance of the protest, where is all their evidence of the police actually becoming severely injured and killed? Where is it? I don't see that all over YouTube. I don't even hear anything about it. I mean, Portland tried to prove how the protest is being violent with their stupid pig stream, and there's nothing in it. I mean, there's water bottles landing 10 feet in front of the riot line. That's what they were worried about. Plastic water bottles. There were a few glass ones. Some people threw some glass water bottles. It's kind of expensive to buy that kind of water, but whatever. I mean, but it wasn't landing. It didn't injure any police. I mean, they said a couple of police were injured throughout this whole entire protest. little minor injuries that, you know, a scratch here, a scratch there, or whatever, while they're wearing riot gear. I don't know how that happens, but that's what they said happened. But there's nothing. I mean, and with all the surveillance, you'd think they get the perp. They don't. I mean, they don't have crimes here. They don't have anything that would stick in court. But yet, all these douche Trump MAGA mind people, in their minds, every single protester is a violent thug Antifa. So that's going to escalate. And that key component right there, which is also confirmed and exacerbated by Trump, who says the same things, and William Barr, the head of the justice system, that says the same things, reaffirms their false beliefs and escalates things even more. Not true. What's not true? Let's see here. Let me read this. I didn't get this. They would kill themselves if they had the revolution that they are, in fact, describing themselves. Obscurus, not true. Yeah, sorry. I mean, there's a delay in the stream. I don't know what you're saying. Not true too, but those are my thoughts. And yeah, it's just this escalation of things is really starting to worry me, because we are descending into actual chaos with this stuff, which, you know, I'm sure that's part of the plan. You know, the pandemic has created an opportunity for corporations to lay off everybody, all the workers they wanted to get rid of before, but didn't want to be the company to lay off most of their workforces. For the robots, AI, and apps have used the pandemic to do so, and companies are continuing to do so. More will have to do so, and more businesses are going to fold because they're just not able to make the kind of money that they were before, because most of America is completely broke, and the choices that they're making with their money have completely changed from several months ago. And so it's just a domino effect that's going to keep descending and descending. And with all this Trump MAGA mind versus, regular thinking, feeling, emotional people who don't have this problem in the brain, as even those people, the protesters, get more desperate from not having jobs and not being able to put food on the table, and they're evicted from their apartments and foreclosed on in their homes, and they're ending up on the streets. Things are going to start, the chaos is really going to get nasty, and we're in for some very, very dark times unless we can, get the word out there and stop this shit, because it's seriously, I mean, you can see it all happening. It's fast too. All this stuff is happening really, really fast. I mean, we're talking, we may not even have a country by the time the elections start, the way things are going. I mean, it's going that fast. At any moment, things can erupt into total chaos. At any moment. I mean, the match has been lit and the tinder is near and it's ready to ignite at any time. Any event. George Floyd, that's a perfect example. Of all the police shootings that have happened, of all the different things that people get pissed off about to be in the streets the way that they have been for the past month, nobody would have guessed it's George Floyd, right? I mean, nobody had a clue. Michael Brown, nobody would have known it was Michael Brown to set off Ferguson. I mean, there's been so many deaths in between those two, right? That any of this stuff could have popped off, but it popped off with George Floyd. The same thing goes for Civil War. Any one of these things that happen here, any one of these militia that shoot up a protest could spark a civil war. And a civil war with the modern weapons and the control grid and everything that's in place right now is not going to be good for any of us. We think the pandemic's bad. Wait till you see what a civil war's like in modern times. I can imagine what it is, and I still probably don't have an idea. It's probably going to be a lot worse. We don't want to go there, folks. We got to stop this shit.
Dude. Jason Halberg on Facebook said, just make the protesters clean up after the horses. I don't understand the rationale of going to a protest and then crying when they take actions after they tell you to leave. Jed says, poor Brandon.
I don't know. I know Jay got arrested, and Sam.
I need to see your supervisor. I would like to file a formal complaint.
Sam, who has straight reddish, but really not red. Who am I kidding? Hair. And is here a lot. And was dating Adam for a little while. He got arrested. Hey, did Shay get arrested?
I would like to file a formal complaint.
Sam, who has straight reddish, but really not red. Who am I kidding? Hair. And is here a lot. And was dating Adam for a little while. He got arrested. Hey, did Shay get arrested?
No.
Who got arrested?
No. Trucker D, they are not smart at all. They're kids. You can tell by her voice. She's probably on summer break from school because they canceled it because of COVID, and she has nothing to do. And so she's out here protesting, being an advocate for social justice, doing all that. And then the police say, okay, it's time to go home. And they're like, you can't tell us what to do. And they're like, well, we are the cops. And they're like, no. And they're like, yeah. And we're like, no. And then they're like, and start crying and jumping up and down. And then they do that when they get tased and paintballed or maced or whatever you want to call it too. I don't understand it. I can't make sense of it. I really want to. I want to make sense of it. Because let me show you here. This is DC right now. And over to the right-hand side of the screen, there's a white shirt. So a captain or a lieutenant or something with the police department. He's out in the middle of the crowd. They're being peaceful. This section right here in front of the church, this is right in front of the White House. This has been violent in the past. We've all seen it. The police I've been watching this feed for a while now. Police are starting to come very close, but this is still ultimately kind of peaceful. And it's got no shirt, dudes with long hair. And it's all fun and peaceful, but then you have these people who cry when they act up and then get tased, or not. They're not even getting tased; they're getting pepper sprayed, or people go to fight the police and then they get the crap kicked out of them because you can't fight the police.
People watching on Woke, do you want to explain what's happened tonight?
Yeah, let's hear this bullshit.
Well, it's all a blur. I don't even know what's happened anymore.
That's the drugs.
What we just came back from right now is they just arrested two girls and a guy that was just walking across the street. They was doing nothing. They weren't on the whole highway or nothing, and they were just chilling. And so they went to jail because they were alone. So they're trying to single out the protesters that are just chilling, and they're getting them and they're messing. And they did it to two brothers earlier.
Two brothers?
Brown skin, yes. When I say brothers, I mean brown skin men.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant siblings.
Brown skin men.
I'm sorry.
Brown skin men. I don't use black because
Jay.
We're not black. We're actually brown.
Yeah. And so, I know Jay got arrested, and
Jay
I don't know.
got arrested, and there's another brother earlier. I don't know his name. He had a small afro. And they arrested him probably 2 hours before that, walking by himself, and they ganged up on him. And they got two Caucasian girls over there and a Caucasian guy that was walking by themselves over there. So they're waiting till people disperse, and then they attack with gangs.
Which is definitely when people are peaceful. Like, you can't say.
We're just taking people's rights away.
Yeah, for sure.
People's rights are being violated. That's exactly what's happening right now. So we're trying to get the group to stay together.
Again, it's a crime to fight with the police.
Yeah.
So you lose the rights when you fight with the police, right? And
you got to watch out who's on your side and who's not. We don't know who's on what side. Like this guy behind you, I don't trust him.
I know you don't.
He's popping up everywhere at the wrong times at the right places, and it's the weirdest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Well,
that shit fucked up, man. That shit fucked
did
up.
you get?
He literally put his knee in his fucking neck.
I ran up there to try to get it, and I definitely got videos of him punching.
7226. But at this point, what fucking point does it make of just getting a name of action?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to.
it doesn't. So go home, sleep it off.
Getting video on them doing fucked up shit. We just got the video with video. That's all we can do. We keep getting sociopaths. The sociopaths and sociopath behavior. They can't retrain. They can't step back.
Oh
Eventually,
man.
it's like a bully. The bully will keep going. You keep picking.
All right, so let me go through what we got going on here. So this is Austin, Texas, and then we have. I got to find a new feed. This is the fluorescent that ended. And then we have
be home having a beer somewhere.
Yeah, this is Austin, Texas. No, where is this one? Aurora, Colorado.
And you gonna know who the fuck is holding that stick like they want to smack the shit out. But this dude right here, we got John Scary, right? Is that right? Did I say it right? Okay. I gotta respect it. I see you out here with that stature. He tight. Ain't nothing wrong with him though. But I am afraid of you coming to my house. I am thinking that.
Thank you very much.
Say something to you. But when I say something
Crack
to you,
me up. Best entertainment in weeks.
Thank you, buddy.
to combat with you, it feels like, yeah, I'm not gonna back down to you. Not gonna back. So I am.
So I got your supervisor. Hey, can we get our water and our supplies back?
To the line, sir.
Huh?
Please move back to the line.
I was looking for a supervisor. You supervisor?
I'm the supervisor. I want you to move back to the line.
See that table over there? With all
Get your face or your hand out of my face.
Oh.
Please move back to the line. I can still talk to you from one step back.
I did. I just stepped.
Hold on, bro. Come on, we gonna step.
Oh, I'm sorry,
bro. If he wanted, we getting all of the visuals, bro.
Okay.
No, don't step in the mix.
I'm on the sidewalk.
No,
I'm a
you want
journalist.
this way,
I have a constitutional authority.
You don't.
Why?
No,
This guy's asking me to follow him.
Yeah, he's breaking my whole thing down right now. So
Okay.
he's got to make sure. But we gonna make sure they straight.
He says he's a journalist, but remember he was just asking for the protesters' supplies back. Remember?
These are our officers.
Yeah, and they're on our sidewalk.
Oh, we working down. No, it's coming on these. That's where it comes from. That's where it is. I'm gonna be a bigger person because I'm in a different state. But I'm looking at him. I don't see his name tag. I don't know who you are. So no, I don't know. No, that's one thing I didn't see. You don't have a name tag?
Listen to what he's saying, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like every officer has answered the question. Do you not have a name tag, sir?
Yeah, so it's pretty crazy how he keeps saying that people aren't journalists because they're protesters. So it's it's so funny. So like Fox News, right? They really believe in Fox News, all these Trump MAGA minds. And Fox News is very, very, very biased on their protests and their movement, stuff like that. That's okay, right? So they're very biased in this particular ideology. And the protests aren't even really an ideology, really. They are a response to a wrongdoing. They're a response to a broken system. It's not an ideology. It's not Republican. It's not religion. It's not any of these other things, right? And Fox News is all about the political. They're all in the Republicans' pockets and vice versa, all that kind of stuff. They're all the same team in the politics region. So one could argue that the protests are politics, and a lot of times in the past they have been. But this, I think, is quite a bit different because everybody is responding to systemic abuses. And that isn't really politics. That's more reality infringement. It's life infringement. It affects everybody's life and is a base component of the politics system that is malfunction. So it doesn't matter what political party you're in, it's all broken, right? That's why Democrats and Republicans are both ineffective in protecting and serving people. So, but it's just really, this is that Trump MAGA mind, right? Where, Fox News can be super biased and I'm going to believe everything that they say, and they are journalists, right? Because they're on my team and their ideology fits my ideology, their opinions fit my opinions. But when there's a streamer out there who's a protester too, which most streamers are, I mean, literally, we have redefined media to, all media is biased anyway. The fact that it isn't is a lie. They say there's no bias in media. Of course there's bias. There's bias in every media. And in the current mainstream media, there's bias in the advertisers, right? So if you say something off your advertisers' messages, your advertisers are going to stop giving you money. And then, so you're not going to do those things. So media is actually untruthful that way. Well, what this is this is absolute truth media, right? Whether you agree with it or not, it is a truth for the people who are participating in the protest. And also the media of that protest fully agrees with the opinions and the ideas of the protest. So it's a normal thing. It's not mutually exclusive to be media and to, there's no rule out there, there's no law out there in the world that says to be media, you have to be unbiased. If that existed, every single mainstream news organization in the United States and probably everywhere else would be shut down. So this guy's level of ignorance is just over the top. This dude reminds me of No Thief. I swear, and this is another proof that, this is a child of No Thieves Allowed. This dude, 10 years ago, or it wasn't that long for Ferguson, but No Thief started 10 years ago with Occupy. He really latched on to me. He could have been in there, but I know at least with Ferguson, he seems to have been. So Ferguson 6 years ago or so, right? So 6 years later, we have the birth of No Thieves Allowed Jr. here, who was a bit younger at the time and a lot more impressionable. And I swear to God, man, this guy sounds exactly like No Thieves. It's almost a clone. If I didn't know what No Thieves Alive looked like and how he acted and how much older he'd be, I would say this is No Thieves Allowed. He's that close. And what's really scary is his whole following, which is a lot. He has a lot of people on his streams, which actually we need to check here. Is he live yet? Let's just check really quick. Oh, he is. Holy shit. All right. Well, I guess we're going to come back to this other stuff. There's still another hour and 20 minutes. Holy cow. Okay, I'm going to catch him live here, see what's going on. He still hasn't done any call-in, which is what I really wanted, but let's see what he's talking about today.
No more BLTs, yeah.
This is live.
Again, there's a couple of comments. Tish said they are violent extremists who also beat you. Not all the people do that. Do you know what I mean? Not all people are just inherently evil. Maybe, I don't know. Arnando said, depending on how he answered the question, he can refuse the sale, Steve. No, I know that. So I know we're only hearing one side, but that's why I said, I don't argue. I don't think No, I don't have the phone lines active tonight. I don't feel that ballsy to have the phone lines on. George said they do a background check every time you buy a gun. Right. I know that. Tis said they are not liberals because they do not agree with free speech. I would agree.
No call lines. Oh,
Mountain Cities, Tennessee. She wasn't through, and he didn't even do the background check yet. Yeah, I mean, we're only hearing one side of the story. So, like I say, I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt, even if it's something that's, controversial. Arnando said, if you don't have a concealed carry permit, you have to wait for the gun. I gotcha. Tish said they hijacked your party. Okay. Denise said, if someone refused to provide me service, I would take my business elsewhere. Yeah. Blackball Bouncer said, are they in a dangerous area? I see no reason, to be honest. If I owned a gun shop, I'd ask people why they want to buy a gun. Because people are dumb. They may tell you the truth. Like, oh, I got a beef with this guy from the neighborhood. Okay, well, I'm not selling you a gun. You know what I mean? Or if I want to learn how to shoot and target shoot or something. Okay. But, ask the questions. And he said, his comment was that he was a black man in America, and that's why he wanted a gun. And even though that's a controversial statement, if that's the way he feels, like I said, and with our calls the other day, who am I to judge what someone else believes? And what, it's kind of where I am. Tis said, I am serious. If they get into power, we are in trouble. Are you talking about just Democrats? Because I don't really think we have to worry about that. Hopefully. James Robert Bond said they are morphed and told to stand down. Tells you the higher nefarious powers to control this operation for him help too. Oh, I agree. There's something really weird going on. Manny said, but if he was white, no problem. Again, that's just a biased judgment. So you don't actually know. They could have had the same response if he was a white guy. You don't know because we're only hearing one side. So are we hearing a side that's probably, different or maybe not the truth? Possibly. But again, I firmly believe in giving the benefit of the doubt to people of the side we hear. I'm sure tomorrow we're going to hear it in the news. There's I'll look it up in Johnson City, like newspaper or whatever it is out there tomorrow. Josh said, Freightbrook Alive, Asian Americans started stocking up on firearms in February. Trust me, I know. I've got plenty myself, and I buy more too. Because there's certain stuff I'll talk about on the air, but this shit scares the crap out of me, dude. I'm not joking. You know what I mean? So, my making sure my family are provided. What's it?
What, you want to get hard? I like you to get hard about niggas. Take your ass across the street and shut the fuck up. Take your ass across the street. Take your ass across the street. Ain't nobody trying to talk to you. If you're talking to bullshit and they're telling you to get the fuck away, then go. I would get their ass for real. I don't backtrack that fast when you were on your ass. You can't do that. You can't just
Hey, those police that you're telling did a great job. They sat back and watched while a black woman was assaulted today and did nothing. But they're doing a great job, though, right? Yeah, sure.
Well, see, but then I say I back it, but then they start throwing out the racial stuff because that's what that guy just did. He threw a racial term out. I don't know. Just said this is so bad we are getting a bunch of us liberals together to fight these guys. You said. Have I watched the videos of cops around in Chicago last night? They were assaulted, arguing with each other, and people just screaming, total chaos. No, can you send me that video? I'll play it. Mike Rule, that's the best comment of the night right there. You're a broker. You know when someone's telling stories.
Damn, he's been live for an hour. Oh, wow.
FFL knowingly sells a gun to a person that plans to commit a crime. Yes, they're in trouble. This is in Johnson City, Tennessee. Anyone that's just now buying guns solely misread the winds and will not survive. Most saw and had their, yeah. I agree, but I'm in the belief right now that you can never have too many. Because this is sketchy as hell. I mean, this is a weird time right now. You know what I mean? And I've got my family that I care about protecting and just making sure they're good. But Nathan Eli has a good point. He said hoping for the best, but expecting the worst.
Absolutely 100% you can. Fuck them.
That's the guy that was trying to buy the gun. It looks like there may be a group of counter protesters. So it looks like these are the one protester, and then it looks like on the other side there are counter protesters. Zachary Film Army said he's actually flying home at the end of the week to protect my family. Tish said go study up on the identity politics. I mean, listen, we can all hunt for extremes, but I don't think it does anything. I think really we have to be practical and pay attention to what's going on and just really keep our head on a swivel. And that goes for all Americans. Everybody has to go for, and really just protect themselves. All right, so Joshua Andrews, give me a second and then I'll tell you. So according to what we just heard from the guy that this all happened to, him and a bunch of his buddies went into a place to buy a weapon, into a pawn shop. For whatever reason, the business owner decided not to allow them to buy the weapons. So and I guess the business owner said, we can't have this many people in here because of the COVID requirements. They didn't buy that. And they started flipping out for whatever reason. They started flipping out back and forth. And then it just continued on. It continued on. And then apparently the guy said one woman was like, they left, but a woman was locked in the store while they were calling for the police or something like that. And it went back and forth. Like this guy that's holding that yellow thing that says F cops on it. So he's a scumbag, if you ask me. But yeah. Faith said, I just got here tonight and don't know if you all talked about it. I did. Yeah. We talked about it. I think Zachary, he thinks you're military, maybe. I don't know. You can head this way, Steve, and we can protect our group here. No, I'm good. I got my family. Tish said, dear Lord, you're not. No, because I'm not a radical. I mean, that's a radical statement because you're using they and their and all that stuff. No, I think this is such a small faction of America, but the problem is they're brainwashing. It's like the woman that called the other day. The woman that called in the other day. I feel like these people, not necessarily these people, but the people that are participating in these protests, they're being brainwashed is what I really believe. The facts that are being represented to them or they're not even facts. I don't know what you'd want to call them. Horseshit, facts. They're getting presented, but they're missing the actual crucial detail that makes them relevant. So a lot of the information that these people, the people that are in these protests, they don't have the correct information.
See, he's revealing himself right here. He's revealing.
The cops cannot
truths.
leave though, because from what I just heard, if they leave, this store is going to be ruined.
He's revealing truths about himself.
Because there's a lot of people that are very pissed off. There's so many comments. It's hard to get caught up in all of them. There's no way they're all leaving. The hell? Those were weird pants. Chicago video is sent. So let me watch that and see. That was Kim. All right, so let me put this video on. Hold on a second. This was last night? Oh yeah, it was. See, we didn't even catch a live feed from last night. It must have been after hours. But let me put this one up. This was Chicago police being assaulted, I guess. It's the easiest way to say it. Oh, you know what? Hold on. The sound's going to be messed up because I forgot to minimize the other screen. Oh, come on, man. Where's this? Hold on. It's dumbasses like this guy here that are up on the screen that really just, I just love comments like this. It's so relevant. Plus, I'm keeping his name up there for you guys. So I'll keep it up there for a minute and then I'll boot him. But you guys all see his name, right? This is just another one of the scumbags that are out here pushing divisiveness. And I think it's fair for me to say that. I don't think that's wrong. Tim, I firmly believe that you're a scumbag. And with that said, you're blocked. Back to the show. Vicky, I heard that they're closing beaches, and I heard Arizona is closing a bunch of stuff down as well. This is insane, dude. This is insane.
Y'all bitches go down.
Yeah, this is Chicago from last night. Yeah, this is Chicago from last night. Last night, I am what I am. It's freaking insane, dude.
Not today. God damn it. Can't fucking forget, just so y'all know. You're doing too much. Bang your shit.
Thank you for the super chat. Freaking insane, dude. This is disgusting. It's not even insane. This is just disgusting. Whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna let this video play. I'm gonna go get Oreos. Because here's a real question that I have. When you actually sit and you look at what's going on here, and then you look at all the other protests that we've been covering every single day, again, for anyone that's just tuning in, this is Chicago from last night. I'm going to put up a label just so we're not confused. But every single protest is yelling F12 and all that stuff. They're all doing the same thing. Every single protest has that in their chant Rolodex. So wouldn't that by definition mean if you go to a protest and you support Black Lives, but you don't support this, but you're yelling F12, wouldn't that necessarily mean that you shouldn't be at that protest? Insane, dude. And then, so they fight the cops and then they twerk. Yeah, someone just sent me the screenshots of those as well, of the silver vehicle. I don't know. I mean, so they just dealt with it for a little bit, and then it's just like back to normal. They clean up the streets. I don't know. This is horrible. This is just horrible that this stuff even happens. Whatever. So this is Chaz currently. Chaz or Chop Sueyville or whatever you want to call it. As you can see, it's clearly not shut down because apparently the city of Seattle doesn't care about their residents, doesn't care about crime, doesn't care about anything. For the life of me, I can't figure out how they're. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't understand how this city is still even in operation at all. I don't know why the residents, the actual taxpayers, haven't just straight up revolted and held their own damn protests and be like, you guys need to rule the city. They lost $1 billion company, $1 billion tenant pulled out. And then this one is St. Louis. Again, or Detroit rather. This is the protest. Thank you for subscribing. This is the protest in regards to the Detroit police officer who was being assaulted and backed away to save himself, or drove through the crowd of protesters to save himself.
Green lights is referring to the green light program in Detroit, where businesses, stores, churches, gas stations have green lights displayed, which signifies that they participate in the program with the police, that they are live recording, sending a direct feed of all activities to the police headquarters at all times.
Good.
And using facial recognition, which has already been used once to wrongfully charge at least
God, dude. I don't know the company. I just know one company pulled out. All right, let me put this protest on. We'll go back to this one because I think this one could be a little bit interesting. This again is Johnson City, Texas. Warren said the police chief got an earful from a homeowner today. Was that during the live interview? Because I saw something. Like, how long are you going to let this last? But it's not up to the chief of police because the chief of police works for the mayor directly. They can't go out and do anything without the mayor's blessing, which is horrible. Tesla's threatening to leave California because of the lockdowns. They're not threatening to leave California because of protests. Trish said, you are right. $1 billion company pulled out. I live near Chop. You want to grab your camera and go walk around Chop and do a live broadcast? No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. I'm just kidding. Chief wants it to shut down. Absolutely. I saw that in the news conference. She said enough is enough. That's what she said. Straight up, she's like, enough is enough. She said this is a Black Lives protest, but we're losing Black lives here. Doesn't make any sense, which I definitely agree with. If it's a Black Lives protest, I just don't understand it. Raz from Chaz drives a Tesla. Yep, he does. The chief was adamant about it in the beginning. Is this a replay? No, this is still live, right? Are they just... where are they moving all their cop cars, though? That's what I don't understand. Oh, they're just moving them out of wherever this area is. Choptonians. I call them chop villains because they're villains. This isn't a replay. This is live, someone said. This happened today. It's live right now. Cam WB, you said I don't have to believe something, but I don't know what you're talking about because I don't see your other comment. What am I not supposed to believe? No, there's a lot of cars. There's a ton of police cars behind there. Hold on. Now you guys are confusing me. This is live. See? How come it's not saying live, though? Hold on. Now you're throwing me for a loop. Let me just refresh it and see if it's still live. Oh, you're right. It's not live anymore. Ah, crazy. There's a protest in D.C. as well. Except D.C. looks relatively peaceful, which is good so far. Or I'm sorry, not D.C. Denver. Audio is horrible. So in Denver, this is Denver protest city council meeting, I guess. So they're protesting outside of city council. If anyone has any links they want me to play, you can either put them in the chat or just message them to me. Let's see what this one is. Yeah, so this is where they blocked the road for 8 minutes and 43 seconds because that's how long George Floyd had a knee on him. And then someone else just sent me another link. It's Maxwell Mitchell. I don't know where he is, though. It doesn't say. But I will put that on. Second. keep Denver open. The St. Louis one, they're very musical there. But I don't know where this is. Let's see. Is this Louisville?
It is allowed.
Okay, so it is Louisville. St. Louis is the home of the Blues. Oh yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? That's why there's some.
Okay. Why are you blocking out the street right here? Okay. As what, like a preventative measure?
As a mind your own damn business.
Being asked this, but I'm asking you because you know your duty as a public. Okay, that's fine. So why do you have those? If we're peacefully protesting, what is that on the floor right there? I mean, because if I'm not mistaken, coronavirus is we're supposed to have face masks on, are we not? Why don't you have a face mask on? So why are you questioning me having a precaution? Are you getting agitated because I'm asking you questions? No, sir, I'm a girl, obviously. But I'm a girl. He didn't ask me anything. Okay.
I do have a question.
Can you stop interrupting me so I can finish the question and then you could do your duty as answering it? Okay. So why do you have that?
Scumbags. Scumbags. Let's just listen to this while I eat my Oreos.
Sir? Mr. Officer? Excuse me, sir?
What is the plan tonight? Is it allowing people to get out of Liberty Hour and then down 6? Cars specifically. The cars. So it's Liberty and 6th Street.
But why do you have
Of course.
I'm so confused as why y'all get that type of stuff. That's why I'm asking y'all questions. Y'all are the police. You know, I'm a civilian. I don't know the protocol. I don't know what the hell y'all do, why y'all do it. No, but I want to know why y'all bring out things that look threatening to people that aren't threatening.
Yes, Jennifer, this officer's tapping his stick.
Attitudes when somebody's asking you to clarify the things that we already think. I mean, it's your duty.
I would like to also remind you guys that in Louisville during this protest 2 days ago, a Black Lives Matter protester opened fire on the crowd of protesters. Real news. You can look it up.
But why is it that y'all get that? Why did you have to tell me that you got your helmet like I can't see it?
Will you come help me with something?
Huh?
Will you help me with something?
What's that?
I need some help something out of the car.
Okay, that's fine.
But whenever you're whenever.
Yeah, no, I have questions.
Yeah.
I want to know. That's like if I'm talking to him, he's got a bag. What time is it?
I have 11.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous.
Don't look back at them. I'm not bothering y'all. I got the same
but I
right
know
y'all
you
do.
shoot for me, and you look like you're gonna hit me with that
Your
first.
all you want to,
That's
my
the crazy
brother, but
part.
how you doing?
I know that I
Mad
can
at y'all.
literally walk
I'm
up to this
protecting
young
my
man.
black people.
You know what's crazy? I'm the same when he just rolled down your police officer partner up. So how dare you? Don't insult me. I'm not insane.
This is insane.
You're annoyed, aren't you?
Y'all make our people
You try to
scared.
make a
We
point
protect
talking
our
about be
people.
scared of him, but he just
Y'all supposed to protect and serve us. Y'all
But you
don't
got
do
a
that.
fucking stick. I don't
So
want
when
to
y'all
you up.
fail
It's
to protect and
disrespectful.
serve us,
That's condescending.
we'll protect our people.
It's not gonna help you. You already
Don't
fucked
pose no
up.
threat against us, and we'll act accordingly. We'll listen to everything y'all got to say.
But when somebody got a question, you want to be nasty, it doesn't make any
we
fucking
gonna fight
sense.
y'all how y'all try to fight us.
That's a threat. Arrest him. Arrest him. That's a threat right there. That's a threat. The guy is carrying a weapon. He's carrying a gun. I don't know where the hell he just disappeared to. Maybe I imagined that.
No, I'm not all right.
What's wrong?
Because he called me insane for not being scared of you with this gun. But I'm worried about him with his
Why
stick.
would you be scared of me? You
That's
know
the
what I'm
same
going.
fucking question that I had. So as I stated for
Why
the
would you
nice
be scared
officer,
of me?
when I stated for the nice officer,
Maxwell, why would you be scared of me, my brother?
I don't feel
he's gonna
afraid.
shoot for me before you do. That's why.
Jesus
I will
Christ.
shoot at y'all.
You went and got your stick when I was talking to
I will
your
shoot
man.
at y'all for
Those are threats. Arrest him. Oh my God, dude.
If y'all ever harm any of my people, I will use this.
I won't.
Those are threats. That's a crime.
I got a right. Make it make sense. I mean, I'm gonna have my right where I'm at. I mean, clearly, I'm gonna have my right where I'm at because I am. Because you didn't have a problem when I was in front of you, so don't have a problem now. Please take that authority and use it rightfully. Tell your mayor to arrest the cops that fucking murdered Breonna Taylor in her fucking sleep while you're tapping that goddamn stick. Motherfucker. Take that for fucking insane.
Insane,
Any of our
dude.
people out here, we will show out. Yes, we will.
Mama,
You said no, I won't.
pussy. That's
On
pussy
your
shit.
mama, I will.
Pussy shit. Niggas got sticks.
On your mama, I will.
Niggas is scared of them exercising their rights. Y'all some bitches. I know y'all.
On his mama, I will. I will die. And guess what? My family don't need to go find me to bury me. My rings on my fingers can pay for my funeral. How about that?
I believe in the Second Amendment. Absolutely. That's what you're talking about. I don't believe in people making threats while holding a firearm. And yes, I do.
You know what I'm saying? Come on now.
I don't open carry because I think open carry is for punks. I think it's a stupid thing to do.
Right to feel like that. Because
But
you don't ever belittle me.
but I don't think that anybody has any business walking up to a police officer like that and telling them they will shoot them. I don't think that that's an acceptable behavior.
I hope I made you feel better. He tried to catch you right there and he got you fucked up.
He sure did.
He just tried to catch you right there and he got you fucked up.
He's a fucking whore.
Stupid, dude.
Why you're standing there antagonizing these group of people. So because I have the right to ask you, you have the right to answer.
They're not gonna do that, bro.
But they are though.
They're not gonna do that.
According to the law, you will. If you're the law
They just
upholding
had her
citizen, you
healed
have
up
to.
down there.
But I'm not the one.
Let's go.
What the fuck? I'm not the one. Answer my question.
I've never understood open carry.
The fuck?
Bryce, PDX, come on, man. Use your freaking head, dude. It's because he threatened the police officer. We all watched it. You heard him say it too. So don't be an idiot, bro, or I'll just boot you from the channel. I firmly believe in the Second Amendment right. I'm not a fan of open carry. I think it's a pointless thing to do. I've never been a big fan of open carry. Oh, how come it doesn't say Louisville on the feed? It does say Louisville. You guys can see that. It says it right on your feed. Louisville, Kentucky is what you're watching.
You got a hit you?
No, he did not try to.
No.
Oh, all right. And you
Okay,
better
and
who you
then
with,
question
who you with.
She ain't crazy.
I was walking with him.
Myself, my friend.
You just
Just walk
Everybody else that's out here.
Some
Oh, Queen.
I mean, I went over there by myself though.
Yeah.
So
No, I'm talking
I'm
about
not
Queen.
worried about that. That's what I'm telling you. I went to ask a question because I don't want y'all.
Bro, know what type of time I'm on?
And being that I asked them why are you
I show love to my
they
people.
then wanted to be smart.
I'm not gonna
try
try to.
I'm not worried about that because if it comes toe to toe, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna have to do. But in the same token, it's like
I show love to my
watching them. You know what I'm saying? Get
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
It's unnecessary.
I fear nobody, but I show love to
I
my
just want to know
people.
why.
Hey, T. 2 minutes till 11.
They have an 11 o'clock curfew again. So technically, at that point, that guy's committing a crime. If they have a curfew and he's out past curfew, that's a crime. That's an arrestable offense. Now, if he has a weapon, well, oh god.
So it's been a while. I
I'd let him know I ain't scared of his little bitch ass.
have you been?
I've been great.
Good, good. Good to see you again, of course.
What I'm doing. It ain't enough of us out here doing this. It's the reason why my face.
Actually, you know what? Obviously, you know that Mayor Fisher was putting together these meetings with the community and whatnot, because obviously you were there. Can you tell me a little bit about how that was? What it went from your perspective?
The meetings
Crystal says open carry causes unnecessary fear. People shouldn't carry guns for show. I agree.
What's up, baby?
Technically, if they print out a press pass, they can work around the curfew, yeah. And it ticks me off. Everything I've watched tonight, everything I've heard.
Look how quick they banned me. That's really crazy. I was just asking questions. They banned me.
Look on the ground.
I'm used to it. Better than that. Like I showed you before. That helicopter, that don't even scare me. Yo, y'all gonna have to do better than that. Come on. Do you think this is funny? Fuck all y'all.
But they're 136, 37, 42, 112, year 4.
There you go, Jamie.
One big, two big.
What changed? The Brianna?
I agree. This isn't bringing anybody together.
I appreciate it.
A law you're gonna have to pass anyway.
They're just taunting the police officers, dude.
Just let them face. So people out here hurting. And they're just waiting for it.
If anyone else can find the Johnson City, Tennessee, if there's any live feeds, shoot it over to me so I could see it, because it looks like that's going to be interesting. No, I think the curfew is put back on after the shooting 2 nights ago on Saturday night.
I apologize, everyone. Hopefully we'll do it again soon. But yeah, it was a bad area to do that with all the background noise. So what I'm growing to understand is that from yesterday, and my conclusion is a thought that at 11 p.m. they're not going to rush in here and arrest everyone, it seems, but rather if people are camping out in the park, they're going to arrest them if they decide to come in. I don't know, but that's just what I'm noticing from yesterday and today. But of course, we shall see.
Go.
The crazy thing is this is in virtually every city in the United States right now. Every big city is having protests. Maybe not to the extreme.
Here comes the rain.
Good. Because the rain also, these guys like melt in the rain, so they always go home too with the protest. Someone said, why are police never prosecuted for crimes? Sometimes they are, man. I don't have the answers. Here's another bozo with a bunch of guns on him. Again, the open carry thing is just dumb. I've always thought that. I'm not a big fan of open carry. Never been a fan. And I lived in New Hampshire before they passed constitutional carry, so you could conceal carry, so it got away with the permits. But a lot of us already had permits. But as soon as they always had open carry, so you could open carry all the time, but you couldn't conceal a firearm unless you had a permit. So the majority of us that did security and all that already had a permit. But I always hated it. Like going into Walmart, you'd find some bozo. I remember seeing one guy that had 3 guns on him. He had one on each hip and one in his back. It's just stupid. It doesn't make it. It doesn't make any sense. I just don't. I know it's a law. I just don't know why people do it. It doesn't make sense. I know he's a troll. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt before I ban him. Yeah, I know it's like you can't open carry in Florida unless you can, unless you're going fishing or hunting, and then you can open carry. I did. 2 police officers are in critical condition after being ambushed by a white guy. Someone sent a video, but I'm in the wrong screen. Let me see. Oh, crap. I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, this isn't a live feed anymore, though.
Estoy cansado esta noche. Sí, sí. Necesito más duerme para mí.
Yeah, those are the old video that I was watching before.
¿Necesitas agua?
But it's funny because these people that are out here protesting, that are open carrying and you expressing their Second Amendment rights, they're likely the same people that that took offense to the people that walked into the Capitol building with weapons. The open carry when they had the lockdown. I haven't been able to find a. That's why I put it out there to see if you guys could find it. I haven't been able to find a new Johnson City one. I will keep looking though. St. Louis is still going on too. I'll put that so you guys can see it while I see if I can find a different feed. I'll keep this one open though, just in case. And then this here is Denver.
Jay, right?
They're protesting. It looks like they're blocking the street again there in Denver.
So far, about 9 people have been released. They've all come out.
You don't need the armored vehicles
over here on Liberty. Here comes the SWAT truck.
So these guys are outside of the city council, I guess.
Everyone has been released to come out of this door.
Thanks,
Go to the store here.
Also, go like,
push the
subscribe,
intercom. I don't think you're going to be able to go inside.
page.
But,
Check out their
say the
website.
name of the person you're looking for. They're going to give you a vague
They're
answer.
the ones who provide me with the press pass that
Of course.
I wear. That is sometimes a target. And
They're double talking on this feed. Oh, you know what? I think I have it open twice. Hold on. Got some other audio on right now. Which one is on? This one is still on. That's why.
As you can see, the people that stepped up discouraged violence.
Keep the trolls for bingo night lineups here.
Any touching vehicles, any throwing things.
Bruce gets all the YouTubers. I have to deal with Facebook because I don't know how to add someone to it, nor do I have the time to do it. But I agree, Jason. I think the younger generation is screwed in this country.
In full disclosure, I mean, I'm here to provide facts, provide you with information.
Yeah, but it doesn't get heated in Portland, Oregon when I this one. It doesn't get heated until super late. But yeah, I have a Portland feed. I'll put it up here in a second.
with news outlets. So we
See what
opened.
this one is.
This group has only grown in size since we got here earlier at the end of the People's City Council meeting.
There's this protest. I don't know where this one is though.
Canceled their
Hold on.
meeting.
This looks like it's Denver as well. Or Sacramento, actually, is where it is. It's a nice, peaceful protest. They're just blocking the roads and doing all that. So again, this is Louisville.
So far, from my own vantage point, all the cars, no. But
Let me get Portland on the other side here.
Was, I got pictures of most of the cars that passed by us as they were being towed, and looked up those license plates to get the price. And then next to that, raising the funds to, raise the funds. And then when that person gets out to claim their car, it's ready for them.
So yeah, I'm here at PSU 6th in College.
So
I got a question.
Portland is not very busy. Oh, this isn't a live feed.
Will you answer the question on the sidewalk? What is the plan tonight? Is it blocking off 5th and Jefferson and allowing cars to get through Liberty? What time, what we read was at 11 o'clock, there's going to be movement. What time are you giving time?
Can't hear anything.
So it is just waiting for people to leave the park. Okay. And there's no time block or whatnot? Okay. Thank you. For somebody else answering the question.
You're welcome. I'll tell him he's welcome.
And of course, I walk away for a second and everyone's running down the street.
Of course. That's the way our feeds are going tonight. Oh, he's got a stabilizer there.
What's going on?
Like riot cops just came out with a
Tear gas, rubber bullets.
Look at all the garbage strewn everywhere. Keep in mind, this was the autonomous zone of Louisville. Are those all cops? This guy's walking pretty slow. He doesn't want to go there. See, that's what they do. Everyone talks a really good game, and then as soon as the cops move in, they're done. They're out. And just so everyone remembers, right about over. Oh, my mouse isn't working. Where's my mouse? Right about over there is where the Black Lives Matter protester shot and killed the journalist 2 days ago on Saturday.
oh shit! Look at that bike.
I go get grenades.
Where'd all those cops come from? What's crazy? You know what? What's crazy is that this is Louisville. I'll put the thing back up. Sorry about that.
Wow.
Where'd they all come? Do they got them circled? Is that what they got going on?
Come on, bro.
And again, this guy, even though he says he's media, he's not, because he was talking about raising funds to get the people's cars out of the protesters who were arrested, which you're not arrested if you're peacefully protesting. So he was talking about raising funds to get those people out. So he's not a journalist. He's a protester disguised as a journalist. It's kind of like the Unicorn Riot guy. Like, I like his videos and all that, but the guy is as radical as anybody else. He was inside and cheering him on as they burnt down the precinct there in Minneapolis. James said, this media here, citizen journalism is the future. Yeah, I agree. I think it is. I mean, that's what I do, right? I started a media organization. Granted, we don't really, right now we're talking about protests, but I don't really do it. I don't do the protests that much. I've just been, well, thank God, because we don't have protests every day. We have lately, but before that we didn't. So normally I just did a 2:00 show. Even my wife today, she's like, are you really doing another show? Aren't you just going to take a break? Like, no, people need me. So, but to be honest, it's actually really helped me. I've made some money with the super chats and all the contributions and all that as well. But it's the followers on the main brand, it's helped it go up so much. I've noticed the website traffic has gone up a lot. If I could only get more viewers on the 2:00 show for the live feed, because right now I have 333 people watching across all platforms. Because I have a goal of just beating one company that's in the freight media side. That's my goal. But I do everything organically. I don't pay for advertising. I don't pay for views. I don't pay to get fancy awards. I don't do any of that stuff. For my writing. This is really happening right now.
Yes, there is.
Robert Dean said I need to hire Sergeant Stixler. Yeah, I think after being on live PD, he's too expensive. Too expensive now. I always wondered if he continued being a police officer, or he was just like using up years and years of vacation time, because he was on it all the time. Because I really like live PD, or I liked it. I liked it a lot. This little song here. We are live. I can't talk like the host guy though. But it's funny, I had to get all new shirts because 2X wasn't fitting anymore. So, and it looked like the same, because the host of Live PD always wore the smallest shirts he could possibly find. Kind of the same thing. So I kind of felt like him, except I'm probably 120 pounds more than him. Is that the guy with the gun? Oh my God. Is that the guy that had the gun? Oh, I can't rewind this. That to me looked like the protester that had the gun. Oh my God. It looked like him.
This dude got shot right here at this corner.
We surround the whole fucking front. That was our mistake. We should have done that from the get-go.
Somebody's got to get to her. Somebody get to her. Yeah, somebody. Oh, she's good.
You want me to hold that for you?
No, she's good.
Apparently you're not allowed to be black. Don't be black.
I think they arrested the guy. I think they arrested the guy that had the gun. That looked like him. It only showed it for a second, but it looked like him. Tuck said my night's complete. Yeah, because he was an ass, dude. He was an ass. We all watched that video.
Come on, okay.
I don't look anything like Joe Rogan. Dan Abrams shirts. There you go.
Only good one here.
City has given you authority to follow without questioning.
Is that the guy singing? Why don't they show his face for that horrible singing job? Sound like Green Day or something.
Why?
It's a weird because I see this comment back blue here. I see your comment. I agree with the sentiment, but I don't necessarily agree with it because I don't know what the right term, like where I think is constitutionalist a term. I don't know, but I firmly believe in the right to peacefully protest, and I think that everyone has a right to peacefully protest, even if you disagree with what they're protesting about. You know, and those are just facts.
Oh, God.
Bless you.
I appreciate it.
Faith said, "Thank you for labeling the feed." This old lady was having a hard time. Yeah, sorry. I try to say it as much as I can too. I mean, technically, if there is a curfew in place, they could arrest them all, right? As soon as all the cops
is a
came.
good cop. This person, this guy here.
Did you get his name? Like, how can you make a complaint about somebody when there's like hundreds of them? Appreciate that.
You shouldn't be out there. Y'all say that we out here hurt? We mad and we angry? We are hurt.
Oh,
That's
Mr.
we are hurt and we angry.
Mr. Judah.
We are mad. We are upset.
Bo Weaver said, "I wonder how many police implants are in the protest crowd." Probably a lot. That's a good one right there. Here's a good comment. Peaceful protest is one thing. Antagonizing the police is another. I completely agree with you.
I'm hurting and I'm upset. Emotionally drained.
I think at 8 o'clock, people should go in until this all calms down. Impose curfews. You still have the right to peacefully protest during the day. Because then I think people are worried, they're more worried about doing something wrong during the day because they're more easily identifiable. The masks, I think, really just made a lot of people really.
Who are y'all really protecting? That's what I want to know. Who are y'all really protecting?
I think a lot of people are really brazen or brave, feel a lot braver because they have the mask covering their face.
What did they
Brainzer said, "Constitutionalists peacefully does not include the possibility of spreading a communicable disease on purpose. That was a normal world before now." Right.
88, 82. I counted 82.
Emboldened. There you go. It's late. I wake up early as hell. You see how many articles I put out today? I put out a lot of articles. I was writing all day long. I think I put out like 10 articles, plus all the research. They're protesting Los Angeles. That should be interesting. Because Los Angeles had a press conference today. A vigil is being held, and there's a lot of people, but they're all just sitting down in the middle of the street. So I'll watch that feed, but I'm not going to show it. That's the thing I always ask too. If people are so hurt by all this stuff, then why don't they say what they want? You know what I mean? If
Leah, what's happening now is the police have gotten in the riot gear and stormed into the street to get to the protesters onto the sidewalks. There's also a group of cops in the middle of the park here trying to keep protesters out of the park. You see those police are now dispersing and going back to the riot trucks. They've made their stance, and now they're going back. Whoever back.
And then they'll start chanting, whatever they chant. Ha ha, we ran like a bunch of babies, and now you're going in. But you know what it really did is they lost about 20 people every time. You know what I mean? They lost about 20 of these protesters. But I think it's just sad, man. I don't know. Why did they run away like cowards the second police arrived? They get all tough when they walk away. Every night, it's the same way. Every night, it's the same thing. They walk away, and all the loudmouths come out.
Spent 3 years in external affairs.
Judah, I know you the man to talk to. Nah, he's the one that gave the order to Temple dude. I seen him do it. And plus, y'all ain't slick too because y'all wanted us to stay up there when we tried to come talk to y'all to get him too. I know about that. He's a bitch. We're good. My name is Egypt.
Sorry, when I said 82, I thought you were asking about protesters. I did not count the cops. I counted protesters. There are actually more cops.
Get on the sidewalk.
Just think about the police resources that are being taken away from other parts of the city. Yep, now they're super loud. Rancho Cucamonga. No, they only protest on the weekends. I've never seen anything in Rancho Cucamonga during the week. Washington, D.C. is now down the feed. I think. Let me circle through some of these other ones. So we have. Oh, that's over. I haven't even looked at these to see what's live. So here's Chop. Let me see what else we got. Awa. All right, let me see. Where are these guys? Oh, this is Denver. Hardcore guy covered his face. A lot of these guys aren't social distancing. I don't believe they are. This guy's sound is horrible.
So grammatically check.
Oh, wait. Maybe not.
Correct chat. Wow. Grammatically correct. We open. Dude, this chat is fun tonight.
I'm just checking other feeds, guys, so just bear with me a second.
RTD, I thought it was a squad car. I don't think we can zoom in, friends. At least on.
So this one is Denver. I'm not going to put up the thing because I don't think I'm sticking on this one.
So we can stream through the app. Oh, here he is. Here he is.
You don't really have a lot of. There's not a lot of active feeds tonight that I'm seeing right now. Mark Dobson said when protests were heavy in Columbus, even domestic calls were over 3 hours delayed.
Oh, hi.
It's insane. It's insane. This again is Louisville.
The police came and made their presence, and now they're backing out and going back down Liberty Street towards 7th.
Out of the street! Out of the street! Citizens arrest every last one of y'all.
They're all so tough when the cops are gone.
Citizens arrest. Y'all need to get out the street.
Yeah, I know Portland does, but that's after I go to bed. I'm an old man. Not really, but I feel like it after working all day. Did I see the video of a guy in Seattle after being shot in his hospital asked for money? Yeah. Yeah. He said that cops didn't come. He was asking for money and a lawyer because he knew he was going to try to get a paycheck out of it. And you know what the sad part is? He'll probably find some scumbag lawyer that'll answer the call and that'll file some lawsuit, and because they know the city will end up settling because they still have a job to protect the people, and it doesn't matter that he wasn't a good guy anyway. You know, but I did see that video. And I think you could tell how I feel about that video based on what I just said, because I looked into him as well. As soon as I saw that video, it's like, wait a second, you know, because I'm like, what are you doing at 5 o'clock in the morning outside shop, especially when they've been having shootings right around that time? What are you doing there? His background says it. Jerry said it was bad in Springfield Saturday night.
Calles was Spanish, and then Unsere Straße was German.
Portland is loud and proud and totally disgusting. WDRB. They can't even get along with each other.
The black dude. They came and arrest my nigga. If you ain't tell us what the fuck, you didn't tell us what this is. Yeah, nigga. You're gay ass nigga. You're a dumb ass nigga.
Oh, there was someone arrested?
The guy that drives the red van and takes the white chicken away.
He was just arrested? Ah, okay. There was one person arrested. There was one person arrested.
Yeah, we saw your feed. WDRB. Let me see if I can find that. RB. What is? Oh, this is the same feed. It's just the other news. They only arrested one. This is just from the other side.
Kind of walk across the street here and get a better view.
Man, for all those cops being there, they really backed out pretty quick.
So yeah, they're kind of still in the middle of Liberty. Let me zoom in and show you.
How do you feel racist?
You can see they're kind of
not really taking a defensive stance, I guess you could say.
Hold on, let me...
Talking amongst themselves and whatnot right now. But still kind of making their presence known. Protesters now taking over these four corners, this intersection.
Trish, get him, please. Charge. I'm wondering if it was the guy with the gun, because I don't see him around anymore. I mean, like I said, I think he threatened that police officer. That's what I heard is a threat. Threat is a crime. Terroristic threats. He said, I will shoot you. That is a crime. Lola Patton said, if I disagree on other feeds, like feeds, yeah. You got to be really careful on some of the feeds. I've gotten death threats and all that stuff from just doing this in the past couple of weeks, but I'm okay with it. I don't care. I'm not super worried about it.
How are you?
Just making sure, man. You got when that rush?
Yeah, whoever just sent me that video on YouTube or on Facebook, I saw that. I'm not playing that. That just goes to feed into what's currently going on.
Watermelon, bananas, apples, oranges. You know, because
Want to.
I think he did.
We did.
Oh, okay, cool. That's how bad we are.
Having some snacks now. You see the water, a couple oranges, grapefruit.
Antifa got soy and they know how to use it.
And you can see LMPD is still kind of on the various sides of the protest left out here.
Yeah, Don Van, I wrote about that article too, or I wrote about that story. So that's a tragic thing. It was a 16-year-old. It wasn't even a man that was shot. It was a 16-year-old child that was shot and killed, and a 14-year-old child that's in critical condition now. The shooting this morning in Chaz. And yet Chaz is still fully open and available and running. Hold on. Where's my Chaz video? See, still people walking around, still the tents up. City of Seattle has decided that they don't want to do anything about it.
One person may be passing through, but I don't see anyone positioned in the park. People are just kind of on the sidewalks and whatnot.
How do you spell racist?
Thank you, Bruce. It's hard when you're trying to do it. Helen wrote another one, but I'm saving it for tomorrow, so I have one to go out early. I'm going to schedule it after I do this show, so that way I don't have to get up at 7 to put an article out. But for anyone who doesn't know, I'll turn this down. I'll plug my company and all that stuff. So I own freightbrokerlive.com. We're a media organization focusing on the transportation sector, transportation and logistics. I am an active freight broker, although I don't do much of it anymore. My office handles it, my agents. But occasionally, like today we quoted and we'll probably get a customer out of it. But I only quote like the big RFP type business, the larger accounts. My agents do the spot stuff. But yeah, so I write about freight and trucking and logistics. And I started talking about the protest because I just like everybody else, I got ticked off. I want to hear what this guy says.
I'm not sure. I don't know. We were like right there near that red car, so we couldn't really get a good. Someone said it might be because of the spray paint, but I don't know.
I guess the guy was just walking up to ask him. But yeah, so I have the media outlet that I write about, and I do as much as I can to talk about. We do have a financial sector, so we write a lot about. I have an economist that's on that writes for us as well. So she writes a lot of financial stuff. What coming up in the next couple of the month of July, we're going to have all the Q2 earnings reports for all the logistics companies. So that's going to be a lot of crazy news, you know. But yeah, we put out a lot of articles today and good articles. So you guys should check that out, freightbrokerlive.com. If you're watching on Facebook, also, you can watch on freightbrokerlive.tv. You can watch this and you can interact with all the YouTubers that are on there. You can also contribute to Freight Broker Live and help me keep the lights on. It's not obligated because I do have advertisers and stuff. It is a business. But you can do it. And also, if you do it, it'll spit out a cool message. And you could type a message in there and the system will read it because that's what all the YouTuber kids do. So I did it and it's actually very funny. And or you can do super chats and all that stuff. And if you like coffee, go to invadercoffee.com and use code FreightBrokerLive and you will get 10% off, which is pretty rad as well. Let's go back to the feed.
So leading up to 11, there were crates of water and whatnot that were in the park. As they kind of did last night, they moved all of that out into cars, leaving some on the sidewalks for really whoever wants it, I believe.
There's also a protest in San Diego. I'll put it on and so we can listen in. It's kind of good. I don't need to go into facts and all that like I have been every other day, right? We don't have any people that seem to just be stuck on the same narrative that we've been listening to every day. Because I love me some facts.
Did he turn on his? No, that's the neighbors.
Don't let the dude in the red shirt around the Oreos, yeah.
It's funny because the media is like in a scramble just to get something. Oh yeah. I still don't think he's home, but yeah, he don't look home to me.
So they're going to the mayor's house, so I'll follow that one. Let's go over here. Man, I wish this would just mute it the second I switch the page, but it doesn't.
We hold shit down.
This is Denver.
We have people out here who want to run through us, and we organize and take care of it. No one gets hurt.
That lady's drunk, dude. I think he ran away from her. He did. He ran away from her because she's just some drunk idiot.
Oh, you do? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I actually have a battery in my stuff.
I figure I got 2 run-ins to keep this in.
What is this kid doing? You got one guy with a sword, one guy that's wearing army stuff, and he's got his own zip ties. You got a lady that's tripping on something in the middle of the group.
Holding down fucking traffic. 12 of us holding him for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. And now look at all of y'all out here because you still know the fight is going on.
I got to give it to the guys in Denver. They've been doing this since the very beginning, every single day. But I don't want to listen to this anymore. So let me mute this. And I will keep going back if it's anything worth going back. This is Louisville again. Man, I am so happy it's slow today. All right, so let me give you some. So remember I talked about that shooting? They had that big shooting where one of the BLM protesters opened fire and killed the journalist by shooting the journalist in the head. And then the other protesters who were legally carrying firearms opened fire on that protester, but they couldn't aim at all. So they only shot him once. If anyone didn't hear all that video or all the shoot, there were maybe 40 shots, but they only hit the protester once in the leg. And yeah, he had been arrested for the previous two. In the past 2 weeks, he had been arrested twice, and for protesting. So the news came out today saying that he'd been arrested for protesting. Apparently, they kicked him out earlier in the day because they said he was a little bit radicalized, and so apparently he came back with a gun and he opened fire. And he shot he shot at the protester who was just aiming aimlessly here in Louisville. And so, yeah. So what they ended up doing is the city kicked them all out because the mayor had a stand down order for anyone that was sleeping in the park. That's why there's so many people sleeping in the park. They were kind of calling it an autonomous zone like Chaz. The mayor had a stand down order for the police. But when they had the murder there, and the mayor took away that order. So they kicked all these protesters out, but a lot of them had tents and things that were left there. They had personal property that was left in this, active murder scene. So the investigators came in and did it. And then they took, tractors and all this stuff. And they picked up all the tents and all the garbage and all the trash that they had. And they threw it all into a big garbage dump. And then they took it to some lot and then they dumped it all out and then told all the protesters they could come dig through it. So that's what he was talking about. That was a really long way of me just saying that the cops kind of just said, ha, 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 you abandoned your property. But I think it was one way for the police to kind of get back at some of these people that are just chanting F12 at them all the time. They're lucky that they even let them pick through it. I would have thrown it all away. Personally, or I would have logged each and every piece of it as evidence for a murder trial because they caught the guy because he was only shot in the leg because all these protesters don't know how to apparently shoot a gun. Yeah.
LMPD, they're just in the distance, the armored unit kind of coming up behind them right now. See,
wrap them up.
Quiet here as they hold up hands.
I know a lot of people get mad when I say that, but I think they should arrest these people. That's what it is. Gary, I can't look at it on my phone. Did someone send me an email? Hold on. Oh, is this is Louisville? Okay. Well, this is the same one. It's just a different feed than what we're watching. Yeah, it's the same feed. What is the other one that someone was talking
kind
about?
of, mostly facing this way, but a couple kind of talking amongst themselves, whatnot.
I don't know what this is.
I see some of the pepper ball guns strapped to the officers, but none are aiming weapons down this way, from what I can tell.
See, I was trying to find the video for this police chase. Is there a video for the police chase or no? I'm going to have to write an article on this tonight, too. Damn, dude. Right when I started the show, someone said that was a Western Express truck as well. So apparently, I'll read this little news broadcast as we watch these people do whatever they're doing. Tense standoff in Hazleton is over. The man who led police on a high-speed chase in a tractor-trailer cab is dead. So he was in a tractor, no trailer. Looks like a sleeper, though, from what I just saw briefly. A neighborhood was on lockdown all evening as law enforcement negotiated with an armed individual in the cab of a tractor-trailer. Now the standoff is over and the man is dead. They didn't say whether they shot him or he took his own life. Just trying to see. The the Pennsylvania State Police, Hazleton, and Frackville were involved in the pursuit that began in Schuylkill County, Pennsylvania, ended in the Hazleton Housing Authority after a large standoff with police. Oh, the trailer came off during the chase. Oh, there is a little video. Look at the news one. There's the news one. Come on. Hold on. Oh, yeah, he's flying. I'll have an article on this tomorrow morning about the truck. Thank you, Gary, for sending me that.
Shut the fuck up! I'm not following nobody. Hey, go ahead. What you need us to do, my brother? Why we? Come on, man. We working with the police.
He says, please stay out of the street. He says he will arrest people who are in the street.
Stole 2 trailers, someone said.
We're going to clear out the street. Let's be quiet. Be quiet. Too many chiefs. Listen. Be quiet. Can y'all shut up? Be quiet. Listen.
So can we both do it at the same time?
Yeah, together. Because if we do it together, I can do it for you. But we don't do it together. I don't know what to say.
I'm still not going to leave.
All right. What it is, when they clear out the street, we're going to clear out the street. Okay?
This is crap. Arrest. Oh, dude, I don't even want to broadcast this shit anymore. This is just showing a bunch of weak ass dogs. They should arrest them.
Trying to grab a word, but you see they are moving back. And if you could hear, they kind of came up with a little.
I don't get it. You're giving the protesters vindication for committing crimes. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't even want to broadcast anymore.
And you hear him say, "Let's go."
There's no other fucking feeds. There's nothing else going on, so I can't even play anything. On tonight's edition of Live PD, we will witness cops not do anything because that is what the current climate dictates.
And now
That's stupid. I'm so mad right now. I'm so mad. It's not about tear gassing and pepper spraying them. That's not what I want. I don't want them to do that either. I want the cities to take back their streets, at least for a couple of hours. You know what I mean? That's what they have to do.
And protesters, you heard the one with the megaphone saying, "Listen, let him speak," and then they shared that fist bump there as they agreed to terms.
You're right. This is why it will continue. This is Denise. You said it right. This is why it will continue because people will see this and they'll feel emboldened about this.
It looks like the group that we saw here about 30 minutes ago has held pretty strong. The numbers haven't really dropped off that much. The crowd wasn't huge to begin with when compared to some of the other previous days.
Yeah, I have all these live feeds. There's just nothing going on with them. Someone sent me the Woke thing because someone yesterday mentioned that Woke has all the feeds listed, so I found that. So that's what I'm using now to search for the feeds. It makes it a lot easier.
Not to say that they there aren't other officers and LMPD units in the area. I see the lights down there in front of City Hall in that direction. There's some down there.
Someone sent me Sunday evening in the chop.
So they are still out here, but as you probably saw, they're agreeing to move back as the protesters.
You follow
Many of them left the street, but still three or a few more in the street right here.
Yeah, I saw the concert as well. Someone is leaving for a mental break. I don't know.
That's Maxwell, who we met the other night after the violence.
Yeah, I don't know. The bridge arrests are good.
I'm great. How are you?
But because they like the one in Dallas was so great. They went across the bridge and police blocked it on both sides and arrested 400 plus people because they're all out past curfew. And CNN even tried to. Someone said, "Dude, better head out. Could be mugged for his camera."
Right there, just said, not sure who he was pointing to, but he said, "Hey, need to stay on the sidewalk."
He's news. They're not going to do that. Jason said, "Are their bikers getting together for chop?" I don't even know if that's a real thing. I have no idea.
WDRB.
I have no idea.
Sure, no problem. And yeah, there's still.
It'd be interesting to see.
Section where everything has kind of been happening tonight.
Do you think that's what Seattle's waiting for? You think that's what the mayor is, just hoping a bunch of bikers go there to clear it out? So they don't have to do it. Just have a bunch of civilians go in there and clear it out. Because remember, the mayor banned non-lethals. They banned tear gas. They banned pepper spray. I think they banned flashbangs. So there's now nothing you can actually do to disperse crowds. The only thing you could do is go fight hand to hand style. Nivasi said it's not happening. I tend to agree with you. I don't think that. I think there's independent groups, but like when people said the Hells Angels and the other groups were going, I think the Hells Angels actually put out a statement and said they're not going. They had nothing to do with that. Nor do they want to be a part of any of it. Someone said bikers come to Seattle for the 4th every year. Oh, so maybe. I don't know. I mean, we're going to see. The 4th, I'll be home because we're not going on vacation anymore. So I'll be home. So I'll live feed it. Because
out here to protest, so they're looking for that person right now.
Huh?
And just to check down here, you can still see the blue lights in the distance, but you don't see.
They backed away. I'm over this. I think I'm just. The police, they all pulled off. They all got off of that road.
Over there as well.
Arnando said, could I imagine the bikers cleared out? That would be an embarrassment to the city. No, it's already embarrassment to the city. Think about it right now. Think about what's going on right now. It's already an embarrassment to the city. That's not a real video, Jeremiah. But I think the 4th is going to be interesting. Kim, I saw that video. 400 citizens that showed up in a small town in Idaho. Cherry said, embarrassing, isn't it, Steve? This is embarrassing.
Now that's interesting.
Seeing that this is going on in the in the United States is embarrassing.
I would assume officers who've been kind of watching the crowd from the roof is shouting down, "What does the lady look like? I'll help look for her." And
this is an embarrassment to America. I'm embarrassed when I watch this. Like I said, and like I say every day, I'm embarrassed that people even feel the need to protest. That people feel like there's enough of a reason for people to actually be out here protesting. That embarrasses me. That offends me, and I think we as Americans can do better We should never have any American that feels like they're not safe to drive down the street.
Right there, say they're not going to trust him ever. He says. And you hear a couple people shouting there, "No justice, no peace."
It's crazy. It's a crazy thing. Back Blue said Steve is making me lose 4 hours of sleep every night. Oh, I'm not staying. I got about another 5 minutes unless something happens on one of these feeds, because I got a couple going on my end, but there's nothing. It's dead, which is great. I would much rather it be dead. I know at like 3 a.m. things will go crazy, and likely because there's quite a bit of activity in Chop. Oh, where's the Chop feed? Right here. There's a lot of people around in Chop, which is kind of crazy considering they just had people murdered there yesterday. Remember when I did my 2 o'clock show? 7 hours before I did my 2 o'clock show, they lost 2 lives there. And they were dancing. Literally, they were dancing. So if you see on your screen the bottom right, or I'm sorry, the top left feed right there, they were dancing right in the middle of that intersection, right at the edge. If you go all the way up where like it says live and on your screen, if you go all the way up there, that's where the car crashed. That's where they shot and they crashed. And all these people were dancing in the street at 2 o'clock. Wanda said it was on Maxwell Live, but he lost live. I know, they were children. They were kids. 16-year-old was murdered.
Spread out. Right.
I mean, they said they were doing the drive-by, but like I said, previously, because we already talked about this in the beginning of the show.
This guy has a big
I mean, we have a lot of new people, so maybe it would be worth it for me to play this video or this sound again. The sound of the people that encountered a group of protesters in the street. Oh, I got to redo the whole thing. Hold on.
Expect a decision on Friday from the Albemarle County School Board on when school INA. Receipt of a young child in the back of your car. Well, you're about to live through it right now. I want to get.
All right, so I think I will play it again, even though it super offended me. But just for context, just so we all know what's actually going on here in the United States. Let me mute all these sounds. So this video is one that, or not video. This audio it came from a woman who called 911 in Fredericksburg, Virginia. Now, for all of you guys that have been on since the beginning, you guys have already heard this video or this audio. But this is a woman who called. She encountered a group of protesters. She had a 12-year-old daughter, I believe, in the car with her, and she called 911 to say, "Hey, listen, there's a group of protesters surrounding and on my car." And this is what 911 told her. This was on a radio show called The Schilling Show, which is News Radio WINA, 1070 AM and 98.9 FM, and I guess a local station. But yeah, let's listen to this. This is rough. This is rough. Frank said Louisville murder was a hate crime. Hold on. What was a hate crime? It wasn't a hate crime. If you're saying just because of race, no, that's not what dictates a hate crime. But let me play this video. And Frank, you can type what you mean. Because yes, the guy that was shot was Spanish and the guy that killed him was black. But it's all right, let me play this.
This 9/11 call, and then I want to get to the subject of all of this, who was in the car at the time trying to get help from the Fredericksburg Police Department, which was given apparently a stand-down order by City Hall. This is one of the most disturbing pieces of audio I've heard in a long time, because any of us could imagine ourselves, particularly here in Charlottesville, being in this.
All right, hold on. So I'll talk about that. This is wrong. You said it was a homeless man at the camp who opened fire. They booted him. He was a BLM protester. He had been arrested twice for protesting in those Louisville riots. Once for inciting a riot was one of the charges, and the other one was for failure to disperse. So right now, what everyone's trying to do is separate him from the movement. No, he was in the movement. He was a part of the movement. They charged him with inciting a riot. So he would, a lot of people are saying homeless person that got kicked out. he was still part of the protest. It doesn't matter if they kicked him out. He was still out there chanting and doing all that stuff. But all right, listen to this.
Situation. So here we go. And then we'll talk to Tara Durant, who was the one placing the call. Listen very carefully. Please stop what you're doing and just pay attention to this.
Fredericksburg 911, where's your emergency?
Hi, I'm in downtown. The protesters are blocking.
Which street?
Right at Caroline.
Or do you see any
and I think
businesses?
Hanover.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're gesturing and they're blocking.
The city has sanctioned their protest, so we just have officers that can only monitor it. They can't do anything about it, but we recommend that
They're blocking. Get out.
Yeah, they're allowed to do that. They're allowed to do that per city hall. So we suggest that you report this to city hall and make a complaint there, and that way they can do something about it. Because right now they told our officers that we can't do anything about it.
How do I get out of here? I can't go backwards.
Yeah, I can't. Unless you're hurt or something or getting.
They're at the mayor in San Diego. The mayor of San Diego.
I can't sit here all night, ma'am. You cannot do. I have a little girl in the car. You can't do
You
that.
just have to slowly get through the protest. I can't.
Okay, am I going to get arrested when I keep going? Because they're gesturing at my
As long as
car.
you don't hit any
really
people, like you're not allowed to
Well,
hit
I
people.
will.
Like,
I actually will, and I need to get out of here.
okay, ma'am, you
And
cannot hit people with
They're
your car.
they're on my car, right? They're on my car right now.
But we would suggest you slowly drive through the area. Don't hit anyone with your vehicle.
I
and report
can't.
this to
I
City Hall.
cannot get out of here.
You have to be
Okay.
patient, but I'll let the officers know, okay?
Are you serious?
The
You
city
guys
told us
cannot.
that we can't do anything, ma'am. The city told us that this is a sanctioned event.
But they're blocking. They're blocking people getting through to get out.
Yes, ma'am. The city's allowed that. We can't do anything about that. The police can't. So
Unbelievable.
we're all very
Well,
frustrated
just keep
about
going
this.
then. Get out of my car. You know, this is going to get dangerous. I got a kid here.
Yes, ma'am. We would suggest that you call up City Hall to let them know about your frustrations because we're all very frustrated.
Get out of the way. This is getting scary. I cannot. There's
Or
a
if you get
kid
into like
there.
a side road or something. But yeah, there's nothing
I
officers can do
cannot
to get
get
them out.
out of here, okay? Get out of the way. This is insane. Oh, they're on my car. They're on my car.
What kind of car are you in, ma'am?
Get out.
Ma'am, are they actually sitting on or standing in
Hey,
your
they're
car right
on
now?
my car right now.
What kind of vehicle are you in?
I'm in a black Highlander.
All right, I'm going to let the officers know about that, okay? Hold on just a moment.
And I got a little girl in the car crying. Are you kidding me?
And your name real quick, ma'am, just for our records?
Sir Durant, this is insane.
Okay. Sure, thank you.
I'm out of it now. I just had.
Okay, you're out of there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
And that's how they end the call. Thank you very much, man. That is real. That is what's going on in the United States right now. That's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. There's no way, there's no other you can't justify that behavior. And that was probably classified as a peaceful protest because that's what a lot of these are. These are peaceful protests until they're no longer peaceful. And they go nuts. And they go nuts.
Do your research. They building another bridge from Kentucky to Indiana, but we got homeless kids, homeless families, homeless everything out on these streets.
I wouldn't stop. I wouldn't be able to stop. You know, if I had my kids in the car, I wouldn't stop.
Lose count.
It shouldn't be that many bridges. Then one bridge I never cross because you got to pay to even get over it. So why do I even go to touch that bridge? Feel me? So if you do your research, every district allocated billions. Why this district still looks like this? Feel me? Somebody give me a banana. I mean, that is
Appreciate it.
You too. Please. Please investigate that video, and I would love to see a video.
I'll give it a look.
I want everybody to see that video.
What was your name?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Chad. Nice to meet you.
You too, bro.
Again.
Frank said, and that's why I think it was a hate crime in Louisville meant to start a war. He didn't target. I mean, did you watch the video? He didn't aim and shoot one person in the head. He was shooting randomly into the crowd with a pistol. You have to know what a hate crime actually is. Was it a murder? Absolutely. And he was part of the Black Lives Matter protest. Because here's the thing. This is and this is a horrible thing, but I'm going to show you how you connect these. This is going to make sense to some of you. It'll make sense to the opposition, the people that don't think the way I do. Because he was, let me mute the sound. He was active. Actually, I'm going to go all like personal. I'm going to stare at the camera. So he was active. And he was actively protesting with BLM. Doesn't matter whether he was homeless, like some people in the chat are saying. He was actively protesting with BLM. Doesn't matter that he was kicked out that day. He was arrested twice for protesting with BLM, for the BLM movement. Then he opened fire. If for you to say he's not part of that movement, then nobody should be protesting right now. And you may be saying, why? Because if you say that he's not that he was a homeless guy, that, well, yes, he was protesting, but he was never part of the movement, then how can you say that cops that are just good cops that aren't connected to anything bad going on, how can you say that they're bad cops because of what the actions of one? That's a real question. Let's see what the answers are for that, because I'm curious. Because I don't think that I don't think you're going to be able to answer that. The people that are saying.
Couple more people walking down the street, including the.
I know, it's a pretty good point. See, that's the good part. If I get people to actually watch what I say, I do it all the time with freight stuff too, and like what we actually do. We do it all the time at the same time. Frank, you're stuck on some pedestal of hate crime. It's not, because a white guy that kills a black guy, unless they say or they have motivations to kill a black person, it's not a hate crime. You literally would have to yell out racial slurs or something in order to make it a hate crime. It's not like he said, "Hey, Whitey, I'm going to kill you." No, he didn't. I watched the video. So that's the only time it could be a hate crime. And you know that too. I mean, you're probably a smart guy.
Major Humphrey telling them to clear the street. And you hear the people here saying, "Get out of the street, get out of the street." LMPD kind of fanning out in the middle of the street again. A couple young ladies dancing
Twerking.
in the middle of Liberty. Zoom in a little bit.
He's going to zoom in on them twerking.
And you hear him telling them to get out of the street.
Christy said you're in New Hampshire. I know. That's we moved down here from New Hampshire 2 years ago. And we don't have it down here either. I mean, it does. It happens 3 hours away in Tampa.
He's trying
Becomes
to
a stripper one again. Dancer.
regain control of the few protesters who were kind of dancing in the street there.
Someone said, please don't do it. Denise, that's not what happened in Charlottesville, because the guy was a counter protester and he made a comment previously about running through the
Not
crowd.
happy with the young lady there. Not the one directly in front of us, but the one who was dancing in the street there and is now back on the sidewalk.
I don't think, again,
Why are y'all here?
I don't think it has to do with hate crimes. I don't think these protests have anything to do with hate crimes. I think that they have racial undertones, very racial undertones, but I don't think that they're racial, you know.
Their differences.
you know, it's not an opinion. If you look up hate crime statutes, they have to prove the intent to harm someone because of hate. You can't make that argument. Again, I'm a fact guy, but I try, especially when I'm doing a live show, I try to base everything off fact. See, this is wrong. Now arrest them all. They got a little tiny baby out there. Arrest them all. Arrest them all. There's no reason for a kid to be out.
What were you saying?
Yes. There's no reason for a kid to be out in a protest at 12:14 in the morning.
That's fine. No problem. We've been over there.
That's how we got.
Amanda said they hate America. I don't even. Yeah, I don't know.
Y'all jeopardizing everybody right now. If y'all don't know who the fuck I am, I'm running shit around here. Protect everybody around here. Y'all doing this dirt shit, don't make no fucking sense.
What was
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Right, you little ass bitches. You need to get the fuck out of here. This is not what we on.
Do it. Go get your nigga.
So you see them kind of running them off, and they are moving down Liberty now. Heard them say, "That's not what we're out here. That's not what we're doing out here." To move on.
I thought they were going to fight right there. Why are people so crazy at a peaceful protest?
And yeah, they're still kind of working out the differences there. Kind of moving them down the sidewalk.
Is that another kid? Or is that a same
Down
kid?
a sixth.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, and if you missed it, they were kind of
They
out
should arrest
dancing in the
them.
middle of the street at LMPD, which at that point...
No, yeah, the media portrays it that way, yes.
They warned
but I didn't know we were talking about how the
protesters that
media
if they
portrays
remained in the
things.
street, they would move
I thought we were
down,
talking
and,
legal.
Major Humphreys came out, met the protesters. And
This
when they were in
feed
the
is
street,
Louisville.
telling them, let's come up with a compromise here. We'll move out of the street if you guys move out of the street. They agreed
It is
to that.
child
Most
endangerment.
did move out of the street.
Keep in mind
and
that
those
people are
young
getting
ladies were
arrested in
dancing in the
tear
middle of the
gas and
street.
pepper spray,
Protesters felt
and they have their
they were
kids
kind of
in their
putting
arms.
Everything they were doing, which was maintaining out here on the sidewalks.
Yes, it
continuing
was
their
a white
message.
person that was shot.
They felt they were putting that in jeopardy.
But here's the thing. It's not a hate crime. It's not. I mean, that's the same argument that the people that are protesting them. These people think that if something bad happens, it's automatically has to do with race. It's not. We have to get out of that narrative. It just may be people are evil. You know what I mean? It just may be people are evil.
LMPD,
But again, that's just my opinion. So, Jason said it would be like bringing your 78-year-old mother to a protest. I agree. It's crazy. With that said, guys, I think I'm done. I'm thoroughly disgusted by the things that we've seen tonight. Almost more so than I was watching the people berate the police officers in DC that day. Why you'd bring there's more kids, dude. There's more kids. That's a little kid in the car. These people are bringing their kids. That's a kid that was standing right outside of that car, maybe 9 or 10 years old. Why? New York is back. Doesn't look peaceful. Hold on. I was gonna end it. The Periscope one or the Facebook one? Oh yeah, you're right. Damn it. All right, hold on. Let me put this one up. I thought we were gonna go. I thought it was gonna be good. We weren't gonna have a lot of not peaceful protesting. New York was crazy. That was in Manhattan too. I showed that video on either my news show yesterday or today. I can't hear this audio. Let me check the audio on the other one. Not a live one. This feed is horrible. No, so this is the only live New York feed. Let me refresh and see.
Guys, come on. My people over here. We need a service, okay? I'm all for the stuff my nigga, my people. Let's go back to what we were doing. Let's not get up and do this stuff up to the bar. Let's go. If you see me walking that way, you go that way. Let's go. Let's go.
What did you say that you don't know much?
This audio is not any better. It's lagging.
It is your duty,
I found a better feed.
so when you have these meetings, to know what's going on in your community. We should not have to come out here and tell you how to put protocol in so people are not dying on the street. At the hands of bad police, it makes all police look bad, and if this makes us citizens, you try to make us citizens look bad. We need you guys to step up to the plate. You took that white shirt for a reason. That means you're a leader, and it takes everything to be a leader. And it's not an easy job, but you took it.
They are cops, yeah. They're like officers, lieutenants, captains.
So when you get back to your chiefs and your commanders, you need to put protocol in. Like, stop hiring 21-year-old men with guns. They don't have any life experience. This is something that you could bring to the table.
I think you've done a great job in sending that message.
I appreciate that, but we have more messages. I want you to be safe, and I want my people to be safe.
Don't you have to have a degree now to be a New York?
Understood? So, as a man, I'm going to respect you. Exactly. Thank you. We need to get shit accomplished. So, when you get into those meetings, you need to add more training hours for your young rookies. You need to put able-bodied and like-minded people in those squad cars.
I thought they want to defund them. All right, guys. I don't care. I'm over it. I don't care. I thought they wanted to defund the police, right? Wasn't that the big push? They wanted to defund the police. Isn't that what everyone was pushing for? Now they're saying, oh, no, you just got to change your hiring practices. The de Blasio didn't he cut like 5% off of their budget? They're not going to be able to hire new people. This is the thing about defunding police, means they cut salaries, and which means that nobody wants to go to those places. They're going to go work at the departments that haven't defunded the departments. And then the cities that have defunded the police are going to have to loosen up their hiring requirements to try to get to their staffing numbers that they need to. So they're going to get police that aren't really the best police officers, or maybe, they would have been overlooked if they had better candidates, but now they can't pay anybody. He took $1 billion away. But yeah, he's trying to teach cops, whatever. Guys, just like I say in every single show, we've got to do better, and somehow, I don't even know how, to be honest. The first thing we need to do better is put a nationwide curfew and lock down the country after 8 p.m. or for these protests. That's what we have to do. That's what we have to do. They've entered into the neighborhoods and police will not respond. Show people what Marxism is doing now. Tamika Powell said no, defund meaning put some places and others that can help with minor and leave the big league to cops. Yeah, but you know where that money comes from, right? Comes, you know, that I think, what was it? Los Angeles, 82% of their budget is used on staffing. So if you remove their budget, guess what happens? If you have to take money away from their budget, you're going to affect staffing. You can't reduce the amount of police that are on it. Look what happens when we have the defund movement now. Crime rates are through the freaking roof. Response time is through the roof. The policing issue is a manufactured issue in the first place when you actually look at FBI statistics. The thing that we could actually do that would have positive change would be to look at inner cities in rural communities and figure out how to fix the poverty issue that we have. The schools, to try to make schools a little bit better so that people can actually enjoy going there and not choose to not go to school. You know, and make the schools good. Because, I mean, my wife is a teacher. She taught in a district. I say this every night. She taught in a district last year that was lower income than the one she's in now. They didn't get, you know, she cared. That's why she left. But they didn't. They had very, what's the right word? They couldn't fail anybody. They had a teacher that made national news because she wrote on her chalkboard, "I quit. I am not allowed to give any of you guys an F." She quit. That's how she quit. She went out in style. It was on national news because in this county, in the county my wife worked in last year, you couldn't give anyone an F. Didn't matter if they failed and didn't do any work. That's the only way to do it. That's the only way. That's the only way to fix it. You got to start from the ground up. You know, start with a firm education. Try to, you know, have businesses go into these communities as well. Grocery stores, all that same stuff. Have businesses go into these communities, provide jobs, work. So people want to, you know, do well, because right now our system is built on trying to make it difficult for people. And again, I had a lot of the same obstacles. I didn't have race obstacles because I'm a white guy, but I grew up poorer than probably many of you guys watching this video. I grew up poorer than many of you guys watching this video. And hold on. Something just happened. Police and protesters just took off. Let's see how that peaceful talk just went.
Açıyor. Onlar kapatıyor tekrar. Ancak küçük bir grup var.
These guys don't look like they're too concerned. I don't know. They all just ran and made it seem like something was going to happen. All right. Well, whatever. We just got to do better. We just got to do better. I know it's easy for me to say that too. It's super easy for me to say that. We'll see if today is a summer of love, because based on the very short history of Chaz, if there's a shooting, there's a 50% likelihood that you're going to have another shooting the next day. Go figure that one out. That's a real stat. I just made it up, but it's real. They've had 5 shootings. It's actually a higher likelihood, because I think there's only been one day where they didn't have a shooting the following day. I think that was Sunday into Monday night out of 5 shootings. So what? There's an 80% likelihood that there's going to be another shooting tonight or tomorrow morning. Those are real stats. Real stats. Let me read some of these comments and then I'm going to wrap this up. Education is not an indoctrination. I don't really know what that means. Maybe it's just because it's 12:30 in the morning and I don't know. But if you mean that's not the, I don't know.
Maybe because you're an ignorant moron.
It's pitiful, and education is the foundation of your future. Agreed. Breaking news: Don Lemon is getting a divorce because of Colin Kaepernick. Wonder if that's real. I would say karma, but that's a mean thing to say. But I would say karma. There's actually 2 separate shootings in shop. For some reason, there's no talk of the first one. No, they were all because they were all connected. They thought that the white vehicle was involved in the other one. They were shooting since 1 o'clock in the morning. She meant we need education instead of indoctrination. Yeah. I am. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm blinking. Someone said I'm blinking. All right, guys, check out freightbrokerlive.com for all your actual freight news. That's my main job. You know, I consider myself a full-time journalist now with the media side. So check out Freight Broker Live if you can. If you guys like, go to freightbrokerlive.tv and you can contribute. You know, just to help me pay the bills and all that stuff. It keeps me from having to go out and get shitty sponsors, and I'm allowed to be a lot more picky on the sponsors that I do have, which I like, and I'll probably do that anyway. With that said, I'm out. I'm tired. Guys, take care. Stay safe. If you're driving into a city, turn on your radio, your CB, listen, and pay attention to where you're going. Send me a message and say, Steve, do you know anything that's going on in a city? And I will message. It may take me a little bit to get back to you, but usually within an hour or two, I have like 15 people that do that every day. Say, Steve, have you heard about any protests in this city or this city or this city? And I say there's a 50% chance that you're going to encounter something because it happens all the time. And also, you can download my normal podcast on Freight Broker Live or on iTunes and Google Play and all that stuff. It's available every single day, and I upload it right to Google Podcasts. We're ranked, I think today we're number 70 on business news, so which is pretty rad on iTunes. So, with that said, we'll see you later. Make sure you subscribe, hit that like button on your way out if you're watching on YouTube, and if you're watching on Facebook, do the same thing. And we'll see you later, guys.
All right. So there he goes. End of his live for today. A lot of crazy ass shit in this one. He's getting more and more perturbed about the protests for sure, making him much more dangerous. And yeah, we just have to keep an eye on these types of people and document what they do, because when stuff happens, they are probably the culprit. So, all right, we're going to go back to his 2 day ago stream that we were watching before he went live, and hopefully he does a call in. He was supposed to do a call in today, according to last night, but he decided not to do that. It's probably because he knows that the racism and hate in his channel is probably amplified by the call-ins because they're all pretty racist and ignorant about what's going on. So, yeah, here we go. We're going to go back to it.
So you're allowed to talk to us.
Yeah, that's now.
He probably doesn't want it.
Now he is a shitbag. No, but it's a shitbag. It's the same thing. He's out here to hurt somebody, and he's not out here to do anything right. All I asked you was, where's your name badge?
This is America, folks. Again, you won't see this on the news. That's why I'm doing it.
Come on down the line.
I got another no name and no badge number.
For the people that for some reason question why I make these shows, because it truly bothers them for some reason, and why I'm covering this, even though I'm a freight broker and all that. This is why, because the media doesn't portray this. I have these occurrences in not one city. This isn't it's not an isolated incident. I'll show you in a second, because this is going on all over the country right now. Whoops, shit. Press the wrong button.
Can we have your name and badge number, please, sir?
Now.
Thank you very much. See, it's not that hard. Thank you.
Turn your camera on real quick.
Sorry, I got his badge number. Oh, we got a knee shaking?
A knee shaking. Okay. Does anyone else think this guy is like 4 foot tall?
He tried to sneak past. That's Mr. Needs.
And one cop answered me honestly.
All right, so let me give an update on what we got right now. So we have Chop, still looks pretty mellow. It's pretty nice and easy. We've got DC. Let's listen in. Police have kind of moved in, so they're now in front of this church. You see the captain and lieutenant or whatever, the white shirt there. Hold on, why I have sound coming from somewhere else and I don't know where. All right, so we have that. We've got this, which we were just watching. This is Aurora, Colorado. We've got this, which is Fluorescent, Missouri. They've been going at it for a while. Tear gas, pepper spray, all that stuff going back and forth. And then we have this, which is Austin, Texas. We've seen assaults. We've seen pepper spray. We've seen all that stuff around. So even if we just base this on 3 separate occurrences, well, actually, no, because we can also assume in Louisville, they had a shooting between protesters in their semi-autonomous zone or whatever you want to call it. So they had one person killed, another one injured. So now in 4 United States cities, we have violent acts of whatever you want to call it, violent acts of protest in 4 cities tonight. None of which will be showed on the news tomorrow. Not a single one of them. What they will say, they probably won't even talk about the protest today. They may talk about the Louisville, and they may say it's a race thing. I'll be very surprised if they don't.
Oh, okay. Julia, I did not actually see any tasing, so I don't know about that.
Faith Barcelonos or whatever said she just gave the poor dog COVID, right? Because Texas has a pretty big high number too. That poor dog.
I don't know. I don't want to spread, there are a lot of rumors out here.
Sad, but again, Fluorescent, I thought this was over. No, they're still going. Carolyn Judah on Periscope said they're not accomplishing a thing or they would be finished. No, they're really not. Something going down in San Diego. Let me go to the live producer and find that out.
It's important. And we got the action tomorrow, too.
Hold up. Yeah, I gotta make sure my folks good.
Is this the same lady that was running and crying before? So there's is this San Diego already? What time is it? It's midnight. It's this dark in San Diego. There was something going on there.
Quick walk.
I don't know which stream I want to replace here. Oh, well, DC came down, so let me put this over there. Hold on, I'm putting up the San Diego because I see blue lights. I don't know what it is or anything yet, but I see blue lights here. We'll listen in and see. Once I get it up. This is definitely at a protest. Listen to him talk, dude. Come on, man. F yo. So someone said this is San Diego.
So we got a lot of community.
There's that homophobia, right? Like I was mentioning, the Trump MAGA mind is dominating over anybody else that doesn't identify with them. And so, you know, being gay, you are, you know, he's not gay, so that is an enemy, an opponent. Just like he's racist, he's also homophobic, probably sexist too. You know, the mental illness that's going on is, you know, pervasive through everything. It's not just the one thing. It's not just racism. It's not just sexism. You know, it encompasses everything that is different from what they are. And so, when you start seeing some of the symptoms of Trump MAGA mind, you know, like the sexism, like the racism, you can almost guarantee that behind closed doors, the places that they're not revealing, you know, you have the, you know, probably domestic abuse at home. You have the, you know, attacks on gay people and things like that. So, you know, if they're business owners too, they're not hiring any of those folks. And, you know, if they have any sort of power like a police officer, they are dominating those folks in the streets, something that Trump calls law and order.
Advocates here on the ground. We have the Davis family here, the Davis team here downtown, hunting out waters. Let's go see what they're doing. Currently the Sarah Davis team is down here. So let's go check out what they got.
Like that they call them like teams and all that. I mean, this is still a peaceful protest. Man, oh man. So just so you know, 94% of Facebook viewers viewed all these protests that I've been showing right now, which is 161 of you guys over the past, I don't know, half an hour that poll was up. 94% of you, 161 people, said that these are not examples of peaceful protests. 10 of you, surprisingly, said yes, they are peaceful. But they're not very good numbers. That shows that if you look at that small poll right there, there's some big numbers, some big differences there.
So we have lots of community advocates here. Tasha Williams.
Trying to see what other feeds we got going on.
If you are going to come down here, please do not bother the legal observers that are doing their job.
Dumbass.
All right, let's listen to this lady here.
Yeah, which is the loophole that the Ava DuVernay documentary.
And then the 13th Amendment talks about indentured servitude, which the British people did when it came to what Irish people and stuff like that. The difference is they didn't get beat and starved and killed and chopped and disintegrated into pieces and this and that. They had a more gentle servitude. We did not have servitude. This was straight up slavery.
Oh, I know.
And they tried to mask it in the amendments and then try to change it so that history wouldn't look as bad. Unfortunately, when the Jim Crow era came, it got even worse with mass incarceration. 70% of mass incarceration
Fluorescent still looks like it's going to. They're far away, but. And then Austin.
I feel like he's right.
Oh no, this is Aurora, Colorado.
The man's character says, "I ain't doing nothing to you unless you do something to me." I like that. I can't say nothing. Your helmet.
I mean, at least they're not being like they were in DC the other day.
Look at his helmet.
No, where was Big Boy coming around seeing if they were okay?
None of that shit. None of that shit. But this dude is a trashy officer, and he doesn't need to have a badge. But I respect your gangster, bro. You can carry what you want. You can come to my house. You can say what you do. I respect that because you are not pushing up on him. You didn't act like he was a fucking boss when he's a bitch. He can't even grow a fuck. Yeah, he's trying to fix his little mask. You're sorry because you know your shit was stupid. Watch your mouth when you're talking to people because you a human just like us. Yeah, look, roll your eyes, bitch. But what you gonna do? Because we ain't doing nothing but using freedom of speech. And we take it one by one with you sorry ass people. We can go back to you. We can get out of his interview and go back to you. Huh? What you gonna do? We can say what we want to. You need to get your shit together, huh? With your little short ass shit. Yeah, you're a punk.
See, why? How is this not a crime? Doesn't this met the definition of some sort of crime or something? Can't that be considered a crime? Isn't that instigate? Like, if I do that to someone, wouldn't it be called inciting violence?
I need that shit to be in the middle. We need to see what's happening. Don't make me have to look on the. I need to know what's going on. That's unfair to anybody who wants to know the real shit.
Oh,
other than that, bro, I feel like your uniform is right.
All right, I'll be right back. Gotta go get Oreos. I'll leave this feed on for a minute.
I respect that. You can show up at the crib. No problem. We can move down. Why
is he telling people to show up at his house? Look at this guy.
What the fuck you here for? This motherfucker finna do something to us, bro. What you here for?
I think he's a statue.
Are you the one that's supposed to show up at our house? We don't know, but he looks scary. He's doing the same thing. Only difference is his camera's in the middle. His thing is there. Let me see. These ain't as bad as that dude's down there.
Who is this guy? He's just walking around.
We gonna fuck somebody up. We know what you coming for. We know we gonna move.
Brad Wharton. I don't know. It sounded like threats to me.
He looks like fucking Jeremy. He is stiff. He is not moving that stick. Do y'all see that shit?
His knees are
He's a statue.
This motherfucker is tight. All right, we coming down on you. We got the ball.
All the same guy.
But he's cool too, bro. He's oh shit. He got his little extra. He got his little extra. All this shit is tight. All right.
Are you here to ask a question?
Why are you looking so nervous? No, but he's
these people, dude. I don't understand this. I don't understand how this is allowed, or how this is even allowed.
But I'm saying,
look at how you
CNN, Fox News, all you guys show this kind of shit. Show what we watched the other day in DC, where they were doing the same thing, but 500 times worse than this. Show that.
This motherfucker's scary.
I just wonder why she's not fine.
He still ain't moving. Oh, we was on your ass out there at the protest. I ain't gonna do nothing to you.
Sherry, you just sent me a message about CHOP. Yeah, that's not the city doing it. That's the actual like CHOP doing it and putting it into the storage that's prearranged by the city. The city is paying for storage for those pieces of plywood. It's not the city that's taking those down and Chaz or CHOP or whatever. It's the actual CHOP-suians.
That's not fair.
Is that your water? Well, we got a whole shitload of it by the table right there. I can't get to it.
Wow. He said he was a journalist.
Yeah, I can't even leave till I get my property back.
I'm looking because if he's here, I know where he's coming from.
I'll be right back.
We got the Rossi, but I saw him. But I ain't get on your head, but he's still one of us. I see that shit up under there. You can't hide that shit.
No.
I don't give a fuck how much.
Hey, move this way, bro. He'll talk. Move this way. He's talking. He's talking.
Oh wait. We're on a thing.
I ain't even got to him. But I see it. I'm not even get on you because I want y'all to have. We want to have the same respect for y'all. We want y'all to have for us. But it's not happening, bro. And it's becoming a different thing. And y'all, I talked to them two brothers down there. I talked to you. It's the same thing, bro. Why is it? Stand with this shit that is not fair.
That stick is dirty.
You got the job and they give it to you.
Beat up.
Make them respect the same thing as you. Don't be that person, bro. Don't be that person. We've interviewed everything walking down the stretch. And
Thank you very much.
Your eyes, your everything.
My other opinion, martial law, no First
You're not going
Amendment.
nowhere. I don't give a fuck. I've been out here. I did my time just like you did. We will find you. We will find all of you motherfuckers. If that's what you want to do, and we'll do it day by day. Day by day. So it just comes down to what you're talking about. It's unfair. You don't have to be on that side of the issue, man. And none of them do. Because a lot of y'all, a lot of y'all aren't racist fucking pricks. I talked to you. I saw you eye to eye. I gave it to you. You're not a racist prick. But at the end of the day, come on, bro. Come on, bro. We're not out here screaming.
I didn't hear this threat.
Right? Nobody's tripping. We want to know you personally. I need to know who this motherfucker is. Because now you guys are killing us and you go home and sleep cool.
I just want to be
Our community.
factual here again because he just said you guys are killing us. I just want to be real. An African American man is more likely to be killed by lightning than by a police officer. It's like to say that. Those are actual real facts, by the way.
Yeah, I was like,
I'm not just spitting it out.
I was on the right side with you.
For every one African American killed, there's 49,047 sworn police officers. So you can't lump them together.
You guys are the people who
Can't do it. Those are facts. Can't make it up.
And then put on police uniforms. So if that's not you, why the fuck do you hold that type of statue? Why would you hold that? Why don't you come into our communities and help instead of getting there when the call is made, snatching people out of cars? Why don't you help? Why won't you learn how to de-escalate situations? No, but if you taught this, why is it not being used in the force? No, it's not, bro. We have visual cameras of immediate violence once people feel afraid. So this is something we have to accept. We have to take into consideration. We have to accept.
The question was, why isn't that being taught? It is.
It's being taught, but it's not being, and then once it's not being used, why is it that the criminal justice system hides this behind a foe? Instead of saying, this shit is wrong, because if you pick me up right now, if I walk down here and I murder this girl in this black shirt, and you pick me up right now, I'm gonna be prosecuted for murder from that second. Why the fuck do we gotta wait for y'all to do this? And why the fuck do you think, as a person, as a law officer, that it's okay to wait for a motherfucker who just stood on this man's neck and killed him? Prosecuted at that fucking moment.
Hold on. I heard something else because he said he's likely to be standing on a corner and be arrested for murder. In 2018, according to the FBI UCR, there were 1,186,742 incidents of violent crime in 2018. And all of them, 14,123, out of all of them, 14,123 were homicide victims. African Americans comprised of 54.9% of all homicide offenders compared to 42.4% for Caucasian. African Americans are 13.4% of the U.S. population, yet they accounted for more than half of the nation's homicides. Those are real facts. These are facts, and I'm gonna just say them to just dispel some of the stuff he's saying, and everything I'm saying can be fact checked as well.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'll fact check you. You're a moron.
I'm just saying, if you really look at what you're saying right now, we have physical, we have fucking toxicology, we have death.
Here's a little bit more on that. According to the FBI's National Incident-Based Reporting System, 61.5% of all offenders were male, and according to the FBI UCR for 2018, 87.7% of murder offenders were male. That means approximately 6% of African males of the population committed approximately half of the murders.
Dude, your facts are fake.
And by the way, homicide isn't the only crime where the African American population offends at higher rates.
Tell yourself in your heart that that's okay with you. This is where we're not out here for nothing. We don't want to tear the city up for nothing. It's for a fucking reason. It's for a reason. And y'all should stand for that shit. Y'all should get them officers the fuck out of there. That shit is not okay, bro. So just live by that. If that's what you want to live on, that's not okay. But then we can walk 3 lines down and watch that baby boy that y'all forcing to do that shit, and he's in tears. He's in tears. You old motherfuckers got the heart to deal with this shit. But that young boy that y'all forcing down there, he's in tears. And he's an officer, but he got to stand strong with y'all. But he's in tears. because he knows right and wrong, and you do too. But you gonna stand underneath this fucking shield, and that's fucking wrong, bro.
Oh, here's a weird fact. I didn't know this one. According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics in 2018 study, 15.3% of crimes against whites were committed by African Americans for a total of 547,946 crimes. In contrast, white people committed 10.6% of crimes against African Americans for a total of 59,707. Despite being 13.4% of the population, African Americans committed 9 times more interracial crimes against white people than white people committed against African Americans. These are facts. This can all be fact checked. That's a Bureau of Justice Statistics 2018 study. And you can, I can't even say it. I'm going to put that in. I'll put that link in the chat on all chats right now so everyone can see it, because these are facts. And I think it's very important. It just really shows what's going on, because you don't hear this kind of stuff again on mainstream media. They don't talk about this kind of stuff. I'm not saying that we don't have a problem with crime, because we do. we definitely have a problem.
We ain't leaving till the place is clean. And I truly need my table, my water, my food. Appreciate that.
Come on down with this camera. Let's put this light.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm still negotiating for my property. I want the litter cleaned up.
So smooth. This is what I'm saying, bro. Who are you? You don't talk to the people.
He's a Mick.
You don't talk.
Sorry, that was funny.
What did he call him?
Tell him I said he's this. He's a fucking. I see it when I walked up. You're a piece of shit. Look at his chin strap. I told you, everybody, I called a piece of shit tonight. We're going to go back on camera, and we're going to look at their chin strap. Look at this. Sorry, turn that camera on. Turn that light on his face. Turn the light on. Oh, no. If I beat him in a 40-yard dash, that's it.
They're drinking all my water. That's what they're up to.
Bro, turn the camera on this dude's face. Look at his chin strap. He's stupid as fuck. That's what I'm talking about. It's the motherfuckers who can't get their war gear on right, who's in the rush to kill them up.
Is there something on that side you're seeing that I'm not seeing?
Look,
on this
bro,
side?
I can see his camera still facing the wrong way. His
Yeah,
fucking chin strap and his headgear missed wrong.
Kim, that was one of the places.
Oh, yeah, I see.
The other one was 2018 FBI UCR. Pew Research also. This is some of those. I have like 15 pages of this data. I was going to write an article about it, but then I figured it'd be too controversial, so I decided not to.
Crybaby ass baby who came from your motherfucking mom, who don't know no better, and you get punked by these dudes. That's what's happening. That's what's happening to you, because you're gonna be the front runner. You're gonna be the one going home with your legs broke, while everybody else is straight. You the punk, and your fat ass can't even move. That's the problem. So I'm gonna leave you at that. I'm gonna let you have that. You're terribly built, and your fucking stretches is wrong.
You know what would be awesome? And this is a little off topic, but it would be really awesome if just an American that wasn't a law enforcement officer stood at the end of the line waiting for this guy to come. And when the guy came, he just pummeled him, because this guy is able to sit there and talk like this because he knows the police can't do anything about it.
Fucking weirdo. You fat fucking prick.
This is real. This is what's going on in the United States.
It is kind of twisted.
Nobody else. I know the people. I was like, yep, they cool. I ain't got nothing. But you're a fucking fat fucking prick. That's what you are. But look at this man. He ain't doing shit. He's like, nigga, hey, I ain't do nothing. Nigga. I'm out of mine.
Look at this guy here. He's got a water bottle in his hand.
But it's the compound that
de-escalated.
His shit is all right. He came out here to do his fucking job. I came to do what I came to do. So, my thought is this: how do you feel about us protesting?
I think this right now,
How did you contribute to their anger?
Yeah.
What about before?
Okay, what do you think about
Mark? You're right. That's what I was thinking. He can call someone of white heritage a racist slur, but because he's
how can you be a police officer and not educated about somebody? How is that?
Y'all gotta give the man a chance. We're not gonna over splash him. Give the man a chance. He says what? You said I'm not educated enough. I just started.
Okay.
I wasn't here when this was going.
Okay.
If this is what we're saying, as you have moved through this here, what do you think? Do you think Elijah was murdered, or do you just think he was? This is a casualty. All right, so I'm gonna leave you alone because you are new. I'm gonna give you a pass. But I hope when you come to the house, you don't want to end up like this fucking prick. You don't want to end up like this prick. Look at him. He can't even hold his body. Look at him. Don't be that. That's all I say. Now let's move to the next.
I think he's double body cameraing, so he has his own shit for his own.
He's fucking sickening. He's farting. He's gross. He looks like shit. That's what he looks like. I got home.
Hey, these cops are bringing out tables and food. And anybody who wants is welcome to it. It's all mine. And we got a whole bunch of water that's supposed to be coming too.
Water's all gone, my friend.
It can't be all gone. You guys drinking it all? There's a whole case right behind you. That's not yours. That's ours.
We don't want hot water.
No, that's actually our water.
That's our water?
Yeah.
Oh, you took our fucking water? Come on, man. You didn't know to go grab it for this water.
Just so we're all clear, this cop says he knows the whole thing.
Oh my god, dude.
I gotta set my table down for a second. I'll be back for this. It'll be all right. We're not thieves here, right? All right, that's what I thought.
Especially the ones that's.
It is racing, Daniel.
I don't think, like I said,
It is. Calling someone a Mick is a yeah.
I got much light left. It's really dying. All my shit's dying, quite honestly.
Good.
If everything died, we went down a whole.
We went a whole.
This is Austin, Texas. I'm not getting paid enough to put up.
I don't know. I mean,
I just got so mad at that.
He's not going to get out of his car.
Oh man.
I guess he can type back for himself. This is super weird. Witches? Did you see the question for
She's
you?
illegally parked. They're half blocking that handicap spot. Get him.
Yeah, he can't get out of his car. But I'll go get a backup battery.
Scumbags, dude. It's tragic. It's tragic that this kind of stuff happens. And this is Chop Sueyville. And this is DC, I believe. No, this isn't DC. Let's listen. Oh, this is San Diego. I got a feed from DC too. I'm just gonna watch it here myself. Hold on. Sound to mute. What's going on here? I'll show DC. I think watching what was just going on and wherever that was with them going line to line, he's still doing it too, this scumbag. No, this is them. But the police are coming out again, so this is probably going to go nutty again. But this one, oh shit, where is it? They're still doing it.
You got a name and badge number, Sheriff.
Hey, look here.
Yeah. Jefferson County Sheriff Officer. What's your name and badge number? Where's this man supervisor?
I want to know I want to know this guy that's recording his name because he's a big tough guy. I want to know his name.
So do we need to get you on the camera? Do you want, hold on, we can back up. Hold on, let's back up. Do you need to have yourself set on the forefront? Is that what you want?
No name, no badge number, refusing to identify.
But a camera.
Identify yourself.
You done stepped up on this, man. What do you want from me? Who do you think you are? Do you think there's somebody better than the next? Yeah, because you won't speak now, but you have the nerve to turn your dirty two shots.
All we're doing is asking questions.
Right, wait.
That's it.
But you ain't got nothing to say because we ain't doing nothing wrong. But I even also can tell you we ain't doing nothing wrong. Honestly, you need to check yourself. Check your attitude. Remember what job you
All we're doing
accept.
is asking questions. They're not allowed to answer.
Y'all gotta give them opportunity. Y'all gotta give them opportunity to hear one thing.
You're beating the dead horse.
And what I'm telling you is that honestly, we telling you too. Pull your little badge back because we see he done already pulled the pussy out. He done pulled the pussy out. You want to try to do something,
Dude.
but you don't want to stand on what's going on.
You literally
If you're
stepped
here
up.
to do what you're supposed to do, stop trying to bully because you're the problem. Because you want to talk about how you don't want to look at what bullying is.
You literally stepped up to this man like you wanted to talk. Like you wanted to talk.
Chaya said he's watching CNN and they're showing the riots from 1968. Cops back then were able to take care of it. You can't do it now.
All we asked was your name.
You can't do that anymore.
No body camera.
Nothing. And we're here as citizens asking this man, is this right, Sarge?
This
back
young lady right here got a little too close.
Who's YouTube? I don't know what you're talking about.
They can take care of it. They can't do that now. Yeah, they sure did. They killed Martin Luther King, right? Isn't that what he's talking about? Racist asshole.
Talking about. Oh, this guy that with this feed cut the plastic.
I really want to know. You're here asking no questions. Who is this man? How do I know he's a cop? Is there something that you guys can do as Sarge or as the step up?
See what some of these comments say.
You did it too. 10%. You just stepped up and talked to him.
I gotta keep the battery and the flashlight off. It kills it faster.
Why is this man not allowed to tell us who he is?
Yeah, he's required
he doesn't have a badge.
Badge, number, and name. He won't even give it. He doesn't have it on.
Yeah, this guy, he's not reading the feeds, but the feeds are kind of all saying the same thing we're saying, except the admins who are telling him to like everyone should go to this guy's channel on YouTube and just not like it. Just, oh God, I don't do that. Never mind, whatever. But he got a big unlike from me. Thumbs down.
No, don't.
Scumbag.
Now, can you please identify yourself, officer? So then you're telling me that it's okay for this to go on.
I identified myself.
But
you're sergeant there in your town. He's from Jefferson County.
So
you have authority over him. He's in your town.
That's not how it works, dumbass.
You know how the code works. The funny part is that they're assignment with you. No, but you're overseeing him. You're a sergeant, and the orders that are given by sergeants. Right? Goes down the chain.
You hear that? That was I muted myself. I'm so pissed. That was another threat because he just said, "I'll beat your ass so bad." Arrest him. Oh yeah, you know what you know that's what he's thinking. He's staring him right in the face too. The guy wouldn't be that tough, you know.
He didn't even smile at that one.
Because he needs to move. He broke the law. And he knows he did. But it all comes down to what the factual basis is. You're breaking law as bitch. Turn the camera back to him. Yes, get his sorry ass out of here.
By the way.
I've seen this one before.
None of the Jefferson County guys like talking because they've been ordered to not speak to us.
What happens to his face if I say the name Eric Brands?
Daniel Smith said, "I really wish they would allow them to do their job when they're obviously breaking the law." It would be just really good if one of the officers just decided to talk back to him. Just say, just to get him to cross, just to make like a breath. I mean, really, he's not social distancing. Isn't that a crime?
No name, no badge number. That's Sheriff. That's Jefferson, folks.
I know this lady that wrote me a ticket before. I don't know where. She wrote me a ticket before. Let me check her. She's like, I don't know you. Don't start. Her shit's tight. Her shit's in the middle.
This guy is walking around like he's a drill sergeant checking on uniforms or something. I don't understand it.
Okay. But you out here trying to kill nobody. You trying to make it home too, right? Is you trying to make it home? Look, come on. What's your name? It's the neck thing. You're an Aurora officer. Yeah, she's an Aurora officer. What is your name?
Oh my God, dude.
Just because she a female.
No, but I was like, I thought she was.
Your supervisors have said that you can identify your
No,
Aurora.
but she. No, we don't.
We're not even on the
We're
sidewalk.
inside this thing. Why? What law did we break?
What's your name? What is your
If you don't open your mouth,
Move back. Oh my God.
Okay, turn the camera on. It's time to roast her ass. Time to turn it up. Look at this fucking shit. Most desperate face ass. Oh my God. Oh my God.
How can they
Oh my
not,
God,
dude?
If the Golden Girls don't get the fuck out of here.
I don't even.
If we
Hey,
get
what
the
town
cheesy
is
out
this
this
again?
motherfucker with this whole badass attitude. Yeah, you are terrible now.
Hey, if anyone remembers what town this is,
But I can tell you sorry.
let me know.
You one sorry piece of shit too. You one sorry ass bitch. You the one that.
Why you looking me in my eyes? What do you
We
want?
can see how you. It's terrible. You feel happy to wear a body.
Aurora, Colorado. Yeah.
You're a terrible body built.
No, it's not Louisville. It's Aurora, Colorado, I think.
Let's go home.
Oh man, this is just sad.
It's unfair. That's another baby. I'm not gonna get on this. That shit is unfair. This man is always in tears.
It's your job, man. This is us the job. This is not a life.
Just quit.
Because you know what I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm going to write up a letter to the mayor, to the city councilman, to all the fraternal order, police department, unions and everything. And I'm going to say on behalf of America, I am sorry for the way this guy is acting to these officers. This is wrong. This is wrong. And I'll, I'm going to sign it as, on my own. So wrong, dude.
40 years ago. Bro out here strong as fuck, like he about to beat you with that stick. Hurry up or something. Don't move. It's not funny. He ain't moving.
I'll check Richmond in a second. I think this video, I'll come back to it if it comes on. So this is Washington, D.C. This is Chop. Still a lot of people out. Looks like there's a car in the middle of Chop. If you could see there, people are going up to it. They know there's a camera here too, so I doubt they would have any, if they would do anything too stupid right there. Oh, whatever. No, I don't.
Mad at people standing out here in resistance.
Then these guys are in
police
fluorescent,
brutality, police
whatever.
murder, than you are of the policing doing that action. That's on you. That's on you.
But to all the police around St. John's Church, if they weren't here,
This is DC.
you know what I'm saying? I'm just asking because I'm sitting here watching. You have the bikes. But are you here regarding St. John's Church or? Okay. Did you hear about the rally in Manassas today? We Back Blue. There were 400 people that marched today. Chanting, "We love blue. We love blue." So check out We Back Blue. That's what I came up here. Thank you so much.
Good for him.
I've been standing here listening. I don't know how you guys are doing it.
Neither do I.
I don't know. I don't know if there's enough money to accept my.
Good for that guy. Good for that guy. All right, so I got a view from down on the ground in Chop now.
Some of them is like, he said,
What are these guys saying here?
Come see him, man. His finger is so big.
Man, the phone is just small, man. Why are you hating on me? So, like I said, for today,
Get an update on what's going on.
What happened here today in the chop? You know what I'm saying? What's up, bro?
Hey, man.
How you doing?
How's it going, Omari?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Doing all right.
That's what's up. Just out here streaming.
Can you give me a little bit of your insight of what's been going on?
Oh yeah, I was just getting ready to recap.
So here's our
everybody anyway.
Chaz Chop
what's
Sueyville
going on
update
today
for
is
the
that
day.
We saw a lot of people, more high-ranking people from downtown, from the mayor's office and other offices, on the ground today and actually talking to individual specific protesters about various different things, about the art, the removal of art and cataloging it and everything else, and also about the barricades. And where people negotiating about the barricades, which is interesting because, you know, that's what we were saying people should do anyways, negotiate first and do it one time. But
so I noticed like around like 6:30 or 7 this morning, things were SDOT was taking a bunch of this down.
I didn't see that.
They were taking a bunch of this stuff down.
Yesterday or today?
This morning.
Really?
They were taking down a bunch of the wood.
I was out here. I didn't see it. Well, all the wood was in place earlier. So what happened to all the pieces that you see that are out there right now? Volunteers removed all of this stuff earlier.
Are they putting it away to like put in a museum or what?
Man, I don't know about museum or thing like that, but I mean, the first thing was to be able to catalog the art. Take a picture of its position.
It's not freaking art. It's not art, dude. It's graffiti on plywood, dude. They keep calling it art. Look at what they did to the buildings and the streets and the human lives that have been lost there. Hold on. What's this in DC? Oh shit. This is DC. Which one is this?
You got video everything.
I want to hear if this is the guy that's filming was the same guy that backed the police, backed the blue. So I want to hear what they have to say.
I don't know. They're spouting stuff, and I'm just sitting there going, "Oh, I wish I could." But thank you. Be safe, okay?
That's why you had the mask on.
Velcro tonight, right? Velcro tonight. You never heard that before? I forget who brought it up. Velcro. Here's to hearing Velcro tonight. I think it was Larry that talked about it today. I never heard it before, but it's off. When you get home tonight, your wife is laying in bed and she's waiting to hear that Velcro as you rip the Velcro off your vest.
Always, man.
I never heard it before,
When the tear gas was here, he'd be like, "Man, I just came to bring you some food."
And he came back.
I'm like, Darnell, bro. It's all this.
I'm gonna keep going through these. So this is Chaz. So he's actually right there under that middle, the middle light that you see right there. That's where he's broadcasting from, right there. Or maybe he's further down the street. I don't know, but who freaking cares? He's a media guy apparently. And this is back in Aurora.
I'm gonna look at him. We start off with stature, stance, and my thing is he's still leaning the body cam. Why is your body cam not in the middle?
Is that the way you always stand?
Yeah, like that's what. Not like we're trying to attack you, but this is the thing we're saying. Like we feel like people are not getting dressed properly.
Feed sucks. You can't hear anything. I want to see if I can find a different feed because I don't really want to listen to these guys anymore either. Because they tick me off, dude. This specific guy is ticking me off. Cut the plastic. Dude's a scumbag, though. Cut the plastic. Cut the bullshit is more like it, right? You know, the crap that he's saying. I don't know how you like that. To me, is, you know, the stuff that they are doing is anti-American. That's the way I view it. That's anti-American. They are literally asking to be respected while showing zero respect to anybody else. How many feeds does this guy got? What the hell? A lot of you guys went and gave him thumbs down, apparently, because he has well over 200 thumbs downs now. And when I said that, he had 100, 120, I think it was, which is good because he's a scumbag. I didn't want to. I'll turn the sound back on until I find a new feed.
What about that one?
They're all this feed.
Got like almost 90%. That's what they wanted to do. Yeah. We handled that shit totally different. They thought we were here to fucking act a fool with them. But I just think they everybody's face.
Because there's another feed they must be right with this guy, but it's another feed. There's someone else that's recording this. They can get a thumb down too. It's really sad. It's really sad. It's sad that we have people that think it's acceptable to talk and treat law enforcement, or just treat another American. You don't even need to say law enforcement. Just treat another American that way. You know what I mean? Especially when you know the facts about the occurrences and how often, you know, the actual violence that they're out there protesting for. When you know what the actual violence is that they're, you know, or the actual, you know, factual data numbers, like I've been saying during this show, it really takes away from the argument. I think that's why a lot of times they just block people, because they don't want to hear facts. They don't want to know what's actually going on. People just want to be out there and be able to push their own agenda. And then you have mainstream media doing such a great job at really mainstream media doing such a good job at pushing that BS narrative as well, which it really helps everybody. It really helps. It helps fuel the fire and get people that don't know any better out here protesting and saying these stupid things, which is tragic. Let's tune back into this bozo.
Weapons and warfare, like ban as an international thing.
They can ask the question.
But you were pepper sprayed by your own brothers and sisters, like in the you're a U.S. citizen, I'm assuming.
Yes, sir. I work at UC Health.
And you wait, you're a healthcare.
Yes, sir.
God bless you. Thank you. I appreciate you.
It's COVID-19. I help your ass out. I don't go pepper spray on you. You can't even look me in the fucking face.
Shut up. Where's he work? Where's this guy work?
No, I don't give a fuck.
Because at the end of the day, they can't even look me in the face. Y'all have shift changes because y'all don't know.
UC Health, right?
I know you can't say shit. Period. I'll be back here tomorrow. And stop putting the lights.
Jesus Christ, starting 10:30?
No one threw rocks.
Nobody threw rocks. I do believe that Aurora is an open carry city, by the way.
This group right here is getting this well beyond the means of themselves. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, the mayor, she hasn't set a timeline here. It's probably prudent if she puts out a date. Then, you know what I'm saying, people are going to have an expectation of a date. But what she did say is that the removal of the barricades that are down there, when I say down there, I'm talking about 11th Avenue, 10th Avenue, Nagel, things like that. Those barricades are, the city wants to take them. A majority of protests, you heard Dredd, you heard Rick earlier. Those guys gave up those barricades a long time ago. And, you know, like I said, I mean, you can't go backwards in things, but I don't know why the city did just come out there. The city's talking to people now. If the city wanted to move all that stuff, nobody was really trying to stop them from moving that. They might have had an issue right here on 11th, but all these other barricades that are out here and the park, the Cal Anderson Playfield and Cal Anderson Park, these protesters who are entrenched over here at the East Precinct gave that up 4 days ago. You know what I'm saying?
He's right.
We'll see how the city approaches this. Barricade removal 2.0, how they approach it. We'll see if it's, clearly they're not trying to sweep in here and everything else. The mayor's telegraphed their plan. They sent the people the other day at 5:30 in the morning. We'll see if when the city comes back in fully, whether that's going to be tomorrow or it's going to be Monday. I know for sure that some human services will be out here tomorrow, but whether they come with the barricade removal on Sunday or on Monday, whether it's the same kind of approach, or is it a one by one approach? Is it like trucks on all the streets like before and everything else?
I think it's a scum by scum approach. That's my opinion. This protest is Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And it looks like they're doing a rolling protest or something like this. This guy is a local activist and rapper in Milwaukee. He actually seems like a pretty good guy. I've watched it. I forgot what his name is, but I've watched a couple of his feeds. He seems pretty down to earth. He tries to get people to stop, going after the cops. When they had that big fire that was set by the protesters, he didn't advocate against the fire because it was some craziness going on, but he was, trying to get people to stop beating up on the firefighters and the cops and all that. But he seems like he's just addicted to looking at this Jaguar. But usually in Milwaukee, things get a little hairy. So I'll keep an eye on that for a few more minutes. I'm not going to keep this feed going as late as I did yesterday. It's already pretty darn late. It's already been 3 hours. So let me give a recap on what's happened today as a whole. All right. So today we had, what did we have? So we started off this morning with no news. Oh, for anyone that didn't notice, I wrote a big scathing article about a company called Logistics One, who is facing a federal lawsuit after an employee went through some really, really crazy racial discrimination and just blatant race tendencies. That company is based out of Saratoga Springs, New York. And in the federal complaint, and it's probably one of the longer articles I've ever written on freightbrokerlive.com. It should be the headlining article right now. It goes into detail. I took all morning writing it. I actually took a lot of time writing it and trying to put as much detail. And I listed everybody's name because it's wrong. Some of these people are scumbags. That's my personal opinion, not the opinion of a journalist or anything like that. It's my personal opinion that these people that treated this dispatcher and employee of Logistics One, they're scumbags. And this guy is going to get paid because he already did the EEOC thing, and then they finally gave him his notice to sue. So they got him. But that's a big article I worked on all day. I've been following Chaz. There's a video where someone walked around Chaz earlier today, and the mayor's assistant or whatever was there and said that they didn't have any plans to remove the barriers, but they were going to send in mental health workers for the homeless people because now all of Seattle's homeless people all moved to Chaz. So now this one area has a huge amount of homeless people living there and drug addicts and things like that. So they're sending in social workers and to try to assist with those people and give them aid and assistance and whatever they can do. The mayor's spokesperson in the interview that I saw earlier, contrary to what he said, she said that they were not going to be removing barriers. They would not be removing barriers tomorrow. But then again, I don't know if she would actually say what they would do because the last time they gave a little bit of warning, the protesters all fought back against him and said, "You're not taking crap." And Seattle's like, "Oh, my bad. Sorry, I didn't mean it." And so it's really a weird thing going on in Chaz. I don't know. And then as during this live feed, there was a shooting in Louisville in their what I'm calling their autonomous zone. They have tents set up there. Apparently they don't want to be autonomous, but it's like CHOP, but it's like Louisville. So there was a shooting there where protesters opened fire on each other. I did see a video. I played the very beginning of it when the gunfire first erupted. I think I did. I don't remember if I did, but I played the audio at least on the show. you hear a tremendous amount of gunfire. I saw one guy that was carrying the gun who I thought was a shooter, except he wasn't the shooter because you could see the shooter in the background as he's firing. And the guy that had the gun that I thought was a shooter, even though he had a gun, he ran away like a sissy. So he could, but he had the gun out anyway. So it kind of made me think like maybe he was part of whatever was going on. I don't know. It's a very weird video. That video is somewhere in the comments if you look in like the first hour. But during that shooting, one person was killed. Another one was injured. At least that. In Austin, Texas, they were fighting the police, the protesters. The largely peaceful protesting crowd were fighting the protesters or were fighting the police in Austin, Texas. In Fluorescent, Missouri, the largely peaceful protesters were fighting the police. Austin, Texas, we saw a couple of people get arrested live in the show. And then Aurora, Colorado, we see the Scumbag of the Year award going out to whoever that guy was. Cut the Plastic YouTube channel. I think he's the little guy that was doing the recording. I'm going to find out. And then I'm also, like I said, I'm going to send a letter to I'm going to send a letter to the mayor, every single city council person. I'm going to send a letter to everybody, the news, and I'm going to take my time to write it. And, I'm going to send it to everybody. That is a travesty. And the mainstream media doesn't show it. So I'm going to link right to this bozo's Facebook page. I'm going to link it right to his YouTube page and say, listen, from this point to this point, you can see how they treat your officers, how these peaceful protesters treat your officers, threatened your officers, because we all heard it, gave racial slurs to the officers when they're at an equality march, which is mind-blowing. DC has looked relatively peaceful. There is something going on right now, so I'm going to put it up so we can hear.
Just in school training, going in school training, and then we go online training. So I'm fortunate to be here ahead of the curve. There's a U.S. attorney. I would dare you to go to do the research to see how many officers have been brought in front of the U.S. Hold on. Once it goes to the U.S. Attorney's office, it's on them to decide if there's prosecution or not. But our internal affairs and our ID unit has put tens of hundreds of officers in front of the grand jury or in front of the prosecution, the U.S. Attorney's office, to see if they want to prosecute. It's at their point that they decide if they want to prosecute. I think it is. We're bringing them to the table.
So again, when it seems like the common theme that we're seeing tonight, whoops, I pressed the wrong button. Common theme when you're seeing rational conversation between police officers and protesters, the common theme is, it's kind of the same thing we've seen on this show in previous days. If it doesn't meet their agenda, it's not true. You know, the facts that I said today, even though the facts are, you could fact check them, they're real. People are, I saw when I started reading them, I lost like 30 viewers the first time, and then it slowly comes up, and then I start reading them again, I lose like 20 viewers, because there's people that are watching it, but they don't want to hear that kind of narrative. There's people that get pissed off because I have this on here. When I go back onto the main screen, I see it, maybe it's just because of me. Maybe they don't like looking at me, but I think it's because of this, and a lot of them have said it. Get the flag off of there, and then we're quick to boot them. Because the fact is this show and me personally back the blue. I back our law enforcement, especially. And you know what reaffirms it for me is seeing the videos like we did tonight, seeing the scumbags out there that are just sitting there protesting. At what point? Because we watched that feed, the Aurora, Colorado feed. We watched that for a long time. At what point did he actually say an honest gripe? What point did he address any one of the current issues that people are actually protesting about? Or did he just walk up and down the aisle, assaulting people, making racial slurs, threatening people, making fun of their weight, making fun of women, making fun of, everything? That's what we saw. He didn't say anything about what he was protesting. He didn't say anything about, peace and equality. He didn't, he was talking about police brutality, but the numbers don't add up to what these protesters are saying is actually going on. Think about the percentages. That's the only thing I have to say. With over 60 million police interactions every single year, 60 million police interactions, and you have 1,000 people that are killed in police. Killed by police every year out of 60 million. Now that's still a high number, but then when you actually look into it, of these numbers, you had 14. You had, hold on, there's something going on this screen.
It's like the guy in Florida, his town or the community. He's an ex-police officer in the demanding them take down the flag and
I'll cut it out. I don't know what they're talking about. But yeah, if someone wants to type this in, the guy's YouTube page is Cut the Plastic on YouTube. He's the guy that was broadcasting this live feed. And I don't know if he's the one that was doing the talking, but he broadcasted the entire live feed for the Aurora, Colorado. Tomorrow I may actually just put the letter out that I'm going to publish and send out. I may put that out through an article as well as a letter to everybody. And then you guys can print the own letter and put your own comments in there and send it out if you will. Because these police officers need to know that we back them, dude. This is just so wrong. This is wrong. What we just witnessed is granted, luckily, thank God it wasn't as bad as what we saw in DC the other day. But news doesn't show it. News doesn't talk about what actually goes on in the country. News doesn't. They just say, oh, there were peaceful protests all across the country yesterday, and Donald Trump is guilty for not stopping COVID. They'll spend an hour and a half wondering why he talks about the China flu while we have police officers being shot in protests. Why he calls it Kung flu instead of, coronavirus or COVID-19. It's just wrong, dude. Someone said he was doing the talking. He is an activist associated with the Occupy movement. Sherilyn said, read an open letter on Facebook. The author said the support is nice from the majority of Americans who support LEO, but it's not enough to keep being subjected to this level of abuse and will leave. Can you send me that open letter? Please? I think everyone should. And you're right. Police officers are fed up across the country. You know how many police officers are? There's only a few that are posting what they're thinking about. There's only a few that are actually posting what they're thinking about. Again, I believe everyone has the right to peacefully protest. No, I draw the line at that. I think, the woman that did the woman that berated the Washington, D.C. police officers and stared at them, and it was the woman and the guys and the whole crowd actually shining flashlights in their faces. Trying to blind them, cursing at them, swearing at them, yelling at them, picking on them, staring at their face, getting super close to them like I was to the microphone because it's not a person. Kim said someone said the guy on Cut the Plastic is a Proud Boy. No, there's no way in hell. Well, maybe he is a Proud Boy. I have no idea. Zachary Film Army said, look up the Kung Fu fighter. Obama said it first. Yeah. No, I know it's all stupid. It's all, it's extremely offensive. And Tim Brown, Kathy Burgess said the real virus is the destruction and killing. Yeah. Cut the Plastic WordPress about me. Name given is, wait, what? Proud Boys are conservative. Yes. If he is a Proud Boy, he doesn't match up with their cause whatsoever, so I doubt it. I don't think he is. But thank you again for all the super chats and he definitely is a boy. That's true. He's a scumbag. That's what he is. That's what I view him as, a scumbag. And the other guy that was doing the talking, a scumbag. And I really wish I lived closer so I could just go wait in the line like a statue. And when he gets to me and starts talking, he's going to be like, oh, and look at this guy not wearing a uniform. Oh, he has no name. What's your name, officer? And I'd be like, I'm not a cop. I'm going to kick the shit out of you. And literally just beat the crap out of him. Do you think the other cops would stop you? I guarantee they would not. They'd be like, wait, why is this guy standing on the line? I'd be like, listen, you guys can't do anything I can. I'm just going to stand here. They'd be like, wait, what? And then they'd see what's going to happen. Because unfortunately, it's just wrong. Any action can I put on multiple feeds? I already had multiple feeds on, dude. I've been on for 3 hours. I'm wrapping up the show now. There's been action everywhere. There's been action everywhere. You won't see it anywhere else. But there was action in Austin. Actually, what's this? Which one is this? This is. I think the police are moving up again, or are they moving back? The audio sucks on this one. Yeah, see? Perfect example. This is Colorado. This is Aurora, Colorado. This is what we just saw with the same people. Joker Girl said, how do you find links so I can keep watching after you get off? You just search protest, search YouTube, search everything. That's how you do it. Just got to keep searching. This is the movement. The police are How is this acceptable? How is this acceptable after this guy just... I don't understand the strategicness of going out there, standing there forever, and I just don't get it. This feed that you're watching right now, because I'm not ending yet. I'll end when I want, but I'm not ending just yet. But this feed is on YouTube. It's called Cut the Plastic. It's a YouTube channel. You should all go and give it thumbs down.
They're trying to prove a fact by forcing them to use force.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of why they're actually backing down, there's a guy's face. Oh, what time is this? What time is this feed? 3:24. 3:24:40. I'm putting his face on blast tomorrow because he was just as guilty as the other guy.
And that, folks, is an effective retreat.
A retreat. Oh my God, dude. Here's the truth. Here's the truth. I keep pressing the wrong damn button. This stuff cannot keep going on. This stuff cannot keep going on. Lee Ellis, you're right. Yeah, Woke does what you guys are asking. They have something like this. And I had that up. I just didn't want to use it. But they have something like that, but they have like 10 pictures. So you can just like look up Woke on YouTube or Twitch or something and they'll have it. I lost my train of thought on that one. But it's I don't know. DDRMNG on Periscope said no need for anger, name calling, etc. Does nothing for the movement. The movement's dead. This isn't a movement anymore. This is domestic. I don't know. I swear. I think, once it goes 7 hours, once it's past 7 p.m., this turns into terrorists. In Portland right now, they've been going wild every single day too. Portland, they've been going nuts every day. And you're right. They blocked down the whole road. Hold on, I'll put it on.
Everyday dumbass.
For the longest time, when I saw an ambulance sitting up on 9th and what is that, Madison or something? Yeah, I saw an ambulance sitting up there. Like, it wasn't far.
And then it freezes on me. I'll put it back up after. But yeah, they blocked the whole road. This is what's going on in our country. I don't know what the end game is. That's what worries me a little bit, because I don't know what the end game is. I don't know if they actually think that it's going to keep if it's going to happen, like they're just going to allow this to go, you know what I mean? If they're going to allow this to continue on or what, I'm really frustrated with it, man. I'm very frustrated. To be honest, I don't even really listen to the commentary that much. I watch, I use it for example, but this feed froze. So let me try to find a different Portland one. Or is this the same one? Mark Shell said the river will run red and deep. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank.
Check out Antifa versus Patriots. It's hilarious.
Where is that, on YouTube or something? I'll check it out right before I end the show. Do you have the link? Put the link or send me the link or something. Or do I just Google it and it shows up? Or is that? Yeah, I'll look. I've seen one of them. I played it at one of my shows. Where the one big guy with the black polo shirt knocks out like 5 people. Is that the one you're talking about? But yeah, I mean, as you can see here, they blocked an entire road. They blocked an entire road for what? Austin, Texas.
Come and join us. All right. Thank you. Next thing, I got broccoli to cook for tomorrow. What am I doing up still?
Scumbag, dude. This is my mouse. I mean, these aren't peaceful protests. These aren't peaceful protests. And Robert Dean said the only way to end it is Flex Cup, jail buses, no bail, year sentences, good time or no good time or probation. They're not going to do it, though. They won't do it. I mean, these guys are on police property right now. These guys. They're marching up. They're surrounding a police precinct or whatever building this is. This is not acceptable in America. It's not acceptable. And this is going on in cities across the United States right now. This is Aurora, Colorado. This is Portland, Oregon. This is Washington, D.C. I mean, they're being peaceful, though. And then Chaz is mellow. But this is not, like, acceptable stuff, man. Tim said, you may have missed my earlier comment. We were in a gun battle picking up watermelons. Driver shooting at workers. Farmer shooting back. Caught it on our dash cam. When? Today? Can you send me that? And I'll put it on YouTube. Really? Driver shooting at workers. Farmer shooting back. Live at freightbrokerlive.com. And send me your phone number. I'll try to call you tomorrow and maybe I'll write an article about it. Rainer said, gotta kick it. COVID-19 keeps the labs busy early morning for me in 3 hours. Oh, man. Good night, buddy. Thank you, man. Holly Records said common sense is out the window. But again, where do you draw the line? Like where? And I don't want to keep saying that and make it be like, oh, Steve's being tough and saying, where do you draw the line? Anything like, I'm not. I'm just saying I'm frustrated, man. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated with the fact. I mean, the news right now is talking about all the different, protests and COVID-19 and all this and that and this and that. They're saying, making a direct correlation between a rally, which they said undersold and only had 3,000 people or however many they have. We have protests going on across the United States right now. Horrible protests going on across the United States right now. And look how close. Are they social distancing? They're wearing masks. They're not wearing masks to protect themselves. They're wearing masks to hide their faces. That's why. So maybe they don't get identified. These guys here in Aurora. I mean, this isn't right. I understand the idea of peacefully protesting. This isn't right. Not right. Jenny Kopp said, we are our police. Wow, that's hard. Say that 5 times fast. But you're right. We are. And at some point, we're going to have to start acting like it, unfortunately. I'm lucky. This stuff isn't happening down by me at all. Not really. I mean, on the other coast, on Tampa area, it's happening a little bit. This isn't happening on my side. You know? Kevin Zizinski said it's okay to protest and burn down cities and destroy everything, even though we're locking up people for going to church. Yeah, yeah. DDR and whatever said the state needs to coordinate with activists in other states to plan meaningful actions that will affect. I mean, again, I have no problem with peaceful protests in parks and things like that, or you pull a permit and they shut down the, a road or something so you could peacefully, protest. But they're destructing property. They're verbally and physically assaulting police officers. They're costing taxpayers, money, destroying buildings and burn, and people are dying. We see that today. Another person died in a protest today. How many does that chalk up since these protests began that people are affiliated with the protests have died? I think well over 100 people, not including any of the people they're actually protesting for or claim to be protesting for. These protests are actually causing more deaths than the deaths that they're actually out protesting for, which is ironic.
You could have just got my picture, let me go on my way, not said anything.
It's tragic.
You have to come out here and antagonize the people that are doing nothing.
It's tragic. It really is. And I'm done listening to her because she's an annoying lady. I don't like her voice. But yeah. Jennifer said it's okay to protest, but we can't celebrate July 4th. Oh, I know. They cancel fireworks everywhere. You can't do anything anymore. Bird Mom said something about being or someone said she's misinformed. Bird Mom said the ones white are burning and looting are KKK activists. You're dumb. And I don't mean to say that to be derogatory. I'm not. But they're not. And because they're Antifa or they're people that are affiliated with that movement, which is not KKK. And even then, KKK was founded by Democrats. So it's not really, you can't really make that argument. It doesn't really do anything to help because, these protests are funded by the Democrats too. In part, Black Lives Matter, the organizer of this whole thing, literally uses Act Blue for all their fundraising activities. It's sad. And I don't want to get into the political stuff, but the ones burning and looting are not KKK activists. You think KKK activists are protesting in cooperation with equality? Come on, dude. No, they're not. I think maybe you're talking about the Boogaloo or whatever people, but they're not racist either. That's a misconception. And if you actually look them up, then you'll see that because they have members that are, POCs and people of color. And they have gay people and this and that, and they're their midst too. They're radical anti-government. They're not, KKK or white separatists or anything like that people try to say. Because again, I heard it on the news. And so I decided just to do something that a lot of people seem not to be doing right now. And it's research. So you could find it yourself. That's the thing that's kind of funny is people don't actually go and look at anything. Kevin Szynski said, Steve, you got to account for the deaths that are being caused by them protesting, people not being able to get to the hospital, people being killed, raped, etc., because police are either too busy dealing with this bullcrap or defunded. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't even going that far. Don't call me Stevie either, please. Thanks. But I was namely talking about the people who have died as a direct result of or during these protests, because there has been probably well over 100 people that have died as a result of actual protests, like in the middle of it. Whether it's looting or fires or getting shot, or there's been shootings all over the place. There's people today, again, died as a direct result of these protests, during these protests, or during these occupied or in these occupied sections that are these protests. So it's sad. Very sad. Bruce said 90 thumbs up tonight. Good job. Thank you, man. Guys, I got 114 of you watching on YouTube right now. If you will all go and hit that like button and then make sure you subscribe and follow. If you're interested in the trucking industry, that's what my main news site is about, freightbrokerlive.com. 2 o'clock on weekdays, I do a trucking show. It's news because that's what I do is I just write about the news now. But it's all news closely related to the trucking industry and then some stuff like this. Most of it's all news, to be completely honest, because that's more important to me now than anything, because I just like doing it. I like reporting about news and current events because nobody else seems to be doing it. So that's why. Let me see here. Someone else. My cousin got sick with COVID. Faith on Facebook said my cousin just got sick with COVID. His 21-year-old daughter got it first in Texas near Austin. I know. I mean, and that's what's going on. Florida, I think today had 10,000 positive coronavirus cases. 10,000 in a day. It's outrageous. Let me see if the new numbers were up yet. They weren't up before when I tried to look. 10,000 cases. In the United States, we have 2,596,537 confirmed cases in the United States. So maybe on the weekend they're not updating, but this is according to Worldometer. Let me put this up so you guys can see. So New York is still up there, but Florida's catching up quick. I mean, just 2 days ago, we just broke 100,000. 3 or 4 days ago, actually, we just broke 100,000. But today on the news, it said we were over 10,000 cases. 10,000 cases in a day. Could it be like, I wonder if because Florida was reporting where those clusters were. So I wonder if Tampa is where a big portion of those clusters, because as we heard yesterday, a lot of the people that, they're not, these protests aren't practicing social distancing. We know that. Here's Atlanta or Aurora. They're not social distancing. Half of these guys aren't wearing masks. You're not going to see that on CNN, but they're still talking about the damn protests that we had. DC, I don't know. This guy's going to police precincts or something. I don't know where he's going, but he's walking. So the police are definitely out and about in DC, although there's not a lot of protesters. Quite a bit of cops.
A lot of folks say.
But this is he did the blue rally, that guy today. But yeah, there's a lot of cops. They're still coming on bikes. So they're still coming. But alrighty. Let me see. Let me wrap up this stuff. I heard that contact tracers are not supposed to record COVID caught at protests, so no, we will not hear about it for sure. And there's some states. Didn't New York do that? Didn't Major de Blasio or Cuomo or someone say that they're not supposed to record COVID caught at the protests? At least in New York. I don't know if it's everywhere, but I know New York. So, which it doesn't make any sense. The BLM protests are immune, according to health officials, which doesn't make any sense either. Assemble gather does not say to march and protest like this. A gathering would have been in town square, which again, that's what a peaceful protest is. Kim said my ex-father-in-law died of COVID-19 yesterday. I'm sorry to hear about that. He had many health issues and was 89. They blocked an interstate in Aurora today, according to Steve Smith. Robert Dean said, great job. See you at tomorrow's riots. Hopefully not. Hopefully it's all done. Someone said, Jeff Neal said, do I have a Supreme Court case saying that? Saying what? I don't know what you're talking about. Jeff Neal. COVID-19 cases are skewed. I'm trying to go back to see what he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. You asked something about a Supreme Court case. I don't get it. These idiots need to get out before their ankle monitors rat them out. Right. Cuomo and de Blasio are idiots, someone said on YouTube. I think that's it, man. I think I'm over this. Oh, wait. I said I was going to try to play that video. What was I supposed to look up? What was it? Patriots take on Antifa. Which one, though? There's too many damn videos about this. Surprisingly. Oh, yeah, I've already seen this video. This is where it slows down. I'm not going to play that song because I got a copyright strike for playing it because of the song that's in it. So I'm not going to do it. Everyone can go. You could just go look at it. I don't know what Jeff said talking to Bobby. Ellen Jackson said, I knew this wasn't about George Floyd's when they were attacking people at Shriners Children's Hospital in Houston, Texas. That was over a month ago. Yeah, they don't care. These people don't care. They don't care. They're not out here for an actual protest. You could probably ask them. You could probably go out and interview half of the people, and half of them wouldn't know anyone's name. Or they wouldn't know anyone outside George Floyd, Rashad Brooks, or Breonna Taylor. They probably wouldn't be able to identify another name, unfortunately. And I know it's hard because there aren't that many of them. But I bet they couldn't name one of the 25 white people that were killed, the unarmed white people that were killed by police, including the 3 that have happened since these protests started. Because it does. It happens all over the place. I'm not saying we don't have a problem in the United States. We clearly do. We have too many people getting killed. I don't see black. I don't see white. We have too many people getting killed, unarmed people getting killed by police officers. I firmly believe that. I think that, just like the Austin officer said in the show that we did, or the live stream I did a couple of nights ago, the officer said, we'd love to have more training. But do you know what more training consists of? Money. So how can you push for defunding police when you're asking the police to have additional training? And they said, you guys should have to have college degrees. And he's like, well, we already have that requirement. And the guy's like, you have a college degree? And he's like, yep, got a master's degree. It really kind of blows people's mind. And I was hoping the officer would be like, so do you have a high school degree? But he didn't. He wasn't like me. But he wasn't quick enough on his feet. And you know what's really weird is all my feeds except Chaz just shut off. So I think that's a telling sign that it's 1:13 in the morning. And we got about 2 hours before people go nuts. Portland, is that the one from 3 weeks ago? I think I saw that. Portland. Is that where they were crossing a bridge?
Thank you very much. Hashtag Portland Patriots versus Antifa.
I gotta find YouTube. Running out of steam here. All right, so you said Portland Patriots. Portland Patriots. I can't even type, dude. All right, I'll play this. I don't own the rights to any of this music. Is this going to be really bad? Hopefully not. These are Proud Boys. The guys that have these shirts and all that stuff, these are Proud Boy guys. When was this? This is the same fight video. This is just the whole one. Yeah, I don't want to get a copyright strike on this video. I mean, you guys can watch it. It's hashtag Portland Patriots versus whatever that says. I don't want to get a copyright strike, dude. I really don't. But I think those are pieces of some of the other videos I've seen. I've seen so many damn videos since this has started. But yeah, those were Proud Boys in it too. They were sent up the river with a paddle a long time ago. Well, they were there, and that's not true. I mean, I don't know if it was years ago. It's dated 3 weeks ago, so I don't know if it's that long ago. Let's see when it was dated. June 30th. Oh yeah, that is years ago. That's the same video. It's the same clip. Gary said, "Yeah, you're going." Yeah, so am I. I'm tired. I'm tired as hell. You guys go to YouTube, find the video yourself. It's Portland Patriots versus Antifa. If you've seen the video where there's a huge fight between Antifa and a bunch of Patriots, then that's what it is. Because I've seen the video. I saw the video right as these protests started. I actually think I shared it on social media, and I know I played it in one of my videos too. But it had a music like cut out of it. And I got the copyright strike for that, but that's fine because I still think it's a good video. It's very reassuring, especially at times like these. But I gotta go to bed, dude. It's 1:30 in the morning, or 1:15 in the morning here. I am tired. I appreciate all you guys watching. I really do. I know I yesterday was a funny show because I had the troller guy that was making the video, and he very well could be making the video today. I don't care. You know, but I appreciate you guys tuning in. I mean, I've been live now for 3 hours and 47 minutes, and there's 172 of you across all platforms right now still watching. So I appreciate it. It really helps me, especially all the super chats and the joining the membership thing, which I don't even know what it means, but I have a couple of tiers on YouTube where you can join the membership tiers there. And just the people that go to freightbrokerlive.com and read the articles every day. I appreciate it. I track it. It's pretty cool to know that I've built such a big media brand and outlet in the past, eight months. And to the fact that so many people rely on me for actual news, it's just a very fulfilling thing. So I'd like to go out and thank all you guys as well, because I think it's awesome. With that said, I'm going to bed. Tomorrow may be another night of live PD protests and demonstrations. I hope not, to be completely honest. I hope that tomorrow's just a mellow day and there's nothing going on. But who knows? If you're watching on YouTube on your way out, would you like the video? That would super help me out. Whether you're on YouTube or LinkedIn or anything, or not LinkedIn, I didn't share to LinkedIn. If you're on YouTube or Facebook, just like the video and make sure you follow and hit the bell and all that stuff. And Kim said you heard my call with him last night. I was awesome and very patient. Yeah, I was pretty good. I thought I was. He got weird though. He said he wanted to like F me and he had dreams about me. Like the guy was a little bit of an oddball. But yeah, I try to be nice, try to school them. Periodically. Thank you. And that's his voice, by the way. So you don't watch him. I took his pictures off because I said I was done, but that was a really good voiceover, so I was happy with it. But yeah, he was drunk. He streamed for 8 hours. So after I finished, he streamed for another 4 hours talking about me. So the guy could, which is really funny, but it's very funny that he has that much. So yeah, make sure you check out freightbrokerlive.com. That is the main news site. That's where I live stream this show. I live stream all my shows directly to there as well. It's cool, man. Thank you everyone for watching. And I think I'm falling asleep sitting here, so I really got to go. See you later. Oh wait, whatever. Steve Oatley. I run the news site, freightbrokerlive.com, where we highlight a lot of the biggest news stories in the transportation and logistics field. Recently, we've been talking a lot about current events and protests and things. I have a night feed that I've been doing every day around 9:30 Eastern time, where we've just been doing live coverage of these protests. And those are extremely popular. There's a lot of people, but my normal day show is specifically news. We talk about the transportation sector for the most part. And then today, of course, we have active protests going on right now. I've got some updates about some protests. As everyone knows, there's a major shooting this morning in Chaz. I wrote an article about it and put it out. There's been some new details that have come out for that. There's something going on right now in Chaz. It looks like maybe a press conference or something, but there was a bunch of pushing and shoving a second ago. So I'm not quite sure what's going on, but I'm going to watch that feed. There's a live protest going on right now in Louisville, Kentucky, where they have protesters have blocked the 2nd Street Bridge in Louisville. So apparently a bunch of people in cars went up on the bridge and then they blocked it. The police arrested those people, and it looks like now they've blocked off the entire road because there's a couple dozen protesters that I guess we're trying to get to the bridge. So there is a riot line or whatever you want to call it there. So we'll check in on that later. I've got some updates about some protests yesterday and where we're kind of coming with that and how it relates to trucking. But first, this show is sponsored by Ascend TMS, and I have a little minute commercial just for them, and I'll be right back.
Aren't you tired of your outdated server installed TMS? Are you stuck with a software that looks like it was developed when the Matrix movie was popular? Well, Ascend TMS is here to bring you to the actual future of TMS solutions. You can literally get started in less than 15 seconds. Ascend TMS is one of the only true cloud-based TMS softwares on the market. Where other softwares could take weeks or even months to implement, Ascend TMS just takes a few moments.
Demian Sims, you're welcome not to watch my channel. All right. Anyway, just someone's with a negative attitude, like always. All right. So the first news story we're going to talk about today is one: a trucker turned congressman proposes an amendment to remove insurance increase provision. So most of you guys know, and I wrote this article this morning. It's on freightbrokerlive.com. So most of you guys know last week, it was widely reported by everybody. There was a congressman named in Illinois, House of Representative congressman named, oh God, what was it? Chuy Garcia, that proposed an amendment to the Invest Act, which would raise the liability insurance requirements for carriers from $750,000 to $2 million. And then over a 5-year period would have an incremental increase based on inflation. So that passed the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee on June 17th. And I wrote an article about it because I think there's a little bit, it's just really weird because Chuy Garcia received a lot of money from law firms. The co-sponsor, Matt Cartwright, received $1.8 million from law firms in the previous 8 years. He's married to a partner in a law firm that specializes in truck litigation, so truck accident litigation. So it's just very weird that they're pushing, or they tried to sneak in this bill. Anyway, this trucker turned congressman, and also from Illinois. His name is, let me try to find this picture. I don't want to say it wrong. He's a Republican, Mike Boast. He has proposed an amendment to strike out that section 4408, which would effectively cancel out Representative Garcia's amendment. Boast, who was a truck driver for over 13 years for his trucking family before he got for his family's trucking company before he got into politics. In this one, OIDA has backed this amendment. You know, they previously supported the Invest Act. They ended up pulling their support for the Invest Act when Chuy Garcia pushed in that amendment to raise the insurance rates, because effectively that would cause hundreds and hundreds of trucking companies to close. So, Damian Sims, I'm not going to block you, but stop writing that in the chat. You're welcome to watch my 9 o'clock show or 9:30 show if you want, but this isn't the place for that. If there's another nonsensical comment, I'm booting you, just to be perfectly clear, and then you won't be able to see the 9:30 show. But this is interesting. So I wonder if it'll pass once it's going to go through it's going to go through Ways and Means or something. The House Rules Committee will meet today to determine which amendments will be voted on by the House later next week. So that's where we should have some sort of resolve in what's going to happen. It was an interesting story, and it's just an evolving issue. It seems like truckers are completely always just facing a new challenge in the industry, and it's sad. Amazon announced over $500 million in bonuses for frontline workers. I don't know if a lot of people know, but Amazon had a $2 bonus for hourly workers who were working through COVID. Well, that ended. And then there was some uproar, and a bunch of Amazon warehouses started having cases again, because the United States is having an influx of coronavirus cases, as we all know. But one of the things that's interesting, so because they were getting a little fight back, Amazon today announced that they will be handing out bonuses, and I'm going to talk about these bonuses because they're kind of interesting. So these are scumbags. So the bonuses peacefully protesting. These need to. Michael said you're not going to pull a cop off anyone. All right, buddy. You're not really down for the cause at saving your people or saving an American. I'm using that for a comparison to how dumb the. And this is, I don't even want to show this fucking shit, dude. I want to find every single person that's part of that and beat the shit out of them. Excuse my language. You could tell I'm done. I'm done for the day. I'm done with these protests. I'm done with the people. That's it. So with that said, guys, you have that John Giovanni. You said it right there, sir. You put your comment up right there. They are all traitors. Anyone who burns an American flag is a traitor, in my opinion. That burns it as a First Amendment protest. They are all traitors. Anyone who everyone that filmed it, because they had the equal opportunity to try to stop that. And if you're going to try to charge everyone with murder, do it to everybody. Do it to the people group that gets all rowdy. But I'm not going to stay live feeding, guys. I'm ending this sucker. I'm tired. I'm late. I'm tired. DeMichael said the people that film it are not police. People put trust in. Again, dude, you got to hold everyone the same standard. You ever heard of a Good Samaritan law? If you see something, you're supposed to stop it, right? If you want to hold police officers who are there training and take their orders from the person, then you have to charge those people as well. That's what I would do. Matter of fact, why don't we charge you for it too? Like, come on. It's a stupid argument. And I know it's just because everyone just wants to go and blame everybody for everything else. Those guys should they maybe, because if it was me, I probably would have ripped them off it, but I wasn't there. But I think if you're going to try to charge everyone with murder, like you said, charge the film. Charge everyone that filmed it, because they had the equal opportunity to try to stop that. And if you're going to try to charge everyone with murder, do it to everybody. Do it to the people that probably, I'm guessing, sold their film. That's my belief. But I know a lot of people, who's burning the flag? Yeah, so these are scumbags. This is no longer peacefully protesting. These need to, DeMichael said you're not going to pull a cop off anyone. All right, buddy. You're not really down for the cause at saving your people or saving an American. I'm using that for a comparison to how dumb the argument is. But I mean, no one is arguing that is a murder. We all witnessed a murder. Every single person who watched that videotape witnessed a murder and will remember that murder for the rest of their lives. Not a single person will ever deny that. It doesn't matter if he was a bad guy or a good guy. The fact is that he was murdered. And I don't even want to show this fucking shit, dude. I want to find every single person that's part of that and beat the shit out of them. Excuse my language. For full-time employees, they also include bonuses for part-time employees. They also include bonuses for Amazon and Whole Food Market leaders. They also include a really big bonus for delivery service partner owners and bonuses for Amazon Flex drivers too, which are contractors. So, which is kind of cool that they're really trying to do it. Are they substantial bonuses? No, it's $500 for full-time Amazon employee, Whole Food Market employees, and delivery service drivers. $250 for part-time employees and drivers, $1,000 for frontline Amazon and Whole Food Market leaders, $3,000 for delivery service partner owners, and $150 for Amazon Flex drivers with more than 10 hours in June. So it's pretty cool. That's only for workers who work from June 1st through June 30th of this year. But I thought it was kind of interesting. Everyone's trying to do something to try to be able to give somebody, but it's or to give something back to some of these workers. I think Amazon's kind of doing it. They had Jeff Bezos had a big protest at his house the other day. I think a lot of people right now are just trying to find ways to try to make people happy. You know what I mean? And to try to keep people happy. And I think that's one of the reasons. Another news story we had today is 10,000 assault weapons were 10,000 assault weapon parts were seized in Louisville's UPS World Port. This is kind of interesting. So I guess it was back in May, U.S. Customs and Border Protection officials announced that they announced recently, but in May they found a shipment that was supposed to include steel pins. It was supposed to have 100 steel pins, and they ended up opening up the boxes, and they located 10,000. I don't know what parts they were, but it just said assault rifle parts or components worth $129,000. And the weird thing is, they came from China. They used a faulty manifest or a forged manifest saying that it was something different. And then this was supposedly going to someone's personal residence in Florida, in Melbourne, Florida, which is like 45 minutes up the road from me. So that is kind of crazy. And this thing happens all the time. When I was doing a little bit of research on this, I realized I saw a report that 400 weapons were stolen from that same location a couple of years ago, and they recovered those weapons up in Chicago later on. So I didn't realize that was such a big issue in this area, but apparently it is. According to investigators, the shipment was transferred to the Center of Intelligence and Expertise Machinery team, which put the value of the shipment at $129,600. So that was a big bust. Another news story that I wrote about this morning was a press release by Convoy. Convoy was recognized as the company of the year by analyst research firm Frost & Sullivan in a benchmark study covering the nation's top digital freight providers. There's not many that are actually out there making a name for themselves now. I haven't heard anything about Uber, since this whole coronavirus and all their layoffs started. Uber was really prevalent in the news with for good and bad things, I guess. As most people know, I'm a fan of the freight marketplaces as a broker. I think they're the way of the future. I think I think it will simplify the carrier broker negotiation part of the transaction. But there's been nobody that's really been able to corner that market. And according to me, I don't think anyone's really firmly cornered that market. And I think Convoy is probably the closest. And so they're out there. They actively, they're not a public company yet, I don't believe. So it'd be interesting to see how they fared through the coronavirus pandemic, because we know Uber took a huge downturn because their freight side wasn't profitable yet either. And they lost 82% of their ride shares with coronavirus. So I'm very curious to see what's going to happen with them when all the Q2 earning reports come out. Q2 is going to be very interesting for everyone. This quarter from April 1st to the end of June, when these reports come out in July, it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of impact this virus had on trucking companies, on freight brokers, and because we all saw a reduction in freight volume and all that. Everyone knows that, but I think a lot of truckers didn't realize that reduction in freight volume extended to brokers. It extended to, we know about airlines because we've reported on it like crazy. So they saw a major reduction and started shipping crap in the passenger seats and stuff to try to make money. But it's interesting, and I like writing about Convoy or just keeping up on the stuff they do, because like I said, I think they're the closest to the next level of where I think freight's going to go in terms of market share in the freight space. So I think it's interesting to highlight some of that. And then the last article I put out, Helen wrote this on Sunday or Saturday, I believe. After months of being inside, Americans are eager to open their wallets again. Customer spending rose 8.2% from April to May. In contrast, consumer spending fell 6.6%. So even though we're buying more, we're not more. It's really weird. And it's only going to get worse now with the coronavirus coming out and flooding the market full of whatever the hell is going on. As coronavirus cases as of today, we're up to 2.6 million. Actually, 2,652,334 confirmed cases with 128,000 deaths. I think we just went over 600,000 deaths worldwide. And then the biggest update again for states that have positive cases again so far is Florida with 5,200 confirmed cases. I think we had 10,000 confirmed cases on Saturday. So it's absolutely nutty. It's absolutely nutty. John Giovanni said, how you doing, buddy? All right, so let's talk about some of this stuff, some of this protest stuff that I want to go on, because it's very important for us to talk about. So there was a massive shooting. I don't even know what you want to call it. There was I was watching something before that kind of gave me a different narrative. I have to do a little bit more research to find out what's going on. But there were 2 people that were shot this morning in what apparently was a drive-by shooting attack on the the peaceful protesters of Chaz, is what they said. Unfortunately, the media is reporting one way. Everyone's kind of reporting it in all different ways, which is kind of perplexing to me because it made it really, really hard to figure out what happened. Someone sent me the message at like 8:30 this morning that there was a shooting, and I've been digging into it all morning, stopping, writing an article, and then going back to it because it's missing so many steps. The first shots were reported around 1 o'clock local time, and then when this finally came to a head, or it came to a conclusion, it was right around 3:30 local time. So that was 2.5 hours that were unaccounted for in terms of shooting. And there's more videos. There was a tremendous amount of gunfire in that city overnight. And it's crazy. I do have a couple of videos that I'm going to play so you guys can just see some of what was going on in DC. This is the first video. Remember, it's very important for me to mention that the mayor there said this is a summertime of love. You know, there was adamant, remember a couple of weeks ago, adamant reports that there were no arms, nothing like that. Nobody was armed. It was super peaceful, happy hour, flappy hour, you know, in Chop-Chewyville or whatever the hell you want to call it. If you can't tell, I ended my live stream at 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I got up at 7, and I'm not doing well today. I'm tired as hell. I'm goofy. It's not working. But let's watch this video. These are armed people, just so everyone sees that.
Hey, good? I'm good.
So this, I don't know if this video captures any gunfire. Actually, let me see.
Yep. Now.
So this is, I think this is right after the gunfire, unless I just missed it right in the middle. That could have been a possibility. So the way this transpired is really weird. So apparently there was a white Jeep that was driving all over the place. And apparently opened fire. Now, I just watched a video from someone that's in Chaz that's been reporting all the time. Everyone's seen their videos. I've played the videos before. He gave a timeline of events starting that and says that the people that are involved in this shooting were the same people that were involved in the march. The people in the white vehicle, that is, were the people that were involved in the march to the mayor's house yesterday, and that were caught on camera. And it's really it's really weird, because I feel like it's missing some detail, or in the major news reporting is missing some detail. But so let me just give a little bit of background. You can hear a bunch of different videos. Here's another video I'll play, which just shows some of the gunfire. Like I said, gunfire was going on for 2 hours. So it's not like this was the only spat of gunfire. That's a tremendous amount of gunfire there. And then if I speed the video up, you'll see a vehicle cross down there on your screen. Crosses here. And then there's going to be the white truck, no lights on, fleeing the scene. This was like the first shooting. This was right outside of Chaz. And then later on, the vehicle apparently returned. Some witnesses reported that they weren't shooting. They weren't doing drive-bys. They were shooting in the air. And which is kind of weird in itself. It's really weird. But that was only one of the numerous videos of shootings. There are literally so many different videos of shootings. There's another one that I'm going to play. This is at the conclusion. And I should have downloaded all these videos to make sure they don't get taken down. But this is the conclusion of the video, or a conclusion. Oops. So I'll just listen. This is where Can't see it yet, but the vehicle's right over here. And then the camera angle switches, and I believe you could see the headlights of the vehicle. Let me switch this over. Yeah, you can see the headlights of the vehicle there where he crashed in the guardrail. And then you can hear someone say, "Oh, you're still alive? I'm going to pistol whip you," who is someone that shot or that apparently was the shooter here. There's reports that the it's crazy. This is an American city. This is a war zone, but this is an American city in the United States right now. And there's even more videos. There's so many different videos. I just found another one that I was listening to right before. I'll play the audio. I'll put this over. This is another woman that was sitting there while this white vehicle was apparently driving around in the hold on. How come this isn't loading? Hold on. I bet they deleted the video. Let me see. This video is on Facebook where this is a woman that was hiding out in the camping area of the park, and there was massive shootings there.
More shots fired, more shots fired, more shots fired, more shots fired. More shots fired, more shots fired. A car's been circling around, shooting more.
So, and then this video goes on for about 30 minutes. I mean, this person was driving around for quite some time, just driving around in circles, you know, and there's a lot of people that I saw on Twitter that said that they were shooting in the air and they weren't, you know, shooting anybody. But then there was a connection between from what I heard, it happened this morning. From what I heard, that there was a connection between the radical lady that gave a speech yesterday, which is just, it's really weird. So ultimately, one man was killed. The driver of the vehicle was killed, and a 14-year-old boy who was his passenger was critically injured and is fighting for his life in the hospital now. Both of the people that were killed, because the initial reports was that they were a white supremacist driving around, of course, because that's the way, you know, Twitter was reporting everything. It was white supremacists. Well, the chief of police came out and said, no, that's not what happened. And I'm going to play a little bit of this because she actually takes a very hard line, which is kind of nice. But both the guy and the kid that were shot, the 14-year-old, they're both African-American. And it's very sad. But here's the chief, and she's going to describe what's going on there as well.
Am I good?
Brian!
Let me just skip to it.
You a brief update about what happened in this neighborhood last night. I want to emphasize it's very early in this investigation, and the information we have is still pretty fluid, and our detectives are still working hard on the case. We responded to this neighborhood, the area known as the CHOP, around 3 a.m. after multiple 911 calls about gunfire. When investigators arrived, they found a white Jeep Cherokee riddled with bullet holes on 12th Avenue between Pike and Pine. We were told that there were 2 men inside the vehicle and both had been shot. When we got inside the CHOP, these men were gone. We were told that people who identify themselves as CHOP medics transported them in a private vehicle to Harborview. Once at the hospital, one of the men, an African-American adult male, was pronounced dead. A second male, an African-American teenager, remains hospitalized. Our homicide detectives searched for the Jeep and searched the Jeep for evidence, but there wasn't much we could find. The typical things we search for in a case like this or in a shooting like this weren't there, and it is abundantly clear to our detectives people had been in and out of the car after the shooting. Detectives are trying to get information from witnesses, but as has been the case in other crime scenes up in this area, people are not being cooperative with our request for help. We are asking anyone who saw anything to call our tip line. It's 206-23.
And I'll say it. I'll say a couple of things, and then I'll play out the rest of the interview because I actually thought the interview was good. And so I'll play out because she takes a hard line. She's like, "This is done. Enough is enough. It's time to get these freaking idiots out of here." essentially is what she said. That's what I heard when, even though it was kind of in a pacifist way, but that's what she said. So I'll play it in a little bit. But I also received reports on Twitter and from other, going through other social media accounts that they didn't find any guns. They didn't find any shell casings inside this vehicle. So if these people were actively shooting in this vehicle, you would think that there would be something. They apparently didn't find anything. And that's what she was saying too. Another thing that's very important to realize is that this happened at 3:30 this morning. In my article, there's a live feed because the news was already outside of the car. That vehicle was left unattended from 3:30 in the morning when the shooting happened to 10:30 in the morning when the police, so it would have been 7:30 in the morning local time. So for 4 hours, the police didn't even go in there. Why do you think they didn't go in there? Because there was a tremendous amount of armed people roaming around. So they went in there, they processed the crime scene in exactly 24 minutes and towed the vehicle away. That nobody is communicating with it. Nobody is giving up the shooters. Nobody is talking about anything. So the people that killed these people or killed this guy will get away with it because nobody is saying anything. And she goes on to talk about that it's ironic about the Black Lives Matter thing. So I'll let this play now.
At this point, we're 6 hours into this investigation. And like I said, things are fluid. We're not sure who shot at the car or why they shot at the car. Detectives are searching social media and hoping someone has information and will come forward. That's all we know for now. This is ongoing. Again, it's very fluid. It's very unfortunate that we have yet another murder in this area identified as the CHOP.
This was in CHOP in Seattle,
dead
DK.
At a place where they claim to be working for Black Lives Matter, but they're gone. They're dead now. And we've had multiple other incidents, assaults, rape, robbery, and shootings. And so, this is something that's going to need to change. We're asking that people remove themselves from this area for the safety of the people. If they care about people, they're going to have to try to help us to make it safe. Not opposed to anybody's issue or concern. They certainly can demonstrate, and peacefully any place, but they can't hostily take over a neighborhood and cause the crime levels to go up like this. 2 men are dead. 2 men are dead. And a child, a 14-year-old, is hospitalized, and we don't know what is going to happen to that kid. Enough is enough here. Any questions?
Yes. Do you think the crime scene was tainted with on the 213 news? Are you intimating that the crime scene was tampered with?
Well, here I can tell you the information that I have from the detectives is that people were in and out of the car. So obviously that affects the crime scene. Who it was and what they were doing still remains to be found.
Chief, can you comment on reports that the people in the Jeep were trying to stage an attack of some kind and that CHOP protesters were defending themselves?
I don't know. Honestly, we don't know what happened. We're still early on. It's still very fluid. What we do know is that there was a vehicle involved. It's riddled with bullets, and we have 2 people who were both affected by gunfire. How that transpired and what occurred, we'd love for anybody who had information to call us and let us know.
Was the car stolen, ma'am?
That I don't know that information.
Do you know the stats for the normal rate of the...
If any reporter has a question, I'm happy to answer.
Pyro 7. Can you tell us any more about the plans to get officers back into the East Precinct?
At this point, the East Precinct, while important to us, what's much more important is that this neighborhood is not under siege and that there are not people being victimized. The precinct is a building. The precinct is a building, but people dying, rapes, robbery, assault, that is what we need to deal with. That's what we need to deal with.
They would have murdered that kid 14 times.
What do you say, Chief?
You hear what that guy just said? The one guy just said they would have murdered that 14-year-old. It happens all the time. That's because you saw a few minutes ago, she said that she was only taking interviews from actual reporters because there was a whole pile of the Chop Suey villains that were sitting there and trying to act like reporters. And then she said, I'm only answering from, real reporters. And then one of them goes, well, you're in Chaz, so I am a reporter for Chaz. Or you could hear them say it. it goes on. The interview goes on for a little bit. I'm not going to play the whole thing because I don't want to bore anybody. But this is America. This seems to happen every single day. Somewhere we have this happens. In Tulsa, 2 police officers were shot yesterday, not connected to a protest, but there were 2 police officers shot yesterday as well in Tulsa, and they're both in critical condition. The amount of violence that we see in our country right now, and the fact that we have an active war zone in the United States. I started watching Red Dawn yesterday, and you know what I was thinking about? All the protests. Like when I went to bed last night, I was watching the new version of Red Dawn, and I was like, what the hell? Like, is this real? Like I was watching Red Dawn, I'm watching this, and I'm like, holy shit, is this where we're going? Is this where we're going? Is that why it was suggested for me to watch? It's just absolutely nuts. So we have 2 lives that are lost, both African American men, in an area that is supposed to be standing for the Black Lives Matter movement. It's a horrible, horrible, horrible tragedy. There's one thing I want to correct yesterday too about the Louisville shooting, because remember they had their own little autonomous zone going as well. And there was a shooting on, I believe, Saturday, where a local photographer was shot and killed by a protester. I incorrectly said that it looked to me like it was a white guy in the protest. I played the beginning of the video on one of the live feeds, and there was one guy that had a gun, and then you see a guy aiming, and he's pointing. He was wearing a red shirt and a bandana. I incorrectly said that it was a white guy shooting. It wasn't. It was a Black Lives Matter activist that was shooting into the crowd. That's come out today. He had since been arrested twice for protesting and during these protests. He was arrested twice. His name is Steven Nelson Lopez. Again, he was arrested twice previously for disruptive behavior. According to an arrest report, LMPD officers notified Metro Safe multiple. That's just the background. But he was arrested for failure to disperse at one previous protest and for, I believe, I don't remember what the other one was. Arrested for inciting a riot, disorderly conduct, harassment, and possessing drugs. 2 days later, he was arrested for charges including unlawful assembly and disorderly conduct during these protests. So I was wrong about that. I watched a video this morning where they dug a little bit deeper into it. I said, because to me, it appeared that it was a white guy with covering his face that was opening gunfire or opening up into the crowd. It turns out it was a Black Lives Matter activist that opened up and shot a journalist. So this is real. This is getting real. Another one that I wanted to talk about, and someone mentioned it in the chat, was a protest yesterday in St. Louis. You guys probably know it was right before I went live during the show yesterday. There was a protest that was marching to the mayor of St. Louis house because apparently the mayor of St. Louis, there was a big push to defund police, and the mayor of St. Louis, I don't know why, the people that wrote the petition to defund the police during a press conference, the mayor put out all their private information, their addresses and phone numbers and everything. So they decided to stage in which I think is kind of ironic because everyone's doing that about everyone that disagrees with them. Anyway, they were marching to the mayor's house, and they entered this private section in St. Louis. Now, it wasn't a public road. It was a private gated community. They entered this gated community. I didn't know that this was a gated community yesterday. Anyway, they entered the gated community. They started walking through it, and then they were met by these guys. And I'll just let this video play out. It's 30 seconds. This is in front of their house, which looks like it's a very, very nice house. But you can see neither of them actually know how to hold or use a firearm. His finger's on the trigger while he's pointing the gun at his wife. But this was in St. Louis yesterday, and this kind of thing is going to happen more and more. I think there was a shooting the other day where protesters were walking up on someone that was armed, and they had their hands up and they were yelling, "Don't shoot," but they kept going towards him. And I don't know if he shot. I just heard a brief. This is happening across the country. The fact is that now, likely, as another broadcaster said earlier, likely what's going to end up happening is there's going to be a protest at these people's house. It doesn't matter if it's private property. It doesn't matter if it's a gated community. It doesn't matter what the actual scenario is. But this is going on across the country. This is going on everywhere. The news didn't portray this. If you look at the ABC News and their portrayal of this tweet, ABC News said a couple pointed gun at protesters in St. Louis as a group marched towards the mayor's office. A lot of the other ones said people moved, or a couple moved towards peaceful protesters, and all these that are, there's pointed weapons at peaceful protesters. And I mean, you're not peacefully protesting if you go into a private gated community. That would be like people coming on my front yard and protesting in my front yard. You're not on public property anymore. And with everything that we see on the news and police officers getting shot and houses getting burned down and looted, it's kind of scary. What's going on in this country right now is scary. It looks like the live feed for the 2nd Street Bridge in Louisville has shut down. So I don't know. I'm kind of curious. I have a live feed for Chaz up too, and I'll put that up for a little bit. It looks like they're doing, and I'm not. This isn't a protest show, but I just want to show. This is Chaz. As you could see, the barriers that were supposed to be removed yesterday morning. Remember all these barriers here that were supposed to be removed yesterday morning. First Friday morning, they actually went there to pick them up, and then everyone took them away, and then all the protesters chased them away. These guys are protesting. And I know even though they had a shooting and people were killed last night, they still at 8 o'clock did the morning march, as they said, and we're trying to rile everybody up to go do a peaceful march. They weren't holding vigil for the people that were actually killed there yesterday, But as you can see, this section of the city, these are businesses that you see here where my mouse is on your screen. These are businesses that are not able to open because they have a ton of people camping. Armed occupiers in the United States city. To me, it's one of the most mind-blowing things that I've ever seen in my life. It doesn't make any sense. And it continues going on. Nancy said it can be an effing riot and they will still call it a peaceful protest. Yeah. It's just sad. But the reason why this is important, because this directly correlates in the trucking. As we've seen during numerous surveys by myself and my groups here, we've also CDL for Life did a group as well, or did a poll to all their app users where they said, listen, CDL for Life was, are you going to go into cities where they defund police departments? And I believe it was 70% said no. And then there was, my survey was, will you deliver into places that have this? Where there's just violence and protests and these protests that often times turn violent. And a whopping, I think it was, I forgot what it was, 80% of you guys said, no, there's no way in hell you're going to deliver to these locations. You're not, look at Seattle. Last night, it was a perfect example. And everyone can go on Twitter and just search for CHOP and you will find hundreds of videos of this. And it sounded like a war zone. When you're watching a movie and it's like in the other room or something and you're, making a sandwich or something, but you hear all the gunfire and you're like, holy cow, this must be a crazy fight scene. That's what this sounded like yesterday. That is what these city streets and American city streets sounded like for 2 hours. It wasn't an isolated incident. It didn't just happen. And it wasn't like, even like the one we saw in Charlotte, where there was automatic weaponry going off for like 5 minutes. No, this lasted for hours with people shooting at each other in a United States city. And then when the cops come, these people even tried to, the protesters even tried to say that the medics were slow to respond. They went there and they had taken one person to the hospital and someone else they hadn't taken yet to the hospital. So they weren't there and they finally get them. And that person is the one who died. I saw all sorts of Twitter comments where they're like, oh, see, if you, our street medics were able to save somebody, but the Seattle Fire Department ended up losing the person they transported. It's a very tragic scenario and it keeps happening in the United States. We keep having these murders. These people are dancing. These people are dancing on the screen right now. Hold on. Let me put this on. I just want to make it really relevant to everybody, just so you guys understand.
Black people in jail than Donald Trump did. Even though Donald Trump is not cool,
They're not cool either. It's all of you two. It's all of you two. We need to form our own party. Yeah. We need to form our own party. Black people in jail than Donald Trump.
Hey, do you know
Donald Trump isn't cool, so what the fuck do you think they're doing?
who's Rise PDX? You know that person?
It's all different. It's ones that
Yeah, totally. That's like
smile in your face. There's other ones that let you know
that's
they
like
don't give a fuck about you.
I think it's
But
like
they're all in the same category.
Gotcha.
They're all in the same category. You
Okay, because I don't know who these people are.
But I'm letting y'all know right
it's
now.
it's because you're on woke, dog.
Oh shit! It got on woke? Oh shit! Oh shit! Well, what's up, Rise? Hey, there you go. Good job, buddy. Oh God, my Florida accent came out. God help me. Solidarity, brother. Absolutely. 100%.
Y'all should realize that now. Because a majority of the vote doesn't even fucking win. You need to win a certain state on some bullshit. Let y'all know that now. So form your own party and get your own shit together and find your leader that's really for the people. Because they're infiltrating everybody.
That's right.
Y'all know that now. There's a couple of these motherfucking bitches in the fucking crowd trying to infiltrate people right now and start shit. So stay on the positive tip. And I'm letting y'all know that now. I'm gonna pass it to my guy.
Yeah.
Woo!
Living in this fucking disinformation age.
Yeah.
We're like, because that's what he's talking about, the truth. Like, agent provocateur is everywhere. Who the fuck do you trust?
Yeah.
Who the fuck is there?
Yeah.
It's fucked. It's fucked, man. Like, there's so many people where I'm like, I don't even know, you know? You
Right?
know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's fucked up.
It's crazy shit, man.
It's fucked up, yeah.
I'm getting off the plane, okay? They see I'm a young black dude. They see I have my chain on. Everyone else is walking by. They stop me. They want to take my bag, okay?
Fuck that.
Oh shit. Good shit.
I don't want to say fuck everything. I don't want to say kill him because we're giving the same fucking message, bro. But something has to change.
Yeah.
Something has to fucking change, bro.
Yep. For sure.
Yeah. You know what's fucking funny? I bet you Battle Lounge is hosting this right now, huh?
What's up?
I always host you, huh?
I don't know how to look and see who's hosting me, but I'm pretty sure. You know, I keep trying to raid you guys. You need to change that setting or whatever.
Show me how. I will.
Yeah, I got you, man.
I don't know shit about this stuff. I'm old. I'm an old man. I need a young social media manager in my life.
I'm too busy trying to start the Tiger Battle Lounge, man.
Dog. I'm gonna try and get us some real money. Come here.
Sure.
I bet you. Watch, because America won't be the same after this. There's gonna be an opportunity for young entrepreneurs.
Oh yeah.
To take advantage of the situation. That's us. We will step in.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I don't want no little kids growing up to want to really kill a cop. And they're really gonna get stronger. Why do you think they militarize the cop? Okay? Because of shit like that. Okay? They did that with our money. So guys,
What he's saying is so
gotta
fucking
take, bro. We
stupid.
have to
It's
keep
like
staying
how
out
many
of
kids
it.
is
We all
fucking
first.
hating
Come
cops,
on,
and how
money.
much did
It'll
that
stay the same.
fuel the flames
We
of
have to stay
discontent?
out of it.
Yeah.
Thank y'all for being out here. Thank y'all for listening. These experiences happen every day. The young niggas like me, they happen every day. Okay? Thank y'all for listening, man. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
I want to live free. They say America is the land of freedom. I had not seen a lot of that, bro. I had not seen a lot of that.
We switched off of the police troll there for a minute. This is live in Portland at the Justice Center. It's a very small crowd, and they're saying some very powerful things to the police. So we're gonna keep it on here in case anything goes crazy like it did last night.
Yeah.
Preach.
All the shit that y'all been doing right now, that's why shit is changing. All the peaceful protesting, begging and asking to be accepted, hasn't changed shit. We've been doing that for 400 years. And we still doing the same shit. Thank y'all.
Yeah, they definitely. Oh shit, what's going on in New York, Deissner? I can't swap apps right now because I'm doing this on my phone, and as soon as I close this out, it ends up ending the stream. But yeah, relay to me what's going on over in New York, bro. I got family up that way. New York City seems to be occupying. Got you. Good shit. Good shit. We need more occupying. Honestly, what we need is solidarity. We need solidarity, and we need more bodies out here, because it feels like, you know, after a month, it seems like attrition has chased more people off than the cops have. And it's like, you know, the civil rights movement, it took well over 300 days for the Civil Rights Act to pass. And here we are, day 31, and this crowd is nowhere near what it was like a week and a half ago. Nowhere near as much. And it's like, now I understand that, you know, part of the state has, you know, opened up. You know, we're in like phase 1 of reopening and folks are coming back to their jobs. But it's like the song goes, the revolution will not be televised. You cannot, you know, plug in, turn on, and cop out. You cannot lose yourself on Skag and skip out for, you know, for beer during commercials. The revolution won't be televised.
Which, first of all, is a fucking... If you look at that Asia is not a fucking monolith. Just because we're on the same continent doesn't mean...
That's right, Rise.
Are you telling me I'm a Canadian just because I live on North America? No, what the fuck? Japan is totally fucking different than Vietnam. You know what I'm saying? I'm my own fucking person.
I'll say I don't support. I think that there needs to be an overhaul. Absolute overhaul. There needs to be a complete police overhaul. It needs to be the officers that are part of the Portland Police Bureau need to actually be Portland residents. I just had a friend of mine tell me that at least 8 out of 10 of these cops don't even live in Portland. They live in like Aloha and Gresham and Lake Oswego and all these other places. They don't even live here. So they're completely detached from the community. And if you have people that are in a position of authority that aren't even have any actual tangible connection to the community, how can you expect them to actually resonate with said community? Because see, my thing is, I grew up in a small town back in Florida. Everybody knew everybody. But besides that, the cops in that small town in Florida all lived in that small town. Everybody knew everybody. You know, my folks knew the city commissioner of this small town when he was just a beat cop. And he was actually one of the good ones. He was going out and speaking out against the bad cops and all this other shit. And he moved up. He became a city commissioner, and then he started fucking around, fucking that system up, and rooting out all of those bad people too. And that's the thing that we need. We need people like that. in those positions where they have that power. We need people that are truly supportive of true justice, true representation. That's what we need. You know what I mean? Am I right?
You're right.
You know, usually I am. Every now and then I know what I'm talking about. Usually I just blather a bunch of bullshit, but that's when I'm playing games and shit. That's right, Rise. We don't have any representation at all.
Fucking shooting, rubber bullets, which are 1 in 5 people die from getting shot by the way. It's less lethal. 1 in 5.
What was Rise PDX talking about?
We have no representation for sure. You're right 100%. Yeah.
Vancouver does it? Who does it? Who is it?
Oh, we were talking about like cops, not like what you and homie were talking about, how most of the cops here don't even live here.
Oh, fuck no.
Yeah. And it's like,
Fuck no.
yeah, fuck. And plus, shit, man, Vancouver's where most of them damn Proud Boys and those fuckheads come from too, aren't they?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. They're not from here. They don't know what it's like in the city.
They really don't. They absolutely don't. And like, I'll tell you what, if we did, I'm sort of glad and also a little sad that we have the pandemic going on, because I know if we didn't have the pandemic going on, those Proud Boy fuckheads would be out here. Now, granted, me being me, you know, being a martial artist for over 16 years, I'm like, okay, they could come out here. Let's go. I got like 10, 15 years of pent-up rage that I'd like to let out in a very justified manner. Let's go. Let's do it. But I know they are out here, and they are agitating shit. They're infiltrating these groups, and they're causing a bunch of shit. I wouldn't be surprised if that whole fiasco at the North Precinct was because of one of those fuckheads. I would not be surprised in the slightest bit. That's right. They say that shit behind a crowd, but the moment you catch one of those motherfuckers by themselves, they start throwing up their arms and going, and they start like pissing and moaning and calling for the same fucking pigs. But most of those motherfuckers can't fight one-on-one anyway. I've seen the videos. They can't fight for shit. They got
violence. We're not here for violence.
Yeah, we're not.
Here for peace.
Yeah, we're here for peace. I'm just talking about like some bullshit. I'm just bullshitting right now, cause it's like, ugh. Oh yeah, Andy, no, that dude's a piece of shit. Absolute garbage person. That motherfucker. Oh man, I have so many things I can say about that motherfucker.
Fuck that dude. He wants to sue Antifa like you can sue anti-fascists.
Yeah, it's like they're not an official organization.
It's like saying I want to sue conservatives.
Yeah,
Fuck you.
it's an ideology and or a political thought. You can't sue a political thought or an ideology.
When I think of anti-fascist too, I always think of my grandfather who fought in the Second World War against the fascists. And like, are you gonna go ahead?
Who's this P-51 driver? This anti-American racist thugs going down. We warned you. Antifa going down. Bitch, you're going down. Bring your ass on. Fuck.
Yeah, come down here and say it to my face, honky. Tell me, honky. Tell me it's going down.
Come on, bitch.
Fuck you. Say it to my face. Fuck you, honky. I don't
Let's go.
give a fuck.
No fucks given at all.
Dumb motherfucker.
Right.
That guy is an anti-American terrorist, is what he fucking is.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Oh boy, he said soy boy. Oh man.
Oh, soy boy. He fucking wishes.
I'm so
I eat
fucking
meat
hurt.
every day, honky. We love you guys. Yeah, come fucking prove it, honky. I'm an American, Jack. What you gonna do about it? What are you gonna tell me something about my First Amendment or my Second Amendment? I believe in that shit, honky.
Me too.
So I'm out here protesting, honky. Come tell me to my face, honky. Yeah, motherfucker, I am American. More American than you.
Woohoo! My man.
If you believed, you would know about the freedom of the press, about the right to assemble.
You are not here to determine how this movement goes.
You don't know, Honky. You don't. You don't care about America. That's why you're not here.
That's why, pretty much. Bring your ass on.
Listen to the black person of color because this is for Black Lives Matter first and foremost. So we're gonna get Black
We got a Proud Boy in the chat.
Right here. Chip, you're a damn trip. What's up, homie?
I've never heard that before.
Right? Pretty much, Rise.
Let him talk. Fucking let him talk. It's America. He can have a platform too. He's just fucking wrong.
Let him talk. Don't delete it so his job can see what he types.
Right? Absolutely.
Yeah, this fake
What's
motherfucker.
your full name? Where you live?
This fake motherfucker, if he actually, this is one of those all lives matter.
We don't
honkies.
censor here. We make sure you lose your job.
Yeah,
here.
we don't censor here. This
You know-
is America.
you know,
You
my-
have a platform, homie.
You know, my newest kink is watching racists lose their jobs. Oh, really gets me nice and hard.
Oh yeah, I love it. I love it. Expose yourself, honky. Let us know. Let us all know you're racist.
Give us your address.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, come out of the woodwork, honky. We love you getting exposed.
Let's
we
do it.
love seeing who you really are.
I love you, bro. Funny as hell. Take off your masks.
Yeah, expose yourself, honky. Yeah, the guy with the keyboard. The guy with the keyboard. Expose yourself, dumb motherfucker.
A little bit aggressive, as you know, if y'all ever worked at an office.
Show me pussy, says the guy with the keyboard. You won't.
Teebs has much better hardware than what I got going on right now currently.
Oh hell yeah.
Honky is still offensive, you know. He's right. He's right. He's right. He's right.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt this man's feelings. Nobody represents the people anymore. Everybody represents a corporation.
There's this cop stream I just found, and he put his sponsor on the stream, so I tweeted his sponsor about his racism and calling the protesters terrorists. He's going to get a bad phone call tomorrow. Yo, that's what's up. That's what's up, man. Good shit, Rise. Good shit.
That way, That's silly, Mike. Shit cracks me the fuck.
I know, right? Fuck.
Like, I fucking clown vegans too.
Oh, man. Damn, don't let Keeper hear that.
Oh, he knows.
Oh, my God. I ain't doing shit, Purple. You go fuck yourself. Word. Don't you know he's speaking America?
Yo, these guys talking in all caps, that's some small dick energy.
I know, right? Yeah, almond milk's the shit, man. But who the hell put tits on an almond?
Probably this country fucks God.
Damn. Oh my God. Fucking hill necks, man, I tell ya. See this shit?
Oh gosh, yeah, small dick energy. This guy.
Right. Good shit, champ. Appreciate you.
We won the fight. No, the fuck we haven't. We still have a long way to go. But for those that are early risers, please show your face tomorrow at City Hall at 10 a.m. So we can, because I promise you, I'm going to be up there with my makeup on. City Hall, my back! Woo! Okay? We're gonna let them know that we don't want that fucking contract extended. I don't want 850 fucking officers.
See Soul, tell him I sent 500. I got you, bro. If I manage to see him. I haven't caught a lot of his streams, so I haven't had a chance to really know where, you know, get a good visual on him.
Bro, LMAO. This honky.
Right.
Y'all know where that phrase came from? Back, I forget what year it was. It was literally a phrase that citizens came up with in the mail. They had a mail-in survey.
He just couldn't contain himself. He's just dropping M-bombs or some shit, huh?
Nah, he was talking about some keep showing their faces and a bunch of other shit.
Yeah.
Hey, champ, do me a favor. Just go ahead and ban the guy, because even though you timed him out, he can still, like, see shit. You wanna ban it with me?
I agree with Sam. We need to vote third party because
Oh, yeah, that's right. Soul's staying home.
partisan shit. They literally pit us all against each other, saying Democrat or Republican, same way they do with our race.
Gonna step back for a smoke break.
Sorry, dude. I didn't mean to put you on blast like that.
Oh, no. You're
We
fine.
put
No,
you.
I
We
appreciate
put
it.
you up. We elevated you to a point where you could get people like that in your chat.
Yo, hey, I appreciate the heads up. You know, I haven't been out here a while.
But dude,
For sure. I got you. Yeah, I'm gonna call it after this one. I got you.
I mean, it's worth it. It's still people.
Time for a smoke break. Not quite a safety meeting, but a cigarette meeting. Oh, yeah, go for it, man. Go get wasted. Wow.
Yo, is there still small dick energy fucking popping off in there?
Yeah, this purple jackass.
Yeah, tell him to come down. Tell him to come down. Say it to my face. Purple, you fucking idiot. Yeah, you got a fucking problem with the motherfucking First Amendment with the right to assemble? Come down here and tell me. Fucking honky.
My God.
Really quickly, the person who donated the pizza is on the phone right now. She's a group worker. So on the count of three, we let the donors know that we are infringing racial
Right. Right. Man, it's pretty dope.
Yo, did you see that van in the news this morning?
No, I
Some
didn't.
fucking goofball from K2 said like, who vandalized this van? Who vandalized this? Someone left their nice Sprinter van out here and it got vandalized by these hoodlums.
It's like, bruh, what?
Made a motherfucking ass of himself. Tried to politicize this van like a dumb fuck, like a small dick dumb fuck.
Somehow magically overnight 500 different people with 500 different writing implements came and wrote sweet, heartfelt messages on the van. How?
I know it's Purple hasn't said shit.
Oh, I
Bitch.
noticed. I noticed Small Dick Purple hasn't said nothing since I fucking called him out. Come down here. Come fucking protest, honky. Tell me what? Come tell me to my face.
Only thing I gotta say is be careful, cause these fuckheads, they don't know how to fight. They didn't watch Friday growing up, so you know they don't know about that whole win some, lose some, you live to fight another day. They just a bunch of bitches.
They also can't come down and
Wasted pigs? Really? Really?
You wasted pigs? You honky.
My God.
We're not even cops, you dumb. Whatever, man.
Yeah, it's just another lie. Hey, the jackass wasn't blocked. He got timed out for like 10 minutes. So I'm sure
You
his
can't
ass
handle the truth. Come down here and say that to my face, Purple, you weenie.
Police
lives matter. Yeah, right. They wear riot gear. Come say that to my face. Come say anything to my face.
They're likely friends with that blue Twitter account.
Probably. I don't fucking know. They're all jackasses anyway.
We saw a beautiful image yesterday of Jesus holding a police officer. Like someone had drawn a painting of like it was like a Blue Lives Matter painting of a Jesus holding a police officer.
Police officers, that's just a honky with a job. Shut the fuck up, Purple. You're an idiot. Come down here. Come down here and talk to people. Quit hiding behind your keyboard.
Right? They quick to talk shit up on a keyboard,
Yeah,
but they
come
don't
down
see
here.
they'll
and
see their asses out
Come
here.
down here and listen to what people have to say.
Yep.
Sorry, bud. COVID, we don't do that. How dare you? What a keyboard cowboy.
Right? That's the majority of them, really.
Oh, yeah.
On a keyboard he rides. He's a cowboy.
Kentucky is right. This honky is definitely Kentucky energy.
He probably left the stream.
He's a cowboy.
He probably thought he was
girl.
banned.
I told you. Sure. Whatever, honky.
Yeah, sure.
I never said nothing about your gender. I don't even give a shit about that.
Fucking rise.
I'm a
my
girl,
man.
honky. Yeah, sure you are. I don't give a fuck what you are. You're an idiot is what you are.
I'm an equal opportunity insulter. Male, female, non-binary. If you're being an asshole, I'm just gonna tell you you're an asshole.
This purple girl is probably also a vegan, huh? Don't even know why you were there. I don't know why you're not here.
Yeah. Then why don't you do it?
Yeah,
let your
do
voice
it.
let your voice be heard too.
Yeah,
you
we're here for you too. This is America. Okay, yeah. Unlike you. Okay, come defend them. Come down here and defend them.
Time is ticking.
Time is ticking. Shut up. Fucking goofus. Time is ticking for what?
Hollowed ass threats. That's all it is.
Time is ticking for your lifestyle. You have to change your lifestyle soon, otherwise you're not going to be employed or a member of the society.
You hide, honky, behind a keyboard. But not for long. Okay, come down here. Come here. Come down here.
You know you are.
Oink oink.
Wait, at the door? There's a local town that pizza is by the door.
These little girls are terrible. You don't know.
Just the most casual thing.
So there's like 4 pizzas and they're all small.
The girl in the blue shirt, yeah, she's been trying to tear the doors open all night.
She sure has. They gonna get her first. They already have.
No, they're scared of her. They're scared of her. That's why they have the automatic rifles.
If we do, we can get them out.
Hey, listen, Purple. You just gonna have to take that up with my mod if he gonna sit there and talk some shit. You know.
Pizza's going to the front. If you want pizza, go to the front. We're gonna get kettled.
Come back to the other side. Safer on the other side, I'm telling you. Come back to the other side if you are smart and have a fucking 10% brain.
Is that like a code name or some shit? The cops already got a staging area. Say it. I don't know what the fuck you just said. It just frustrates me.
Being instructed to move to the other side.
Enough of me stoking. Hey, I feel you. I'm looking at people. They shot me with a rubber bullet and now I'm all around the
Yeah, free speech is so that the government can't retaliate against you. It doesn't mean that you know, are exempt from the social ramifications of your community and everyone else around you that actually has to deal with your ass.
That's not there. They come. What's my job?
Totally different department.
Well, I'll tell you something about that Portland pig. If he actually is a pig, if he's still here, let me just be the first to say that you aren't shit without your badge. You aren't shit without your gun, without your riot stick. Because I'll tell you something, buddy. I've been fucking studying martial arts for well over 16 years. If you ever want to go toe-to-toe with me, absolutely. Let's go.
Okay, right. I'm wearing like a tiny.
Chicken Rick! Chicken Rick! What's up? Morty, you gotta do something about these fucking jackasses in my chat. They keep trying to take my fucking Mulan Szechuan sauce.
So much safer. I know. They're like,
Haha, Chicken Rick. That's my dog. That's my chicken. Yeah, you right. My bad.
so our barricade went away. Oh, I guess there used to be cars.
Well, you see, check this out. If you really want a little bit of history about my family, Both my grandmother and my grandfather both marched with the original Black Panther Party of the late 60s through the early 70s in the New York chapter. My great uncle marched with the Panthers in the Seattle chapter. And they're proud of me. Absolutely. They're proud that I'm out here.
If you want a piece of pizza, please come up and grab one. I have the sanitizer. We have water too. We have water and pizza up here. Shout out to the donor who decided to donate like 20.
Absolutely.
But a random donor decided to donate.
Very little.
Right. To make sure that we were fed and full. So, huge shout out to those donors. You know, we're on what? We still in there only mode. Alright? We only have something still left. So,
Appreciate you, Chicken Rick.
we appreciate the fucking donor. Thank you. Yeah, like, if you ever want to become, like, unanonymous, let us know. We will definitely donate. That way you can continue.
I'm actually biracial. My mother was black and my dad was white.
Donors watching on Snapchat, thank you for donating. Send us your Snapchat or your Cash App so we can donate. That way you can continue to see that. Yes, thank you.
Yes. They're not my favorite Ukrainian games, though.
If any folks have an extra pair of goggles, can you please come up to the front? We have 12 goggles, so there's a gentleman offering me one pair. We need an extra pair, so if you have an extra
Definitely do, Chicken Rick. Sorry you have to witness this bullshit all the way from Australia. Oh boy. So committing, yeah, oh my god.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, mods. I was starting to get tired of that bullshit.
Hey everybody, I wanted to
With the double header, holy shit. Damn, I wish I had my stream deck so I could do my fucking Kenshiro sounds. Hey, Tumbling, I know you've been around for a while. Evidently, you've been around the Earth for quite some time, but Twitch is a private platform. It is not the government. Therefore, you know, this is my channel. Therefore, you know, if I don't like what you have to say, you can get banned for it. And it's within the rules and regulations within Twitch that I can do that. Now, if you don't like that, or if you don't agree with that, then, you know, there are other streamers that you could watch. You know.
Afraid of Fred Hampton's ability to organize that the FBI made a program called COINTELPRO where they placed a bodyguard with him, drugged him on the night he was assassinated. They were so afraid of someone that could organize people that they assassinated him. And what's an FBI? This is a pig in a suit. This is a pig in a suit. Read about Fred Hampton, read about COINTELPRO. This is not tinfoil hat shit. This is all Freedom of Information Act. It's all out there. They shot his pregnant girlfriend. And there's one reason. It's because he organized everybody that didn't have any. Remember that.
Yo, what's up, Anita?
That's what they're afraid of.
Yeah, I'll hit you up. That should be alright. Yo! Where's Goon Squad number 3?
On the corner.
Gotcha.
And for those folks who haven't, go home, turn on Netflix, and watch LA 92. Alright? Turn on LA 92. Watch what happened in the streets of LA after police brutally beat the living fuck out of Rodney King. Alright? Go home and watch that movie. I promise you, when you come out tomorrow, if you come out tomorrow, you're gonna be a lot motherfucking angrier. And you're gonna be like, why are we not acting like that? Honestly, like a gentleman said in LA 92, when I see shit on fire, all I say is burn, baby,
Haters
burn.
gonna hate, Rick's gonna pickle. Yo, I love that shit, man. Jeffro, I'm sorry this is boring. I'm sorry that there isn't the looting and destruction that you were hoping to see, so that you could probably, like, you know, feel justified in not supporting what's going on here. But this is what the mainstream media isn't showing. They're not showing the days after the looting and after the looters have been ostracized and kicked out of the movement. You know? The last protest I streamed, the organizers made it explicitly clear multiple times on the megaphone that if you were there to cause violence or if you were there to agitate the situation, that you were to leave. Oh yeah, it is, Rise. It absolutely is.
And what I mean by docs is your address, your phone number, all that information popping up online to these fucking bootlicking, Trump-supporting, fucking right-wing nationalists who want to fucking hurt you. So make sure your face is at least semi-covered. Alright? Especially if you see someone filming and you're about to cross their path, you don't have your face covered, don't. Make sure you're not on their camera, because some people don't give a fuck. Alright? Like I said, there are some right-wing extremists that are here trying to blend in with our group and give Andy no or the go or whatever the fuck his name is. Mr. I'm scared of a fucking vegan milkshake.
Shit.
You'll end up on his motherfucking Twitter. Alright? He will let his fucking followers know. And you'll have people threatening you via online. You'll have people come by your house. So please, 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 the importance of masking up is super important. Please remember that. Thank you.
Appreciate you. We love you.
Thank you for listening to Angry Black Girl. I'm not so angry because you ate a lot tonight. So. But hey, fuck you!
They really are. And that was one, given my research that I've done on the Panther Party, that was one really huge problem. Despite the fact that they were trying to make change happen, they did little to nothing to actually hear the black female voices within the movement. And so it's good to see this.
Fuck this whole city council. Fuck Portland. And what is it? The city council. Whoever controls Portland. Fuck all y'all. Alright? It's time to burn this motherfucker down and rebuild. And let's people of the community in office. That way, we know what the fucking people want. That way, we have
Highly agree, Rise.
our needs in office. Really trying to make a fucking change.
Well, yeah, Angela Davis got a lot. She was able to say a lot, but there were a lot of other female voices that, you know, besides the more prominent ones that had things to say, that didn't really get to say a whole lot, man.
Don't exchange PPB's contract. Fuck all 850-something officers, sergeants, lieutenants, whatever.
You know, you right, champ.
Police association. Fuck them, fuck their job. Alright? Right, they live out in Estacada, Clackamas, Oregon City. They don't even fucking live in Portland. You don't even live in Portland city limits. Why the fuck should I trust you?
That's right.
You guys come in, tear gas people, push people, hurt people, shoot people with rubber bullets, and then you go home and sleep peacefully because you didn't do it in your city. You didn't do it in your town. You did it in Portland. You're sociopath pigs.
Meaningful discussion with a stranger.
He's having a what?
Meaningful discussion with a stranger.
Oh.
He's just right on the corner, like straight. You can see some red bandana right at the corner.
Oh yeah, I see him.
There's a few of them.
You right, champ. You right.
Tim?
No. My mom.
Tim was
Nah, he ain't showed up yet. He probably watching Hunter x Hunter or some bullshit.
You can tell when motherfuckers come out and they're like, yeah, bitch, I'm ready for this. Come on, protesters. You can tell. That motherfucker will be licking their lips, cracking their necks, just bumping their buddies, you know, and here's one same person on TVB. I like to call
You good, bro? You good? You good?
Chin strap Chuck because he likes to wear a helmet with a chin strap on the bottom.
Oh, word. I got you.
Super old. He's an older
His phone died. He was like,
The last night, I watched him savage.
Oh, hey, speaking of.
Yeah, so that's.
Somebody in the fucking park. Y'all, I don't know. Y'all were out here Saturday night.
Yeah, women definitely did make a difference in the Panthers, but there was still a good bit of misogyny within the Panther movement. And, you know, as a black person, I'm willing to say that.
After he done busted his motherfucking face.
You know.
I appreciate the fuck out of y'all.
And there were certain chapters on the West Coast that actually did have issues with interracial dating.
In that park, there was about 6.
So they did have their problems too. But we ain't talking about that shit right now. We talking about the here and now.
Chin strap Chuck, I noticed, was extremely aggressive. He was the one when we
You're right.
were up there.
Absolutely right, Rise.
Who had that gentleman run up towards the barrier.
Oh yeah, for sure. I know, champ. I know your heart's in the right place, homie. You good. You still my homie. Still love you.
That was the whole point. He wasn't finna shoot nobody. I mean, God willing, he wasn't finna shoot nobody. But they did that as a point so they could pull the barrier back. Because, you know, it's not like we can't walk.
Yeah, we all on the same side, and that's the right side of history with this. That's why I'm out here documenting this, because like I said, the mainstream media ain't gonna sit here and show this shit because it's peaceful. Because there ain't shit, they'll politicize it, absolutely.
I saw today someone showed every news station in Detroit's headline for the police officer that drove through the crowd in Detroit yesterday.
Oh yeah.
And based on who owned the network, the headline was anything from police SUV drives through crowd on the most non-corporate funded network to the most corporate funded network was police SUV evades crowd after protesters climb on hood.
Wow, that's some bullshit.
So you can take the same event, and they had 5 different networks in this image, and it was just from most neutral to least neutral politicization of the exact same video. One was a police SUV drove through a crowd. The other was protesters attacked the vehicle and the vehicle evaded.
Like, this is some bullshit, man.
Politicized.
We really need to be serious about de-arresting because it's stressing you the fuck out. I'm not thinking of de-arresting and it's stressing you
That one felt good.
We need to stop letting people arrest people. I don't give a fuck if it's for fucking 2 hours. I don't give a fuck if it's for
Chicken Rick, this is in Portland, Oregon.
Chicken Rick comes from Australia.
Hey, he came through the other day when I was playing Mario.
The toilet swirled the other direction.
Literally like fuck. There's another combat in jail that we could have saved if there was 10 bodies. Just 10 bodies willing to deal with a push or two from a fucking sheriff's baton. You know? And especially for those folks who have umbrellas and shields, for you to be in the back, what are you doing here? You should, yeah, if you're not gonna use your shield, give it to somebody who will use your shield, who will run up when they see a person of color getting arrested, or just somebody in general getting arrested. You know, if you run up with that shield, you're stopping rubber bullets, whatever.
I agree, Lizzie. This is super important.
You're stopping shit coming towards the crowd. So it's really the people with umbrellas and shields that should be helping de-arrest people. What the fuck are you out here for? Why do you have shields and umbrellas if you're not gonna help protect the people?
Hey, I gave it up.
Alright?
About it.
Hey, I'm just gonna say, stay together, stay tight. It's not just a chant. Like right now, we're pretty far apart. I appreciate the social distancing, but if the police ever come, so many times I see us, we're chanting, stay together, stay tight, and people are staying the same distance from each other, guys. As she was just saying, we are stronger in numbers. If we, part of the help of the umbrellas and the shields is they also protect people's identities and actions. They can't see what is going on behind those umbrellas and shields. And it sounds like they want to say something, so I'm going to hand off the mic to them.
So, Zoe, I'm a Jewish non-binary trans person. I know my melanin is dissipated over the last 5,700 years, but I assure you I am not white to a white supremacist. So, a friend of mine came to these protests to use his privilege. He was shot in the eye.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell, Jeff. If you are a legit supporter, then you know, I apologize as well. It's hard to tell when you have jackasses like those last two. You know what I'm saying? Let me get back to this. This is important.
This is completely unprovoked. This is completely, and it's just adding to what we know about what these kids to do. And he's actually in pretty good spirits about it. I mean, if he was black, he probably would have been fucking shot more than one time. If he was black, he would have been shot and then arrested and had some shit planted on him. If he was a fucking
Rise, you're doing the Lord's work, man.
they would have probably been arrested.
Odin would be proud of you. Tyr would be proud of you. Bragi would be proud of you. Frigga, Heimdall, they would all be proud of you.
Still gonna lose an eye. And he's still coming back. I got maced over there. Me too.
Yeah, it's a little hard.
When my back is turned, these motherfuckers hit me in the back of my right thigh several times. Basically because I'm not looking, and you know, because that's what a big man does when you're not fucking looking. He hits you when you're not fucking looking and putting chemical weapons in your fucking pharynx so you can't fucking breathe.
Big man.
Yeah.
Big man.
That's right, Rise.
Want to send it real quick, please? Hey, they just ripped the boards off this window in front of this building. You guys, some of you guys can stay here, but anybody that's with me, bro, we need to protect our people that are stupid. And some people do dumb shit, and I don't want them to die either. And so I'm going over there. Anybody's with me, anybody else, could stay here and support this side of the protest. We got two sides. It's all right. Thank you for your support. But I gotta go. Thank you.
All right, Chicken Rick. I appreciate you dropping in, brother. Much love. I appreciate the support, man.
They're exposing their greatest weakness is that they are extremely scared. So every time.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jeff Rowe, the attrition is the true killer of these movements. It's never really the tear gas, it's never really the pepper spray or the rubber bullets or the other non-lethal stuff that the police actually deploy. At the end of the day, for the ride or die folks that are out here every night, it's attrition. It's attrition that slows everything, that begins to slow things down. But I do agree with Rise. It's not really slowing down. We've got fewer numbers out here, but then again, at the same time, we did phase 1 of reopening. So, you know, not a lot of people have as much energy after working, after going back to their 9 to 5, after being out for God knows how many months, to also come right back out here and protest. And that's understandable, because you know, we want people out here that are full of energy and that have the energy to be out here, you know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the closings might come again. Oregon's been pretty good about it comparative to like other states. You know, cause like Florida, my home state, they're like absolutely like hosed. They had 9,000 new cases the other day. 9,000. Oregon hasn't even hit 10,000 statewide yet. And it's just, and now granted, that's mostly because in Florida you have a bunch of backwoods, you know, redneck fuckheads who don't listen to science. But, you know, I could see things closing down again. I can see it. I just hope it doesn't, you know. See, Oregon's been smart about it. Oregonians, I have to say, as a Florida-born person who moved out here, I have to say it is so refreshing to live in a state where people actually believe in fucking science. And actually listen to doctors and listen to scientists and everything. Because I'm telling you, if I was still living in Florida, I probably would have caught COVID by now. There's a good chance I would have caught it by now. Apparently diffused, there's some folks that are doing stupid shit on the other side, and some folks are migrating over there to make sure that they're safe. So we're gonna do a walk around, because I've been standing in one spot for a while and I need to stretch my legs and all that happy horse shit, you know what I mean? But again, yeah, they're doing stupid shit that they shouldn't be doing and agitating the situation, which isn't the point of what we're supposed to be doing here. You know what I mean? You know, this was the issue that happened at the North Precinct. Was, you know, I don't really have an answer for that. Maybe they're going over there to, you know, try to talk them out of that shit or try to make them stop. Nah, it's definitely not arson. Definitely not none of that shit. But this is the same issue we ran into at the North Precinct. It was supposed to be a peaceful occupation movement. We were supposed to occupy the street in front of the North Precinct, and it was right between the North Precinct and the Boys and Girls Club. And I was there for about an hour and a half. And after about an hour and a half, I left and I wanted to check things out here at the Justice Center. So I came out here to the Justice Center, and things were really weird. There was a lot of infighting going on. People were arguing with each other for no goddamn reason, which is another thing I think that's causing some attrition to the movement as well, is all the infighting and shit, which is of course what the establishment wants. They want the infighting, they want the bullshit to happen, because then eventually everybody goes home, because they're like, oh, well, I'm not going to go out there because that person's out there and they're part of this group and those people do this and that and the other. And this division and chaos and confusion is what they want to happen, so that way then the protests stop. Because they realize that the little smidges of change and all the pandering bullshit isn't actually, it's not actually like making us stop. Because I'm gonna tell you something. As a biracial person, I don't give a fuck who's on the fucking container for like fucking pancake syrup. I don't give a fuck about some Aunt Jemima or some Uncle Ben's or any of that shit. I never gave a shit about that. That don't change a goddamn thing. You know what I mean? It doesn't change shit. You could change Aunt Jemima to Mother Teresa, and that still ain't gonna stop the fact that there is potentially gonna be another black person within my lifetime that may have another officer put his knees on his neck for 8 minutes and 47 fucking seconds. Changing the fucking icon or whatever on a can of fucking syrup ain't gonna change that shit. You know what I mean? I can honestly say, and I'm willing to say this, I'm willing to speak for black people everywhere. We don't give a shit about that. That doesn't change shit. Painting Black Lives Matter on the street of Washington, D.C. doesn't stop police brutality. And that's a good point. That is a good, I will give that to you, Diffuse. That is a good point. Talk to your senators. That is absolutely true. Put people in the government that are actually going to work for the people. This is supposed to be a government of the people, for the people. And the people that we currently have in government aren't for the people, because they don't see themselves as one of us. They don't see themselves as the person that's doing the 9-to-5 job, working, this, that, and the other. They don't see that shit. That's right, Rise. Absolutely right. That is absolutely right. But there needs to be change. And I'll say this, like I've probably said a few times in the stream, I've been a martial artist for a very long time. I've studied a variety of different styles over the years, but all the philosophies stayed the same. The art is meant to be used to help defend the weak, to defend those who can't defend themselves. And it's meant to be reactive. For every MLK, there's always going to be a Malcolm X. And you know what? I support both sides of that argument. I believe that there is a time for peace, and I believe there is a time for direct, sometimes violent action. Because sometimes you gotta stomp a motherfucker in the face to make shit stop. And I say that as a victim of racial violence. But at the end of the day, shit needs to change, man. And it's like, at this point, black people and biracial people like myself and other minorities have spent the past 60 plus years with our thumbs up our asses singing Kumbaya, hoping for shit to change, and ain't shit changed. I'm talking specifically about local politicians. That's absolutely right. What needs to happen, like I said, there needs to be a complete overhaul of the system. And it needs to start before you start from the top. You don't start from the top with bullshit like this. You don't start from the top with bullshit like this, the systemic racism and everything like this. You don't start from the top. Because everything that happens at the top level, the very levels below the totem pole, can take shit and repeal it. They can say, oh, well, that's not part of my jurisdiction. Or, you know, this, that, and the other. It needs to start at the local level, at the very bottom of the totem pole, and it needs to continue to go up the layers. That's how it needs to happen.
Right down here where my mouse is, that is where one person lost his life not even 7 hours ago. That's where someone was killed. That's where maybe some of these people opened fire and took someone else's life. Right there, not even 7 hours ago. And they're having a dance party. It doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. You know, and I know, you know, during the show, I'm not supposed to be political during the day show, but how can you not at this point? It's not even about politics. It's about human decency. Like, stop these people. Stop this. At least screw all the other protests that are going around in the country. Stop this. Take back the American city. Free all the residents that are sitting here in subject. What if they're kids? Can you imagine kids? How scarred they're going to be for the rest of their life because they have to listen to gunfire in their streets? This is happening in United States City. Human decency. Like, stop these people. Stop this. At least screw all the other protests that are going around in the country. Stop this. Take back the American city. Free all the residents that are sitting. Stop these people. Stop this. At least screw all the other protests that are going around in the country. Stop these people. Stop this. At least screw all the other protests that are having a dance party. It doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. You know, and I know, you know, during the show, I'm not supposed to be political during the day show, but how can you not at this point? It's not even about politics. It's about human decency. Maybe some of these people opened fire and took someone else's life. right there, not even 7 hours ago, and they're having a dance party. It doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. And I know, during the show, I'm not supposed to be political during the day show, but how can you not at this point? It's not even about politics. It's about human decency. Like, stop these people. Stop this. At least screw all the other protests that are going around in the country. Stop this. Take back the American city. Free all the residents that are sitting here and subject. What if they're kids? Can you imagine kids? How scarred they're going to be for the rest of their life because they have to listen to gunfire in their streets? This is happening in United States cities. And people every day are like, oh, why do you talk about this? This has nothing to do with trucking. This has everything to do with trucking, because these are cities. These are people. I guarantee, there's always, what is the connection? Every sixth person has a connection to trucking. Some of these people know truckers, I'm sure. And what about all the truckers that are delivering to Seattle? What about the truckers that are delivering to Louisville? Because they have the same thing. They tried to take back that park yesterday. What happens to the drivers that are delivering to DC, where they're blocking interstates every day, or Seattle, where they're blocking I-5 every night? This is going on across the United States, and all it's going to take is it's getting worse, because we're having more and more shootings, it seems, and it's escalating more and more every single time. It's absolutely nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And it's extremely relevant for me to bring up. That's that's what I think about when I see this kind of stuff. I think about, this is a residential neighborhood that they're in. These are residential neighborhoods. So there are definitely kids there, and maybe they've moved out already, but I think a lot of them probably say, oh, well, Seattle said they're going to come in on Friday and move everything. Great. So we're going to stay. We'll just wait till Friday, and then they don't move. And then, oh, it's going to be Sunday morning. And there was so many interviews yesterday during the day where people are like, I really hope they come in. All the actual residents were hoping that these people were going to come in and take their city. And I've seen different interviews, because I watch so many videos all day. I've seen different interviews where people that actually live in the community are literally just starting to fight back against people. They're being told when they go into the park, they're not allowed to film. And they say, well, why can't I film? I live here. And they're like, so do we. This is our tent. You're not allowed to film the tents. This is where we live. And getting assaulted. This is real. This is going on in the United States. It's nuts. Lee said I was watching the CHOP security shot. Yeah, it's just absolutely nuts. It keeps happening, and it keeps happening, and it's happening all over. And the new developments that came out of Louisville today, that surprised the hell out of me. Because it's the problem is you're not hearing any of this stuff. The media will report that it was a 14-year-old kid who's fighting for his life in critical condition now. But there's a lot of questions. What the hell is a 14-year-old kid doing riding around with someone when there's gunfire going on? It was a 14-year-old shooting because they didn't find any weapons, because the people that shot him and killed him went through the vehicle and probably, stole those weapons too. And they're not identifying. Here's the thing, is that the people that are protesting here and protesting in Seattle are protesting for police accountability. They shot and killed someone last night. Where's the accountability for that? Where is the accountability? It's a double standard. What we're seeing uniformly across the United States right now is a hard double standard. And it doesn't matter to them, to any of the protesters. And it's tragic, because it's literally costing lives. It's costing people to die. I don't know if someone's speaking. No, if someone's singing. It's just tragic. And how we're not stopping it, I can't fathom. Victoria Gracie said, are they going to come forward and say they killed someone? Well, originally, what they would say is self-defense. Unfortunately, there's reporting coming out now where the actual the Seattle Police Department is apparently reporting that it may not have gone down like that. That maybe the people in the car were targeted after they were leaving. So maybe they opened fire because there's a law enforcement today has an article on it where they're citing numerous police sources that say these guys were fleeing and the armed protesters opened fire on them when they were leaving. That's a problem. And that's why they're not coming public. That's why they're not doing it. Arnando said the leader was on national television saying if you don't meet their demands, they will burn it down. What does that sound like to you? Yeah, I know. It's absolutely nuts. It doesn't seem, when I was watching those videos, man, it did not seem like it did not seem real. You know what I mean? It didn't seem real. It didn't seem like that was in.
Alrighty, switching up again here. The streamer in Portland went down. He's not coming back up. I'm going through Twitter here and I found this. I don't know what it's going to be about. I do have to build a Twitter. Oh crap! I have to build a Twitter page here. So I will go ahead and do that while this is rolling. Let's see, what does this look like? I have to build one. Yeah, I still kind of do. All right, I'm going to push play and switch up here.
I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case. Huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay. Terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties.
Cosmic flame.
The Bilderbergs. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case. Huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay. Terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties.
Cosmic flame.
The Bilderbergs. They're using it as an excuse. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties.
Cosmic flame.
The Bilderbergs. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case.
Wow, I have never seen this clip. So Ted Gunderson, former FBI chief. Now, with all information, obviously, you have to find out, truth and things, right? We don't just want to believe, everything we see without checking things out, right? So all you have to do, really, to do that is use the good old intrawebs. And let's see here. It's a little out there, actually. Hold on. Bear with me here. Just one sec. I mean, the name sounds familiar, but when you're not absolutely sure. All right. Ted Gunderson was an American Federal Bureau of Investigation special agent in charge of the Los Angeles FBI. Los Angeles, yeah, that's pretty interesting. All right, so I'm just checking it out here. We got that. So what does he look like? Back it up here. Let me make sure the picture matches. These are the kind of things I looked up to see if he is real, and I see that he's real. And now I'm looking to see if it's the same guy. It's talking, I think so. Let me just double check his picture. Yeah. Glasses. Yep, that is him. That is him for sure. Yep. So, you check out the info and find out if that's all true. And, so what he said there, and that is an older video, it looks like. I see some pictures of him, more recently, and he's older. It looks like he's gained some weight. So yeah, all this stuff, and it was at least since the war on terrorism, right? So early 2000ish. That looks about right compared to the more recent pictures. It's probably about 20 years or so. He's getting real old, probably about to die. So he says there something very, very interesting about what's happened to the FBI, CIA, and who specifically has infiltrated it, right? So, and also, so there's two elements here to what he says, and these quote unquote conspiracy theories have been out there for a while. Pretty much everybody on the planet has heard about them. I mean, that's a little extreme, not the planet. I mean, there's people that don't hear all this stuff. But let's say a lot of the USA, a good hunk of the USA, has heard all of this stuff about the globalists and satanic cults and, all that stuff, infiltration into power, skull and bones, like, Bilderberger Group, which is a globalist group, right, that is kind of what they are supposed to be is like all the most powerful in the world, the largest corporations, the governments, all the powerful people in the world. If you don't know what the Bilderberger Group is, meet once a year, and they do it in a different place. It used to be in secret, and it was uncovered at some point, and the public knew about it, and then they, would deny what the meeting was about and not talk what the meetings are about and not allow any media into the meetings, saying that they're private, and they talk about things candidly that they don't want to be shared with the public, or they wouldn't be so candid. And so, that's the whole globalist thing, right? The NWO, and everybody's heard all these terms, but when you hear these terms, they are automatically dismissed by most people as conspiracy theory, which was actually a term coined by the CIA, I believe it was, or one of the intelligence agencies way back, and it was just for this purpose. When the conspiracy theories started coming out about JFK and all this stuff, I think, I'm not sure, don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, that's when this term was coined, and it the whole idea of that was, a conspiracy theorist is a person who, is fearful of everything, comes up with all these wild, loony ideas, and they really, more recently with conspiracy theorists, it's kind of evolved into this whole like alien and lizard people running things, and just all this really wild stuff, right? Like, stuff that there is no basis in truth as far as, there really hasn't been any evidence of any of these claims of what conspiracy theorists are, right? But that's immediately when, a lot of programmed and brainwashed people just snap to is this whole idea that the conspiracy theorist is just some, crazy person who is paranoid about everything and everybody, and they wear tinfoil hats and just all this really negative stuff about it. And when you think about that, and that most people, you yourself listening to me speak about this, you know people in your life that feel that way, the exact way about conspiracy theorists. You may actually be one of them, right? If you're listening to me and you're new to some of this stuff, and you haven't heard it before, you might even be triggered into having some sort of really serious, at least me and everybody that I've talked to when we first started uncovering these truths, these conspiracy theories that are out there that actually are true, like Big Brother is actually spying on all of us. That was a really big thing about Big Brother spying. Like, oh my God, you were the craziest, most unhinged person in the world if that's what you actually thought. And I mean, they're doing it, guys. Like, everybody knows this now, right? It's common knowledge. And sure, they didn't have all the tools to spy on absolutely every single person there is until, more recently. But they did spy on large groups, dissenters. They, if you don't know about it, there's the burglars, who were a bunch of different citizens that, there's like a cook and a housewife and, all these and a teacher, all these regular, citizens. And they, during the civil rights era, they broke into the Philadelphia FBI headquarters and they stole a bunch of top secret documents. And in those top secret documents, they're called the burglars, and there's actually, I think there's a documentary on them that you can find online. And just the burglars in Philly, FBI should pull up what you need there. But anyway, just to sum up what they did, they broke into the FBI and stole these documents. And in the documents, some of them, I mean, they found a bunch of other stuff, but one of the most serious ones, especially for the time, that actually went anywhere that people found out about, kind of, I'll get to that, was that the FBI was spying on every single black person in America. Let me repeat that one more time. The FBI was spying on every single black person in America back in the 60s and early 70s, during the civil rights era, right? And I mean, seriously, if you know anything about MLK's story, you'll know the FBI's role in it and what happened to MLK too, and the harassing phone calls they made to his wife. Maybe you don't know about that stuff, but oh God, it's just terrible what they did to her. It was terrorism. But But anyway, so they found this information, right? And they leaked it to the press. They leaked a bunch of stuff to the press, but they leaked this to the press. And basically the press changed it up a little bit, and the Congress acted on it. And what most Americans found out about that whole situation until recently, when the burglars came out and like told the real story, you know, a few years ago, the Congress created the church hearings, and it wasn't the church like you think it. Like it's funny how these words we snap to stuff, right? When I first heard the church hearings, I was like, "What do you mean the church hearings? Like, what does religion have to do with it?" It's this guy whose last name was Church. And get this, and this is, you know, how many years ago? 40 years ago, right? Or whatever, you know, 50. God, time's flying. You know, this is like 50, 60 years ago, right? This church guy was in the Congress, and they were the church hearings because they wanted somebody that was completely unbiased and trustworthy. And this guy was the only guy in the whole Congress that everybody thought could do that. I mean, that says something right there, right? So this church guy does these hearings about, and what it wasn't that the government or the FBI and the government was spying on every black person in America, because that was highly charged. I think that's the excuse that they made. But it was that the FBI was spying on every person who dissented government, because that's what they were doing, right? It was the activists and dissenters that the FBI was spying on, you know, to protect the country, right? So that's how they twist it. And really, in those documents, they said that you know, not only were they spying on any black person in America, probably had what they mean spying is they had every single phone tapped, every single employer that they could follow with these people was probably being told to report any activities that seemed, you know, dangerous. And when these business owners, you know, you think, oh, that would never happen. Owners would never fly for that. Sure, absolutely they would. If the FBI comes to you and says, hey, this black guy that works for you, we're just kind of doing some investigations. There might be something going on. Can you let us know if you see anything strange? I mean, that's the kind of the conversation that happens, right? So what does the owner think? They think, oh my God, this is the FBI. This is some serious stuff. So what do you think usually happens to that black person in that situation? They get fired, right? Or let go. Sorry, we don't need you anymore. I mean, that's what happened to a lot of us protesters here recently. And people don't know this, you know, in these years, in the past 10 years, when so many of us I've been blacklisted. I actually got let go from a nice career job right after Occupy because of Occupy. And I know this. I know exactly for a fact what happened. And, you know, anyway, don't want to go too much into my personal life, but so it's just so crazy how they turn it into, oh, it's just all the activists and dissenters against the government. And so they have these church hearings, and pretty much what was decided out of the whole church hearings is, and they uncovered a CIA heart attack gun too during these hearings, and displayed it and everything. There's videos on that out there too about the CIA heart attack gun, or it was around that time frame. I think it was the church hearings, but anyway. So what the whole result of that is that they wouldn't spy on any American or anybody again. Like, you know, that I guess American is the right thing to say there. that was supposed to be the result of the church hearings, is that the government would not spy on us anymore. They would have to have a warrant to do so. And so, then the whole Patriot Act threw all that out the window, right? And fast forward to today, 20 years later, and they're literally collecting the data on everybody. Everything you do, every device that you have in your house that has a microphone is recording everything live. It's going to your file. And if you ever do anything down the road, or if you're doing anything now that they don't like that pops up on their little threat matrices, everybody has a threat or social ID number, whether you believe that or not. Anytime that happens, then they put a person on you. And that's what they were doing with, spying on every single black person in America. If there was groups of 3 or more blacks, they would put somebody on it. They would actually put a human on it. And that's what happens with us today is once you reach a certain threat matrix, they start putting people onto you specifically. And so that's what they do today, is they collect data on everybody. And it's literally everything. They know everything about you. They know more about you than you know about yourself. They have pictures of you. They know your likes. They know your dislikes. They know your fears. They know who your friends are. They know all your connections, all your business relations. They know what you spend your money on. They know, what you do in your bedroom, if that's where the microphones are, right? Everybody has a cell phone, right? That is an active listening device that can be turned on at any time. And really, at this point, I think it's just on by default for everybody. They've developed that capability, and they've even said that they capture everything. And when they say everything, they do mean everything. Snowden himself said that they spy on every conversation on the planet, even in the remote areas. That they get upset if there's some sort of communication going on that they can't capture. That's straight from Snowden. I didn't mean to get into this whole spy thing, but my whole point about the whole, conspiracy theory stuff is this stuff has been out there for a while. And when something gets out there and it spreads, just like the George Floyd protests, the government wants to make it stop. And so what the government does is the government calls it conspiracy theory, discredits it, makes it criminal, attacks people to make them go away, arrests people to make them go away, assign humans to them and cause problems in their lives and their careers and everything else to make them go away. The list goes on and on and on. There's all sorts of different tactics. They personalize everything for everybody to do the maximum damage to you, and they just try and make it all go away. This is all real. This is what they do. Okay, they don't use the spy machine to capture Epstein perps and the whole Epstein network that's still out there operating. By the way, they haven't done anything about that, and they don't plan on doing anything about it because they're all involved. Donald Trump has ties to Epstein. Donald Trump took Ivanka Trump and Ivana Trump on the Lolita Express. They're in the little black book of Epstein that was leaked out, 20 years ago on the internet, on Gawker or whatever the crap. So, all this info is out there. And the Clintons, the weird thing about that too is Bill Clinton took Hillary Clinton and Chelsea Clinton. I mean, what are these people doing? Are they swapping wives and children too? Or putting them out there for services to other billionaires and 1%, Illuminati and NWO and, Bilderbergers or whatever the hell you want to call them. It's all the same thing. They're all the same people. All this stuff that spreads everywhere. See, there is something that I didn't quite understand. I thought I knew what it meant. I thought that can't be true because we don't see it, right? It's just, I didn't think that this is true, but there's one important point here that I think that everybody needs to realize is the truth is self-evident, right? So you hear that phrase, the truth is self-evident, and you kind of wonder, well, if the truth's self-evident, then why do we have so much lies everywhere, right? Okay, think about this. Even with all the lies out there and all the cover-up and stuff like that, we're still getting the truth, right? So they've totally propagandized and weaponized their propaganda, and they've purposely been social engineering us with sitcoms and news and programming our minds and just filling our minds with this garbage and keeping us occupied, keeping us distracted from the boring day-to-day of governing the nation and cities. Nobody's in the city halls. Nobody's participating in government. They vote every, time there's a vote, and they just call it good. I did my part. Whoop-de-doo. And then it's back to regular life, right? So, they've done everything that they possibly can do to block us and prevent us from knowing the truth, but the truth still gets out, right? That's the self-evident part. And not only when the truth gets out, you hear it. When the truth gets out and you hear it, even though there isn't proof, there isn't that absolute proof of, a video capturing that truth and presenting it to you, so there's no doubt that it happened. You kind of feel inside of you like, oh my God, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, right? And that's kind of what this FBI guy was just saying, that, that there's this globalist and satanic infiltration that has occurred, and they want to get rid of our rights. They're using terrorism as the reason. And how many years ago did he say this, right? Like right when the war on terror was new. And saying something like that back then is highly controversial, right? I know, because I went against Bush. I was actually for Bush Jr. when he was first elected. And I've never really been active in politics, but I was just like, he seemed like he's a good actor. And the very few times I wasn't listening to politics at all or knowing anything about the world at all back then, that's when I was just starting to learn, right after he's elected. And then he went to Iraq. And when he went to Iraq, I was like, whoa, wait a minute, because I was there. And so then I got interested. Okay, that's actually what got me interested, is him going to that war. Otherwise, I might still be oblivious to everything right now. But that was the trigger for me. And that's what got me involved in learning all this stuff. So I was actually for him. And, he starts this illegal war, and I start waking up, and, I heard a lot of things, and they were a lot of things that I didn't understand. I had no way of proving it, but they just rang true. And some of those things is Big Brother spying on us, and, all the politicians are lying to us, and there is a conspiracy. There's something going on, at the top that's just corrupt. There's this corrupt power up there, and it's spreading, and it's, we're in big trouble, and just very generic things, right? That's the kind of stuff I was hearing back then, and that's that self-evident truth, right? The truth doesn't necessarily have all the details, but it is self-evident, and then once it presents itself, then and you start focusing your attention on that truth, that's when you start getting the details. This is how this shit works. If you don't pay attention, if you're not looking for the truth, you're never going to find it. At least with these kinds of things. And actually, no, that's a correct statement. You will find it. I mean, there's some people that have ignored it all this time, and they're finding it now, right? So they do eventually get it. But it just takes longer. When you focus on it, it's fast, right? You learn, you focus, and that's how consciousness goes in general. And we're actually going to talk about all these mechanisms and stuff. I came across something that really explains what's wrong with the Trump-like people and the violent people and the corruption. It's a problem with their brain. It's a malfunction in their brain. It's this alpha, dominator. It's all about domination, right? So I started waking up, and I'm learning these truths, and a lot of it was really shocking to me. And I don't mean to shift gears on that. I want to get to my point here and get back to this. And I think I gave enough to, you can go on your own direction with some of this stuff. So as I'm focusing on this stuff, everything's starting to become more clear, and then I'm starting to find that stuff that is backing up those self-evident truths, and when that, to keep that from happening, right? Because this is a process. This is a process. This is what they know about you that you don't know about you. This is a process of how everything works in this universe. And they can't stop it because it's how the universe works. But they can change you and what you focus on. Okay? And so what they do when you're sitting there, focusing on some of this self-evident truth that's just bursting out, they can't contain it. They'll never be able to contain it because the truth is always there. You can't change the truth. You can believe in something else that isn't truth in your own mind, but that only happens in your own mind. It's not what's happening in reality. In reality, that truth still exists, even though you deny that truth. So, and that's just how it works. So when you start focusing on this self-evident truth that you don't have all the details on yet, right? You start getting all those details. And it's kind of interesting. Everybody, and what's interesting about some of these truths too, is everybody knows this stuff. So what I'm about to tell you, you all know this. So there's this thing out there that says, if you really believe in something, you're going to find what you're believing in anything. So, I don't know if I said that right, but a good example of that is if you believe all the cops are bad, you're going to find ways to make all the cops bad. That kind of thing, right? So they throw that out there, and all that kind of stuff that everybody knows. There's a reason why everybody knows it, right? It's because either it's a self-evident truth or it's a weaponized propaganda to keep you from that truth. And really, in that case, it's to keep you from finding those details. Okay, and so there is certainly the possibility with the minds that aren't that sharp, which is a growing problem these days because they're poisoning us in the food supply. So a lot of our minds are losing their sharpness. If you're not sharp or attention detailed, which is another problem of that, is not just the chemicals in the food, but just the general dumbing down they're doing with all of us. So it's not even really anybody's fault that you don't think about this stuff, but that's another tactic they've been using to keep you from the truth, because it's a mechanism for you to get there, right? If you can focus on that truth and start verifying that truth that is unknown, and you do it the right way, you're going to find all the details of that truth. If you do it the wrong way, then yeah, you're going to find whatever you're looking for, and it's going to be incorrect. That's the whole meaning behind that is, if you believe in something's true, then you're going to find ways to make it true. And so once you find these finer details of the truth, then you learn, and I'm talking about the subject specific, the truth that the whole government is corrupted. You learn what a serious situation that is, okay? And so once you learn how serious it is, and you actually know it, and you know without a doubt that it's true, there's no turning back. How can you go back to a life and try and live that life happy and free? And, I remember my life before I started getting into all this, and even while I was learning in the early stages, and I didn't know the truth for sure, and I'm still looking for answers. I'm still looking for proof. I can remember being, ignorantly blissful and apathetic and, all those things, which is, that's the thing. These are deep subjects. And this is kind of going off with, some of this stuff. I wanted to put this in the stream because it kind of bounces off what the streamer was saying about attrition. Is these are not easy things to do. And especially when you're struggling with all the things that we have to struggle with in this system, which is another design to keep us from the truth, right? Because if you're too busy to learn the truth, or too tired to learn the truth, or too tired to act on the truth that you've learned, then they win, right? You're defeated. It's all about dominating, and this is all the dominating tactics that they use on us. And when you know these basic tactics, and you know their function, and you know what they're doing and how they do it, it's really easy to see them doing it. And you know why they're doing it. If you're an uninformed observer and you don't know the finer details of the truth of the corruption in our government and how widespread it is and how much of a control it is on your life, then you are not going to understand when the CHOP has shootouts that the reason why that's happening is because they're coaxing people or even acting themselves as people causing, instigating these issues. For instance, I found out some new information tonight from these pig streams. That the protester that was shot in Louisville was homeless, and so, or that did the shooting. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired now. And when I get tired, I can't think very well. So when I found out about the homeless person doing the shooting in Louisville, I was just reminded of the Occupy in Portland when they had there's just this wave of homeless that they were causing all sorts of problems. In the beginning of the Occupy, the homeless loved Occupy because the homeless fed them, the homeless gave them medical care, the homeless gave them a place, or, what am I saying? I'm saying the wrong thing, but you get what I'm saying. They got cared for. They had a place to sleep. They were getting mental health care. They were getting physical health care. They were getting food in their bellies. They were getting people to talk to that cared about them. It was a very uplifting and moving experience that most people in this country have no idea even what happened. They think it was all riots and just crazy mayhem. They think it was CHOP. The CHOP isn't Occupy. So they're treating CHOP the same exact way as they treated Occupy, right? Just a little bit different storyline than Occupy, because Occupy was massive everywhere and CHOP's in one place, right? But they're still using the same general tactics. So, you know, that's how it started. But then all of a sudden there was just all these homeless that came in that were causing some serious issues. There's this one guy with needles, and he's just going around threatening to stab people or stabbing people with needles. And, you know, AIDS scare was still in full effect back in those, 2011. Still pretty fresh out of the 90s AIDS epidemics, and people kind of worried about that still. And it was freaking people out, or hepatitis. And also it's scary, right? Getting stabbed by some homeless guy with a needle, right? And they even got him to, and when I say they got him, I am positive with this guy that he was put on by the feds and the police. And I didn't know it at the time. I just thought myself that he's just a mentally ill, homeless person. Been on the streets so long, he's just really affected his mind, and that's what I thought it was. But I think they put him up to it. I think the police put him up to it, and so that just caused all sorts of people not to go because it's not safe, right? And that's all their tactics. They want to make their tactic with any movement or protest is to make it go away. That is the goal. Trump even said it in the Trump governor phone call that's leaked on YouTube. You can listen to it yourself, what they think. I can't even believe they let us hear that, but you can see for yourself what they think of us. And every Democrat, if you still believe in that Democrats and Republicans are different sides, listen to that phone call and find out how many Democrat governors followed Trump's orders and are doing exactly what he told them to do. Answer that question within your own mind, and tell yourself, try and convince yourself after hearing that phone call that the Democrats are different than the Republicans. Go ahead, I dare you to do that. But that's their goal, is to make the protests go away, and we've known this for a long time. And we also know after the Occupy that they did put homeless up. Like LA was bussing them in from all over the place, and like rounding up. See, they know who all the worst, most. I don't mean worst. No human is worse. The most mentally ill, dangerous homeless that actually need a lot of help and care to make them better. They know who they are from all the incidents that happen, right? So they were going and just rounding these people up and dropping them off at the Occupy camps. That was found out later. But that's what they're doing now to this movement, and we're starting to see all that happen because they're not winning, right? They haven't put us down like Trump wanted to put us down, make us go away like dogs, like Occupy, like the government did with Barack Obama, the hero that everybody worships, did with Occupy, and the first Black Lives Matter at Ferguson. The first Black Lives Matter at Ferguson, Obama and Biden got protests to go away through the clergy. They used the clergy and family of Mike Brown to quell the protests, and also that, along with a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, we believe this is right. You guys are right, and we're going to fix this. And they did all these Department of Justice investigations that did nothing. They promised all these citizen oversight police boards that have, power, and none of them did. In the end, there's no power in any of the citizen oversight, and most of them are disbanded now because they didn't work, and the ones that aren't disbanded are co-opted, right? It's just fake. It's all fake. And they do whatever damage control and cover up that they need to do to get everything back to business as normal. That's what we're up against right now, is these agents of the state, MAGA people, militia, white supremacists, intelligence agencies that sound like are rooted in satanic stuff, which makes a whole lot of sense, right? I mean, if you are a evil, corrupt person that worships death, violence, and destruction, how are you going to be most effective to get that done? You're going to get into the intelligence agencies that control the state. They feed the state the information the state needs to operate. So that makes a lot of sense to me. Once again, this is the true self-evident. I have always thought that the leadership in this corruption is based deeply in satanic and real, like, true evil stuff. I've thought that for a long time, and Skull and Bones and some of these things have popped out where it's like, yeah, just more proof, more proof, more proof. And then I hear this guy say this, and man, I mean, that seems to be really valid, you know, and something like that is just, people can't believe it, right? Yeah, the good old United States of America can never have that happen to them, right? Well, look around. Look what's going on. Look what's going on in the world. Look at all the wars that we've been lied to. Look at how the intelligence, right, agencies, intelligence that are supposed to protect us with valid information are doing nothing to stop the disinformation of Corona. They're doing nothing to let the American people know that Russia is hunting our troops. They're doing nothing to stop Donald Trump from all the destruction that he's done. Right? I mean, forget Congress and all that. I mean, include them in the process, but the intelligence agencies should be stepping up and going, hey, you know, if Anonymous can pull all this shit on Trump and the PDs and leak it out to everybody and nothing happens, the intelligence agencies know about that more, but they're not doing anything. Right? This is all the proof that you need how deep in shit we are with this corruption at the top. They rule our lives. They control our fucking lives. They control our reality. They have the best technology on the planet to dominate and destroy everyone and everything. COVID could be them. They may knew COVID was coming naturally, or they may knew China was doing. They might be working with China to do it. Who knows? I mean, nobody knows these answers, right? I'm not saying any of that's true. I'm saying we don't know. It's all possibilities. But at the very least case, that the giving them the most benefit of the doubt on COVID, I think at the very least they knew that it was going to come. Bill Gates has been talking about it for a long time. Other, you know, epidemiologists have been talking about it for a long time. They've known it's coming, right? And now it's here. And they've been ignoring the protests for 10 years because they knew this time would arrive. And now this time is here. And this time is different than any other time in protest history. We can't just pack up and go home because they forced us to, and go about our daily lives and just hope that everything's going to be okay. Because the shit that's going down now, that started going down before the protests even started, it's not good for us. And it's ongoing. It's still happening. Okay, that didn't stop because of the protests. As a matter of fact, they've probably expedited their timeline, whatever their timeline is, to at the very least know it's coming and then use the pandemic as an excuse to carry out a global genocide, martial law, whatever, whatever's coming. Who knows what that is? It could be a combination of both. They might know that a bunch of people are going to die from the COVID and they're going to enslave the rest, put us all in camps, kill us. Who knows what's going to happen? But I do know this. I do know these truths. That they've developed the technology, the AI, the robots, the control grid, the spy grid, the green energy, the seed vault that has stored all the seeds of the world in a safe place that nobody can touch in case some disaster comes, right? That all the elite have built all these bunkers to last them a year, which many of them are in right now, right? Are they really in their home in LA or are they in a bunker, right? You don't know. You're seeing the inside of a room. Are some of them coming out a little bit? Maybe right now. Maybe COVID's going to spread more, or maybe it's going to morph again, or maybe there's going to be something else. Some actual, if COVID wasn't biowarfare, maybe there's some more serious biowarfare coming where all of them will be in their bunkers for a year until everything, to use their words, calms down. I do know this. I know New Zealand has a bunch of very, very rich bunkers and, ranches of the super rich that have been built in the past decades. And that New Zealand completely closed off its borders to the world right after COVID started. Isn't that interesting? And where's that? Off in the middle of nowhere where nobody is. Probably protected by the Navy too, so anybody that wants to approach is going to meet the Navy. I do know this. I know that the AI and the robots and the apps that they've developed are better than humans. They make less mistakes than humans. They don't have to be paid like humans. They don't need time off like humans. They work 24/7, unlike humans that will never be able to do that. They think faster than humans. And the AI really at this point is actually smarter than a human. They haven't really told people that one yet. I mean, it's out there. You can find out about it, what they want us to know. But whatever they want us to know, you can almost guarantee that that's old information too, right? How old, who knows, but I would say at least 10 years. I do know that they're shutting down the economy, and I do know that a lot of these corporations that have millions and billions in profit let a third of their workforce go the very first week of the pandemic instead of, just paying them, just saying, take a month off, take 2 months off. We'll take it in the chin for this, but when it's all done, and really, actually, that whole point right there, that's what should have been done in the first place if you really wanted to fight COVID, right? Is to isolate everybody, just stand in place. Everybody will figure out how to get people food, all this stuff. We'll figure it out. And here's your money. Let's just put everything on pause or whatever, solution money-wise. And that's the thing, too. They could have froze everybody's credit payments, rent payments, mortgage payments, tax payments. They could have put everything on pause, but they didn't. And so instead of these companies doing this, they let all these employees go, and then they got stimulus money that says you can have this stimulus money if you keep your employees, and they all take the money, and a bunch of companies that didn't even need the money took it. And meanwhile, Americans get $1,200 for 4 months now. It's been 4 months, and Canada gets $2,000 a month. So they've had like $8,000 so far. We've got 1,200. That's Canada, right? Everybody makes fun of Canada because they're not supposed to be as good as us, but I don't know. None of them go bankrupt from health bills. None of them are afraid to go to the doctor because they're sick, and all of them get the operations that they need without worrying about it costing several $1,000s or more, or hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's life, right? That's like actual life and death talk there. That isn't like whether you have a good income or not. That's your life, right? I do know that corruption never, ever, ever listens to people who are against corruption. That it's never happened in history. The people against the corruption in history at the top have never been heard by the top. It's never happened ever. And anybody thinking that the whole swamp is there, right? The whole spectrum, Democrats and Republicans both think that almost the entirety of government is corrupted, either by money on the left or by the swamp on the right, right? They call it different things. I just call it corruption. I mean, it's all corrupt, all of it. Both parties work together against us. They have the same special interests. They just behave different. And the only reason why they behave different isn't because the Democrats are better or the Republicans are better. They act different because it's part of their game. They switch things up. So when everybody's sick of the Democrats, they put a Republican in. When everybody gets sick of the Republican, they put a Democrat in. It's like ping pong. It's as simple as that. They're playing ping pong, and everybody's going, ooh, ah, ooh. That's literally what it is. So you add all that up. Oh, yeah. I do know that they never teach us or want us to know about how we work, how our brain works, how our emotions work, which would solve a lot of problems, right? If people knew that stuff, like this information that I found that I'm going to be doing a stream on here shortly in the next few days, 3-hour stream. I'll call it the answer. I think I'll just call it that. It's going to be Trump, MAGA Mind, and the answer. That's the name of the stream. So if you want to write that down, if you're listening to this, or probably if you're post live listening to this, it'll be there for you. Just find that video. I stumbled on the answer to it all, and they've kept it hidden from us, y'all. I mean, it's so basic, it's so clear, and it solves everything. It literally solves everything. And it's not my answer. I didn't come up with this stuff. I stumbled across it, right? I'm not bragging or anything. I don't want to, I don't get credit because it's not me that came up with this shit that's sharing this information. Not me at all. But I stumbled across it, and I just really struck how simple it is and how complicated they've made it. And I know they know about it. I mean, now that I know what it is, I know they know about it, and they've kept it from us. And there's a reason why they kept it from us. is because it solves a lot of the problems that they use to control us. And I do know that. So I know that. And I know that just in general knowledge, they want to keep us from the truth. I mean, everybody knows that, right? There isn't even an argument about that. There used to be an argument about that. Oh, yeah, if something bad was happening in government, they'd tell us. No, I mean, come on, guys. And also, you have to realize, too, that when you have this level of corruption that is ruling your life and the reality and making the laws and enforcing the society, their society that they created it. We didn't create it. We've lived in the bounds of it. They created it. I lost my train of thought. Hold on one sec. Sorry. I'm not going to try and remember what I was saying. I'm just going to continue on with what I feel is right. That's probably the best thing to do. I kind of remember what it is actually now. So when you have the level of corruption that we have and how long we've had it, you can't just think that it's going to solve itself, that everything's going to be okay, and that corruption at the top couldn't be as bad as some people say it is. Because I'll tell you this, it's worse. It's a lot worse, actually, than you can probably think it is. Because humans are generally loving, empathetic creatures. And in fact, knowing this new knowledge, and I've heard this before, but knowing this new knowledge, I know that humans' original language before speech was emotion. That's how we used to speak to each other and probably everything on the planet is through emotion. And it's been taken away from us. That hole, I always wondered what the hole was. Trying to define that empty feeling that some of us feel. Not everybody feels it. The only people that feel it are the people that still have emotions, because that's being groomed out of us, the emotions. But I've always tried to define what that hole is, and that hole is a lot of things. It's not any one thing. That's why you can feel it. Even when you don't want to. It will sometimes appear. And a big part of that whole, a giant chunk of it, is the emotion piece, the compassion and the empathy, the caring and the love piece of emotion and communication through emotion. It's a giant piece of it, guys and gals. We have to learn how to fill this hole, because this hole is what's causing all the damage everywhere. It's damaging the planet, it's damaging us, and it's going to destroy everything. The hole's getting bigger. And what the hole does, when the hole gets big enough, then you've lost your emotion. Donald Trump, he doesn't have a hole anymore. He is the hole. His entire being is the hole now. If you get what I'm saying. But I've rambled on for a long time. I'm tired as shit. I spent all my energy. I'm going to be paying for it later, because that's what happens with my injuries and illness from war. I'm going to go ahead and end it on that, even though I probably left out a lot of stuff. But I also, whoever's listening to this, or whoever listened to it in the future or now, thank you for listening to it. And I think you have enough now to actually start figuring out some of this shit if you haven't already. And if you have, I think I probably gave you a few more puzzle pieces that you didn't know about. And everybody really should listen. It's going to be long. It's going to be like 3 hours or something. I'm sorry. I mean, this information isn't like, I mean, it's kind of easy, but there's a lot to it. And the part that's a lot to it is the proof. Like, there's the mechanics portion of it, the proof of how it all works. And once you know it, your whole life is going to change. I mean, it's going to be a big deal for you and everybody. And you need to know this stuff, because if you know this stuff, you can tell other people about it. And if you tell other people about it, they're going to tell other people about it. And it's going to be a chain reaction. And it literally could change the world overnight. I'm serious. I can't emphasize this enough. And I'm so surprised that it isn't completely out there yet, because I know it's going to spread like wildfire. It is fairly new information that's come out by some older people that most everybody knows. It's kind of surprising, actually. But anyway, yeah, look for that. That stream is going to be there on this channel as long as this channel's around. And if not, if you're listening to it live and the channel's gone, I'm going to get it out there on Twitch, or just search and oh god, they filter all that too. God, I don't know. I just wish everybody luck, man, because we're in for. I mean, it's getting darker and darker, and it's gonna get a lot darker before we win, if we can win. And I do have hope, more hope than I've had in a long time, because of George Floyd. I thought we were done. I seriously, in the past several months, I've just felt really down, because I thought we were done. And we have a fighting chance again, and we need to do it. We need to do this, because if we don't do this, we're not going to get another chance. That shit's happening that fast, and it may even happen before we're done. So we have to keep moving. This isn't a marathon. It is a sprint this time. Okay, it's always been told this isn't a sprint; it's a marathon. That's what's always been told to me, and that's a de-escalation tactic, in my view. I mean, especially with what's going on now. This is a sprint, not a marathon, y'all. And I'm gonna get back to this. I'm gonna finish off this guy, this douchebag, racist who has Trump MAGA mind. We're gonna talk about solving this in that video. Trump MAGA mind, the answer. That's what I was gonna say. Man, I better write that down. The answer. Look for that video on my stream. Real MAGA mind, the answer. All right, here we go.
In the United States, that was a U.S. city where they're having automatic gunfire and massive, even though that the gunfire that I showed here, you could watch all the videos, you could find them. They were shooting for hours. This was going on for hours. Bush, Carafe, and Coffee said not many options when you're fighting a group that doesn't have respect for life or laws. But really, when you think about everything that's going on, I mean, there's a direct tie to the economy. There's a direct tie to trucking. There's a direct tie to everything. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm covering it. This is why I decided that I'm going to start including a U.S. news category in my on my news site, because I always talked about trucking, and then when I talk about something that's not specifically directly connected to trucking, people get all ticked off. But this is a problem. This affects trucking just as much as it affects anybody else. This is something that drivers need to be wary if they're going into these locations. Because here's a perfect example. Say you get a load to Seattle, and unless you watch my show, what do you think Seattle's looking like right now? You don't know it's a domestic terror occupied city or a portion of it. You don't know that. Because what's the media saying? Well, yes, there's protesters and it's peaceful and it's going to be a summer of love and all that stuff. So what happens if you go there and you have a delivery into this location or 12th and Pine or something, and you park your truck waiting to deliver in the next morning, and then they have one of these big gun battles right in the middle of the night? So this is relevant. The fact that these gunfights are happening all over the place. Atlanta, Charlotte, Louisville. I mean, they're happening everywhere. In California. And they're all directly tied to these protests. And it's tragic. It's they're all directly tied, and it's very it's sad. Lee Robinson, Chrism or whatever said, I wouldn't go to the cities. How can we ask you all to? Yeah. Arnando Ritchie said, people that live there have to stand up also. You can't allow that to happen. Yeah, but see, here's the problem. What do you expect the citizens to do? To go out and start getting in gunfights with all these people as well? Like, what do you expect the citizens to do? Because citizens can't go out and take law into their own hands, because remember, then they'll be pushed for accountability. The reason why accountability doesn't matter right now, it's because it's them doing the shootings, these protesters. That's why there is no accountability. You know, it's so the people that live there, they don't, I mean, they're fed up. They're going out when the news crews and stuff during the day and are flipping out. That's why we caught the guy with the red sweatshirt that day, destroying all the barriers and all that stuff, because he was done. He's like, listen, Seattle, come in. I've lived in this neighborhood for 8 years. And Seattle keeps saying they're going to do it. Even today, the chief of police, she's like, enough is enough. Move everybody out. Get everybody out. I mean, these barriers that are here make it. They should surround and drown this place. I don't know how many damn intersections there are coming in there. They should surround and drown with the National Guard. Governor Inslee or whatever should surround and drown, because you'll catch people with drugs. Dude, I don't know how this is continuing. It's mind blowing. They've had 5 separate shootings in less than a week with 2 people killed. 5 separate shootings. And that's if we're even accounting for all of them, because I saw one report that was very descriptive and said 6 people were shot in this morning's shooting. But there's nobody else that backed it up, so I couldn't say anything. But I saw one report, and it gave very descriptive of where each person was shot. But it said 6 separate people were shot this morning. But news reports that it was this one. And then they say maybe that there were separate shootings, because I heard that there was also a woman that was shot in the earlier shooting. You know, and then someone just messaged me right before this and said they had another shooting. It certainly doesn't look like it. Remember, these people were just dancing, not even 100 yards from where someone lost their life. After 100, not even 100 yards from where protesters opened fire on somebody. It doesn't even matter if that person's jumping around and fleeing or shooting at other people 20 minutes before that. If they weren't shooting there, because the gun battle that we heard, where the guy says he's going to pistol whip him after he says, "Oh, you're still alive? I'm going to pistol whip you." That's a video. You can find that video on my article on freightbrokerlive.com. Matter of fact, I didn't even play that whole part. Listen to the calibers of these weapons. Listen to the sounds of the gunshots on these weapons, and then tell me what you think. Anyone who's ever shot weapons, tell me if you hear multiple calibers here. I'm going to let this play out this time so you can hear what this guy says. You hear that? The guy, and some reports I heard that was the shooter. That's the white Jeep right there that's crashed. But some of the reports I heard, that was the shooter that says, "Oh, you're not dead yet, huh? Do you want to get pistol whipped?" That didn't sound like some calm, peaceful, collected person. That is the United States City. That to me sounded like just one person shooting. Could be wrong. But that sounded like one person shooting there. I only heard one shot there. I didn't hear any others. Yeah, but there was definitely other gunfire earlier, but that was one shooting. You heard the Jeep crash into the wall. You heard the Jeep crash into the wall again when he was trying to back up, in between the gunfire, and you heard the engine revving as the guy made a last ditch effort to move. Because according to law enforcement today, they think that this guy was trying to flee and that he was targeted at that point. Several of you guys sound like are saying it's one shooter. That's one person. That's one person that's shooting at the end. So maybe he saw the car coming for him and charging for a barricade. But here, I mean, Seattle should be held accountable, right? Seattle should be held accountable because they told the citizens of that street that they were going to remove all those barricades Friday morning, and they didn't. And then they told them again Sunday at 2:00 they were going to remove all those barricades, and they didn't. And guess what would have happened? If they removed those barricades, the person that did the shooting, he may have been a bad guy. He may have been opening fire on other people. We already know that. That's a common thing. But just based on experience, it doesn't matter someone's past. It has to do with what they're doing at that very same moment. It's just not right. Lee Robinson said the protesters said he was trying to go through the barricades. He wasn't. It was an open road where he was traveling and they shot. That was an open road. So the way that road goes, because you could see it if you walk down or if you watch some of the videos, the road's a straight shot and they have all the barricades on this side and then porta potties are next to it. When you look at the actual photos, because they moved all the barricades, but there's a couple of photos or a live feed. I think Convergence has a live feed from directly after the shooting while they're walking around. You could tell that vehicle is smushed into the concrete. So it turned into the concrete, probably to try to avoid getting shot, but it didn't work. Brown said, did you see Limitless stream? He was chased by 3 guys and then arrested by cops. No, I didn't. I didn't know he was arrested. I know. Well, I think that's a guy from a different city. Yeah, it's just crazy. This keeps going on in the United States. It's going to keep going on, and then when even though they want police accountability, right? If a police officer does something wrong, they want that police officer to be held accountable. That is one of the things. Full accountability, police accountability. Well, then, and it's not a two-way street. These protesters, they removed all the evidence from the truck. They removed the guns. So as of right now, these 2 people that were in that truck were unarmed. From everything I found, they didn't find any guns or any shell casings in this vehicle. That is not good. That is not good. And that's likely why the people that opened fire several times. And like I said, this gunfire, that was just a conclusion. But this was going on for 2 hours. You know? It's absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. And the windows were up. You're right. The windows were up because they were both shot out. That's another one. I didn't even think about that. You're right. The windows of that pickup, the windows of that Jeep were both up, driver's side and passenger side, because they were both shot out. So how is he shooting? How is he shooting if the windows were shot out? How is he a threat? That's likely why no one's coming forward, which is tragic. You know, initial reports was that it was a white supremacist. That's not true. It's just sad. Guys, if you're out there in these cities, people don't give a shit about people. That's the only thing I can say. They don't care. You know what I mean? We have another 14-year-old in the hospital right now fighting for his life. And it's something, and here's the truth, it likely wouldn't have happened if the Seattle Police Department and the Seattle mayor did their job. And then the audio that we heard there where the guy said, "Oh, you're still alive?" That was a murder. And the same accountability that people want police officers to be held, and the officers that are killing unarmed Black people needs to be it needs to be the same level of accountability for these guys. It has to, because you have a Black guy that was shot and killed and a 14-year-old Black kid that is fighting for his life right now. Where's the accountability? Chicago had 61 shootings this weekend, 15 deaths. New York City had dozens of shootings this weekend. Where's the accountability? It's sad. And the more it goes on and the longer it goes on, it's really nerve-wracking to me. And shit, like, dude, we don't even go anywhere and we live in Southern Florida. You know what I mean? But when we were planning on going on vacation before it was all shut down, when we were planning on going vacation, we were planning our route, not because we knew. I mean, normally we just pulled 95 all the way up, but we were planning a route to avoid cities along the way based on demonstrations.
Back it up. Back it
Go back to Beaverton.
Hey, no shots this time. No shots this time when they went back inside.
Take out more shit. Motherfucker, need a camera for y'all to do
Hey,
right?
is everybody okay?
Yeah.
Is everyone okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Does anybody need footage?
I have some.
Hey, anyone need the medic? Does anyone need the medic?
Anybody need footage?
We're good. Yes, everyone's good. I
need a 40.
Everyone's okay?
Goddamn
right, but I got this at least.
I'm all running away from the cops with this up my hand.
No good, then you'll see the front of my hand on one side, like, oh,
But don't shoot. Who knows? Maybe, man, if I could have gotten to throw a fucking.
Everyone, yo, bring it in, bring it in, bring it in.
From behind the cop. Fuck yeah, dude.
Notice, coming out of one door.
Scary ass motherfuckers, like I said.
Right?
You see them cameras, bitch. Now you act like the bitch now.
Right?
You gotta act like you gotta do right because a motherfucker put a camera in your face.
Yeah.
We all need to
That's the only time you do
the
right.
giant hole that they tried to push people into.
Seriously.
You see what I told him? Now what he do?
Did you get footage of them? Fuck yeah, dude.
I was chasing along them from the other side of
Yes.
the street. So yeah, I got the whole thing where they started just smacking people and pushing them towards the hole. That's gonna be my narrative.
You alright, dude?
I have somebody sharing these videos with Ron Wyden tomorrow.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And they're going to end up in federal court too tomorrow.
We are compiling all of this on the main crowd streams too, so just get in touch with Phil and everybody, and we know where we got them.
Oh, Phil.
Yeah, dude, definitely.
Yeah, I'll be sharing this with my lawyer tomorrow.
Yeah, here, let me get that too. Thank you.
I got them trying to push people.
I will
into
put
the
that
hole
in the
over there.
streamers group.
They got me.
Here,
Yeah,
hand
but
me
the
a couple,
guys
and I'll
they took
pass it on to the rest of the streamers.
Oh, yeah. Let me get one of those, brother.
I mostly just do stuff for lawyers. I'm maybe compiling like a long-term documentary or something.
Your bravery is something to be said, man. If it weren't
Fuck
for the
yeah,
fucking coronavirus,
dude.
I'd shake your hand.
Yeah, you were right up there.
Military taught me to. Yeah. You guys are subject to the same munitions as the rest of us.
Fuck yeah, dog.
You guys get equal fucking shout out. You know, you're not. I've been trying to have this conversation online. You guys are not separate.
Nah.
Unless you're fucking Andy No, you're part of the movement.
Right.
You're out here to promote accountability. That's
Yup.
otherwise you wouldn't be here.
Nope, exactly.
You know, it needs to be known. Like, let it be known. Even if you do make money off your streams, like, you know, not everyone can be everywhere at all times. It doesn't matter.
Oh, was that you? Fuck yes, dude. I love that. Did you see that?
What's that? My Andy No troll. I changed my fucking.
That was you. Fuck yeah! I saw that shit,
Dude, that was the fucking shit.
So
I
happy.
loved that.
Fuck that
Fuck
guy.
yeah, he did.
That guy, when I got arrested 2 weeks ago, he posted my mugshot.
Yeah.
Dude,
Oh,
That's
fuck.
a-
We got barricades up again.
That's a call to violence, bro.
Yeah.
That's a call out to any white supremacists.
85,000 of his followers. 85,000 of his followers saw that he's a liar.
Yeah.
Because I shared that at, when it was like 17,000 views.
Okay, before they come back. How?
They got the back of my ankle right on my Achilles.
Fuck, you okay?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not gonna be good.
You guys, we keep getting them to leave us alone.
I guess people thought it was for
Hey, fuck them. If they want to do that, that's not our job to tell them to stop.
No, it's not.
If they want to declare an unlawful assembly, they could come out shooting. Otherwise, fuck them. They can't do that.
It's kind of interesting they haven't declared unlawful yet with all the shit we've done.
I threatened them to call it for 20 minutes over there.
No.
I gave them 20 minutes to call it. They wouldn't call it on me. They said leave. I said call them off.
Yeah.
They refused to call it.
They shoot next time, and they arresting
And
people.
I already
next
gave away
time.
my goggles like a dumb fuck.
Oh
dude.
no.
I thought I was leaving. This guy was like, here, take these for next time.
Shit.
Come my way, you grinning. Come my way. I ain't gonna stop.
Yeah.
Look. Sitting there, yeah. You got
Yeah.
I got close enough that move. Yeah, bitch, I ain't playing with you.
Yeah.
Other streamers that are watching this for the crowd to
Go to Ryan or go to Jade because
Barricading the door again. Don't know where they're gonna come from this time.
yeah, that's what, on my PDX People's News, I'm gonna put up a list of streamers.
on your horse.
On my PDX People's News, I'm gonna put a list of streamers. So if you guys go over there, we'll put all the streamers on there. Yeah, so on Caleb, what's your stream?
It's called PDX Handcap Press.
Oh,
On Twitter.
on Twitter, okay. Send me a message to PDX People's News. PDX People's News, yeah, sure.
Not a problem, Dave. Every night I'm down here, I'm up. If I'm not up, you can message me and I can find somebody that's up for you.
And I'm not, now that I'm available, what you tell I know.
Oh my god.
We're going this way.
Going this way now? That's not smart. I don't like that idea. I'm not going that way.
Make sure you smash that like and share it, guys.
Anybody y'all know have spray paint?
Sorry.
I'm trying to mask out the surveillance camera.
Yeah.
Did all the umbrellas?
Alright.
Sorry.
What did I tell you they were going to do with that red umbrella? I told you they were going to just cooperate.
Yeah, I just was like, that was to get confident.
No. Well, yeah, because there was nothing threatening to the umbrella.
All that time.
Yeah. And there was no reason. That's all you guys were
It was
doing.
broken, so what's the difference on that?
It's because they couldn't shoot us or spray us. So now we can file a tort claim for our damages.
Yeah, now we can file a tort
That's
claim
okay, we
for
file a
that
tort claim. They
fucking
didn't even
$200
have a
worth of
personal
umbrellas.
property. Nobody was doing anything. At that point, nothing.
You literally just took a shield of an innocent press protester during a peaceful time.
Yeah.
Yep. You created an act of war.
I was holding my press pass up.
Yeah, his press pass was above that umbrella when they took it from him.
Shit.
Yeah, I want to make some
I got arrested on June 1st just for
Philip's actually nearby. If not, what up, Hannah? I've seen you everywhere like a trace. Yeah, we're working on that, Ron. What's up?
Oh.
Hey! Alert! Alert up!
They're coming.
Cops!
Oh, they're shooting. They're shooting. Yep. I don't want to get shot again.
Yes, thank you, Quinn. Agreed and appreciated. They're lighting the oak. There's not enough people here for this to end well. Are they walking up the street? They're walking up the street.
Everyone, pull your cameras out. Everyone, cameras out. Cameras out. Cameras out.
No, no looting. Destroying the windows on the Justice Center is not the same as looting.
See how I can play happy sack with my drum? I'm just saying, why instigate them? No disrespect.
They shot rubber bullets.
Yeah.
With a rubber bullet.
Yeah, and I ain't talking about with no lethal.
Yeah, with a rubber bullet.
But if it was like rubber, I'm shooting them all day long. I couldn't be the bullet.
I seen some dude that got busted in the head with one, and he had the rubber bullet, and he didn't want to go to the hospital, and he was homeless. And we was talking to him like, dude, go to the hospital. He didn't want that bill.
Homeless or not. The dude that got hit the other night back there didn't want to go. The ambulance said it's too much.
I just had one of these fools push me with his tear gun gas. Boom, just a second ago, right down there. Boom, push me on the ground. Bam.
Oh, thank you, Anarcho Doggo. That is a good point.
No more government! Sick and tired of all your shit! Go home, piggy!
They walking back again?
Go home and beat your wife like 40% of you do! Your wife's beater!
Black and blue just like your wives. With that light, it's harder to fucking see.
The piggies are back in their pig pen.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, no? Is that them again? Oh, bunch of them. Bunch of them.
Are they on the left side or what?
They're filling the street. Yeah, park's a bad idea, you're right.
Yeah, sidewalk's good. Sidewalk's good. But they never declared. Did
They never even declared. No, you're right.
They never declared.
They can't say nothing.
Good point. But they don't.
Well, they don't fucking care anyways.
As long as you're on the sidewalk, you're following all laws. I got shoved down on that sidewalk. Really?
Whoa, what's up with my stream?
Stay on the sidewalk! Stay on the sidewalk! Stay on the sidewalk!
Level.
They never announced park's closed.
No, they never announced illegal use. Yeah, absolutely. They never announced illegal. I'm taking my distance because even though I thought I had my distance, they shoved me.
Yeah, right.
Twice. I thought I was like recording from a distance, like I shoved in the back. They shove you down and then they say move after they shove you down. I'm like, well, did you want me to move or did you want me to find my ground?
And my mom was always nervous because she liked animals. So like when she saw the deer, my dad said shoot, and he yelled, right? So bang, his shotgun went. Don't do well. And you know, she sat with him in a field for 12 hours because they didn't have cell phones back then. And he said to her the whole time, "It's all right."
Yeah, it's night for 12 hours.
$60 an hour, dude.
It's very true.
I'm already knowing doing nothing.
When I got home, I mean, I didn't get home. I was home with my brother, and I was 2. And my brother told me that they had died. And the only reason why I remember it the whole time was because when I told him Dad is Superman, you can't die, and looked into the sky, my brother punched him. And he cried. And pain is a memory. Have a great day, man. I don't.
Oh, notorious stuff.
Yeah, no. What are you doing?
Biggie and Bo Dogs together.
On you, big bro?
I love that track.
You got nothing to sing on you, big bro?
I wish I could say the lyrics faster.
No, I would say you got nothing to sing on you.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I got earplugs and I can't.
That's all
You
good.
understand Oregon, it doesn't lightning.
Oregon lightning?
Have you seen lightning?
Yeah. I lived there for 40 years.
I keep taking my earplugs in and out.
I've seen lightning here in Portland.
Because the first night I was down here, they fucking flashbanged all of us. I'm like, I'm
My point
earplugging.
is that there are the animals have no
Yeah, exactly.
It's being announced for them to do.
They thought they was gonna sit down on their ass tonight.
Yeah.
Hey,
That second shift got fresh legs though.
hey, well, they gonna have some fresh legs for us tonight. They gonna sleep around right on your court at night.
What animals?
We're talking about
How long have you lived in Oregon?
1 year.
Okay, so.
And this is my home.
Okay.
Because I chose to.
Welcome. I've lived here my whole life. So
Thank
yeah,
you.
welcome.
Thank you.
The bottom of my
I wanted to live on the hardest place that my family didn't live with, which was on the streets, and it's like everything, like, you know, I didn't want to be them, I want to be myself. It's not to be better than them. So, like, you know, because the streets are the hardest place to be. And then the suburbs, because I'm looking at it, like, the 70s where it's just, we got so agitated, we wanted to move away from others. So we moved into these other places, and then they
Thank you. I do have it, but thank you.
and then we pushed the people and they lured them with
your bail, man.
Oh, fucking snack van guy, man, again.
Everyone, get it on field. Get it on field. Hey, get back. Hey, officer. Get back.
Hey. It's only moving towards an instigator. Quit instigating. Quit on me. I'm not instigating. Behind me. Don't get in his face like that. Don't point at them.
Dude, that's the dude. That's the fucking super aggro dude. I've seen your picture on Twitter.
Whoa, hey, they're all coming.
Back up. We were told to leave. Back up.
Sidewalk. Fucking right.
Everyone needs to call their friends. And the friends' friends. Pull people from Seattle.
I'll to ask her.
What was their reasoning for fucking arresting snack van guy?
Right? That's insane.
Captain!
Just provides for protesters. That's all he does.
I mean, right? You're good, Doug.
He gives out food!
The fuck is wrong with you? He seriously sees homeless people. Are you fucking kidding me? There are 4,000 going homeless next month. Where? Between California, Washington, and Oregon. With a bunch of empty apartment buildings.
We are.
Why? If you get people on film, get yourselves on film so they know who you are too. They're already, she already said, hey.
Out of the street, man.
Hey, stop.
He's gonna shoot.
You're blocking traffic. Hey, come on, back up. No camera. See how the ones in front don't have cameras? We should have cameras. No, you gotta drop the cops. Legally, they're supposed to have cameras on. Not here, then I'll be lying. Then I'll be like, thank you for.
Oh shit, okay. Oh, they're, I see.
Fast people, the green hats,
They leave early.
I mean, my voice a little bit, you know, little snippets and stuff, and I'm not trying to like.
Why are you trying to move us so much?
I feel like people have already told you guys.
No one consented to that fucking surgery.
Fuck, you're gonna find snacks?
They'll find a fucking empty bag from 20 weeks ago and say it's DUI.
They're gonna call it. Oh, this could be vodka.
No, you bastard! Make it over the legal search. Legal arrest. Just making it up as you go. Out of the board! Out of the board! Out of the board!
Captain!
They're arresting the snack guy.
Who's the shot caller?
I think they're searching his car. I don't know if they're like, I don't know.
Guys, what? Why is a mail truck out like this?
Because it's like 4 in the morning. Mail's got it.
They're going to shipping hub.
Yeah, that's good. That's fine.
My bad.
I wanted that to myself at one point.
I'm always trying to.
Damn, is it 4? Fuck.
It's, I think it's 3. 3.
That's not why they came out. They probably figured that out like, hey, we're gonna do this stuff. But that doesn't legitimize the search. They're actually searching.
I'm trying to hit him so they can.
Haven't they towed this guy like 3 times?
Oh shit, really?
Yeah.
They towed his van like 3 times. They pressure washed his van. I was told they pressure washed his van when they had it. All the BLM and stuff, just took it off. You can take him quick.
Spent like 20 hours on that shit.
Yeah, but the problem is that takes so fucking long. You know, like that's like 6 months for me.
Money and time.
Yep, they have it. Well, they don't have to worry about fucking being wrong. You know, there's no accountability. It's just funny that they're making me stand for a fucking snack there.
I mean, have you seen the homie with the helmet anywhere?
What color?
The one who gave you the choice.
Gave me the joint.
Oh, that was you. I'm so sorry. I barely fucking.
You're fine. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him for a few minutes.
Okay.
I mean, like if a relaxer started 2 nights ago, they're like, which joint?
Right.
Tonight, no joint. Which joint? Yeah. Do you need help? Yeah.
No, the cops are up.
Oh, yeah.
No, just keep an eye.
I'm about to use.
They already arrested him. They put him in zip tie and don't
Snack van guy, yeah.
Out of everyone here, the snack van. Out of everyone here, the fucking snack guy.
Yes.
It's a tactic of war. You take out support.
They know we like this guy. That's why they're doing it.
They have no respect for the American right to protest, and they're going to treat it like a fucking people's war. You want a people's war? You want a protracted war? You want fucking Maoism? We can go full fucking Maoism. Drag your ass out in the countryside, we ain't got no back. He's looking real funny. He's real funny looking.
A friend of mine,
The left one?
a friend of mine who has their scanner, he has Russian or Mohammedan scanner. He's listening to the cops. He says, don't let them tow the van. Tell people to stand in front of the truck.
It's not gonna work.
There's too many of them.
And the real communications they're using are encrypted. Scanners aren't worth shit anymore.
No.
He's getting the headsets.
He's getting their
How?
headsets.
How? Well, yeah,
CB radio.
I thought they were encrypted and encrypted.
They are.
The only
Well,
way to
not
get that is to
Multnomah
be a
County
fucking
yet.
cop. Well, maybe not MCSO. But they're all Portland MCSO.
They haven't switched.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Whoa, Dottie, you got the light
Don't
on
listen
us.
to the white man, bro. He's sending he's sending you to it for what? You amused, bro. Don't listen to that white man to hurt people.
Yeah.
Don't listen to that man
And that's
to
fucked
hurt
up.
nobody, bro. That is a white motherfucking devil. He's sending his motherfucking goons to come hurt innocent people. He's a white fucking devil.
I think, is that it? Yeah. I think he's just not all there, definitely.
Anybody gonna ask him about his before he came out here? No. We got all of them like jokes. The blind lead the blind. Get it. Oh, if he shoot me with that, I promise you, I will sue you and I will have your badge. I promise you. I promise you do that, bro. I will have
tonight, man.
What are you? Legal look.
He's pushing me in the chest with my motherfucking, with his tear gas gun and made me fall on the ground while I'm recording.
It actually probably is. I want to take no better. I want you to go on a plate. So all that overtime.
Almost hit my head on the ground.
Dude, you're gonna put your ass on a Segway. You're gonna be a bike cop, man.
I mean, I don't know if you saw, but they just stole my phone. I was filming it.
Do it.
Hey, Captain.
Like,
I was yelling for your ass.
That might be the twin
He didn't consent to the search.
No, I didn't. Did you get that?
Yeah, he didn't consent to it at all. This is a completely illegal search.
Did they at all say what they're arresting him for?
Nothing.
He's parked in a handicap spot. It's the only thing.
I don't know if that's an arrestable offense.
Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!
Did they read him his rights?
Nope, not that I know of.
Go home! Go home! Stop breaking the law! Go home!
Tiger!
Stop breaking the law! Go home! Go home! Go home! Stop breaking the law! Remember what I said! Stop listening to that white devil to hurt people! Stop listening to
You alright?
Unlawfully
Snack dude!
No.
Snack dude did not get arrested. Or
Snack guy's safe. What was their warning for?
Are you okay?
Yeah,
Wasn't that funny though? He bumped his helmet device.
For blocking traffic?
He slowed down in front of them when they were charging us up.
Jesus Christ.
So I had a feeling it was because he actually put his car between us.
Yeah.
Hey, just so you know, that dude hit me like 3 different times.
Same dude?
Yeah,
He's a weirdo, dude. He hit with Target's little. I got it.
He does. He does. He's a fucking creep.
The way they're looking, man.
Dude,
I was getting so fucked up. Fuck you. So why'd they not like follow through? This is bullshit. They realize bullshit. They normally thrive on bullshit.
Arrest you for parking in a fucking handicap. They can only do it if you're warning anyway.
Well, they tried to detain me for. They said they detained me for a traffic violation earlier.
You were blocking an intersection.
Yeah, I blocked the street, but I straight up said, we had a person try to beat the crowd yesterday.
Yeah.
And and then I told them, okay, if you guys gonna give me a ticket for blocking the other area, I want the responsibility if somebody gets hit by the car. And they were just like, that's what we're responsible.
And there were people walking in front of you.
Did you handle it well?
Yeah, very well. But he needs a pep talk to calm down over there.
For real though, dude, it looks like they're fucking talking you down.
Not the abrasion.
Whoa.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Shut the fuck up! Out of the street! Out of the street! Out of the street! Out of the street!
Piece of shit! Nothing. They've been trying to shoot at it every fucking night. No fucking reason to keep on the ball armor. We just figured it out.
Whoa! Hey! Whoa!
You can't push around like that! What the fuck are you doing?
Fucking throwing phones and shit. That was the comedian, the purple shirt guy. I got that. I got that.
That was terrible! Fuck you, pussy!
Okay, they're.
Sorry, man. What the fuck is this? Get your fucking truck out of here. Hey!
I got that on my stream. I got that for you if you need that.
Your face into the ground. She's correct. We were standing where you said to stand. We have it all on camera. And we have the individual officer who did it as well.
Medic! Medic! Right here behind you.
Fuck you, abusing pyramid!
You fucking hurt women!
You want to swing on anyone who fucking has a chance?
Rushing. Whoa, shit! They're moving! Why are you pushing people? Hey, you okay?
Yeah, we're good.
You good?
I'm so sorry. Aren't you supposed to be fucking first responders? No, you're just fucking thugs! God! Coward, you try to
Go back inside and let us help her! Let us help the wounded, you fucking terrorists! We're gonna fucking remember this! She's down here. She's being taken care of. We got it all recorded. Oh, way more than that.
We're gonna try again.
Yeah, I know they are.
Oh, you're gonna regret that joke one day. Those zip ties gonna wind up.
If any of those motherfuckers hit up my
Shit,
that's
Grab,
where
it was a
I'd
good time.
instant one.
Ow!
Yeah, you're probably gonna put
Can I get a 911 call?
911 call?
911!
The police? Jesus Christ.
Sad when 911 is right there. Yeah. How about them apples? Them apples.
Would like to call it an assault by the police.
Ain't the world a fuck? It is. They don't know that you get the memo yet. They're like, I got my cushy job, I got my power trip. Well, it's not cushy, but alright.
40%.
Ain't that cushy.
We don't kind of remember it, but
we were outnumbered.
we got a car coming. There's a car coming for him.
No, they're trying to call like an ambulance.
How many times do you get
Actually, they told her she could stand here too. We were like, yeah, stand here.
Yeah.
I hate rules. I wish they would just send out their best. Yeah, we'll fight your motherfucker. They're angry.
They are very angry tonight.
Mad little bitches, and they're being petty too. Not only are they angry, they're petty.
They're petty as fuck.
Petty animals.
We need law and order.
No, they actually are required to provide one as per their directives. As soon as it's safe and practical. It is now safe and practical. Nothing will hurt them if they provide a medic, correct?
No!
Yeah, I don't think Brain Stoop's a troll, actually. I mean, he might be a troll, but I don't think he's a MAGA troll.
Go join up. You guys see like
They don't give a fuck about any female family members. That's why they did this. They don't give a fuck about women.
Until I'm gonna pass a fist to your face.
Are you gonna answer the phone? No, their mom's probably dead. No. Are you gonna answer the phone? I see you fucking Karen jiggling around. This is what we're
Yeah.
I've been assaulted by police and arrested way back in the day. It hurt, but
Over the ambulance there on their route.
Fucking A.
Jennifer? I know. Great. Jennifer. Where's Jennifer? Jennifer! She's moving to the... Wait, is that... Gabriel? Is that where they said to go? Oh, third and Madison. No, wait. Here, I'm going to bring her back to you real quick. Well, you just have third and trying to provide adequate coverage to go. They say you have to go to Third and Clay.
They're meeting her away.
Third and Clay.
Third and Clay. Third and Clay. This is too close to the violent protest. Oh, okay. Ask them for a minute. Tell them that, and then we'll be up there if they don't provide one. Actually, the police should. The police should be. She has to go to Third and Clay.
Third and
We're going to be up here. Demonstrations to be here to make sure the protesters. We're going to have this kind of
Clay is that way.
so they should be.
Third and Clay is that way.
Does anyone need help? I don't think they need an escort. Okay, that's okay. I mean, my name is Yeah, there are no cops. Or there are no protesters. I'm actually going to ask for that. I mean, I'd be
No, we don't want police help. We definitely don't want police help. We want real...
I mean, it's not me. She's wandered off now. You have to get me all late.
I might have. I follow you on Twitter, so I'll look through my stream and I'll let you know if I got any footage of you at all, man.
Cool, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I feel
stay
like
safe.
I want to let people know that they threatened me for being a vehicle barrier, so.
Yeah, right.
They're like, if I see you again, you're gonna be told.
Fuck them.
Speak out against the violence of one. If they want to claim that's good cops. Where's the good cops? You're all silent. Where are the good cops? If you're silent, where are the good cops? If you are silent, where are the good cops? You're all equally accountable.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, dude. Thank you for being out.
Why are you even still out here, you fucking cowards? There's one injured person. There's no threat. And you want to stand out here and display a show of force? Fuck you. We're on a fucking public sidewalk. You're at no risk. You're in full riot gear.
And you're rushing innocent people.
And you're attacking members of the press when no unlawful assembly has been declared on a public sidewalk on Southwest 3rd and Main, you fucking cowards. And I gave you all the chance to come out publicly and speak out against the one officer who did that, and you all stayed fucking silent, and that's why you're all fucking
Hey, what's
cowards,
up, Tapeworm?
and you're all equally accountable, and you don't get a claim that we're quote-unquote good cops.
I was wondering,
because
man.
The fact that you all sit there silent means you're defending the one who's breaking the fucking First Amendment by assaulting members of the press. And if you don't understand that, fuck you, and I hope we take all your fucking pensions.
Yep. I think they're just staying on the overtime. They're gonna quit.
Yeah, I hope that overtime helps.
And
You're gonna be
move to, like,
unemployed
California
for the next
sometimes.
6 months. And save that shit. Don't buy any new lazy boys.
How many of your kids hate you?
Also, we're live streaming. The police have refused.
He's asking for a
to allow
medic now that
medics
he's in the
on
safe
my
zone.
team. Not one of these guys will call a medic. These fucking cowards want to attack and assault the press, but they won't even call a medic. These fucking cowards.
There, that guy's got you.
And
I
they
did, but
all
I'm back.
claim to protect and serve, while they blatantly violate the First Amendment and assault members of the press who have freedom of the press when no unlawful assembly has been called, and are standing on a public sidewalk on Southwest 3rd and Main. We're live streaming. These
All
fucking
right.
monsters still choose to stand here and publicly display a show of force. When you look around you, they're facing no threat. So who's the fucking coward? And they're all sitting here in riot gear.
There were-
And we're all unarmed. And they're quote unquote
There were some-
less lethal munitions are potentially lethal.
There's so
and
much
can
going on, I
kill.
can't explain
Who's the
yet.
fucking coward? We'll be here all night. You guys can stay there for fucking hours. We're not going anywhere. I hope you guys plan on being here all night, you fucking cowards.
He's asking for a medic because the police are supposed to provide a medic if anyone is injured. His colleague got injured by the police and they would not provide a medic. So she is now in an ambulance and he is fucking with them because they won't provide a medic.
She's bleeding from her ears. They did this when she was standing peacefully on Southwest 3rd and Main. Again, we've been recording their faces and had personal identification and/or badge numbers all night. Even if you have not been one of the officers acting as the courage to display your name as badge
There
number,
were
we have your
boards ripped off the back of the building, boards ripped off the side of the building.
technology too.
Yeah, dog,
If held accountable, gonna be sent to the governor, Kate Brown,
he's very intriguing.
the mayor,
That's all I gotta say.
Ed Wheeler, the ACLU, whichever one of you did that, your job's as good as gone. I hope you got a lot of money in your piggy bank.
Oh, that one on the left is tired.
Once again, we're live streaming. I've given every officer here a chance to publicly speak out and/or condemn.
I don't know. I haven't been able to get that out of
The
him.
one officer who, on live stream, violated the First Amendment and assaulted a member of the press, which violates the First Amendment freedom of the press.
They tore some plywood off and broke some glass, not windows, but broke some glass that was like on a display case outside. But it, you here to protect them? But it was, you know, just breaking some glass. They weren't trying to get in the building. They weren't trying to burn the building down. Nothing like that. They came out with excessive force every single time.
One of you violates the Constitution and then claim internally to yourself, hey, I'm a good officer. I wouldn't do that. Guess what? You're part of the system that does that. If you have a family or mortgage,
I don't. I want one. I really want one.
I understand. And I hope you understand. If you had the courage to come out publicly and speak out against what you're seeing and what's happening.
Yeah, dude, I love this guy. He keeps going.
That the community would protect you, but not one of you even has the courage to do that. As documented by the fact that I just asked every single one of you if you wanted to speak out or publicly condemn the actions of
Fuck
one
yeah, I will.
officer who assaulted a member of the press, violating their First Amendment rights right here on the corner of Southwest 3rd and Main, when no unlawful assembly was declared, but not one officer chose to speak
I know.
out. If you guys don't understand that,
I think so.
that's why you're on that side of the street, and we're on this side. And we're not going anywhere.
a conversation. Send one of them over.
She had a good video. I think it's right there.
I actually have been here.
Shove you over and then
I got on live stream. I've also got that on live stream. You assaulting the press. That's been live streamed. Whoever did that, I hope you got money in the piggy bank. Because there's probably at least 2 of you. I hope 2 of you got money in the piggy bank.
I'm in fear for my life. I am bleeding right here. Oh, there's blood coming out of my hand. Oh, my leg hurts. And I feel pain, so I'm worried I might have hit my head.
What are they yelling up there?
How many cops have gone to the
Something about this corner?
I'm not sure, but there's a car with a slashers on.
I heard one thing that they said someone pulled a tendon. I think it's because it fell off the curb. Smashed foot. How are you going to smash foot in a riot? What? How are you going to smash foot in a riot? You're wearing boots.
I have a water bottle here.
No protesters have
Fuck.
Think about that.
When they shot me with impact munitions a couple weeks ago, they hit my water bottle, and I got a water bottle at home with the fucking munition in it still.
That's beautiful. You need to make that into a bomb.
Look at you.
I'm sure it can be.
Huh? That wasn't even true. That was funny.
They get scarier they get scarier by the minute. Well, the guy with that phone. Just know, I see about 30 of you. 2 of you lost your jobs tonight, so you have a 1 in 15 chance that you just lost your job tonight. If that's you, you already know who you are.
The one's being violent, probably.
Yeah, and Captain Spicy Pants.
Hopefully they might hire you in Idaho. I heard that Idaho.
Yeah, Idaho will take you. They're Nazis.
Yeah. Hopefully you don't have a mortgage.
We don't have names, so I've like nicknamed them all from their faces. We got Captain Spicy
Pants.
Pants. Smug Face is the girl
Smug
right there.
Face?
Smug Face, Captain Spicy Pants. Dickhead. I'm gonna
Dickhead.
rename him though. He's gonna be fucking Zip Tie.
Zip tie. Zip tie dick?
Yeah, Zip Tie Dick over there.
Violence against the citizen, and that's why you have to move out of state.
That's Officer DeMoss back there.
Officer DeMoss. Yeah, you probably would get arrested for jaywalking, unfortunately.
Smugface usually has the forensic pole with the glorified selfie camera on the top.
Oh yeah, that's that guy.
Yeah.
We're still live streaming. We're
I
not
almost
going
didn't
anywhere.
recognize her without the giant riot pads on.
Unless you want to declare a lawful assembly, nobody's leaving.
She got taken to the hospital. She walked on her own, so I think she was okay.
Fucking threw her.
They fucking threw her.
Straight into the curb.
Yeah. Dude, she almost hit the fucking metal thing. That would have
They
fucked.
essentially curb stomped her. The police curb stomped her.
Fucking right.
A member of press at that.
I got an extra battery for you. He's got a 6 battery. I got extra SD cards too. So
Yes, correct. Sorry. I think they went to the hospital in a car.
Go watch YouTube.
People.
Already live
Dude.
I'm Diaz. I'm Diaz.
ambulance for the lady that the police hurt. Nope, he's good. I think I'm gonna take off. I'm trying to wait for them to go back inside, but I want to go home. You're welcome. I'm not leaving yet, I think. We'll see.
Jacob, report this. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I know. It's 3:30. This can go on for a long time.
This tree will live another day.
There you go, man. Watering that shit. Point is, I want to be able to come back tomorrow at a decent time and not be sleeping all day. Man, don't tell me when to be here. I've been here as long as I could today so far. I'm just fucking with you, Quinn. Of course. Hey, what's up, Australia? Yeah, I mean, I'm not cold or anything. My back hurts. Today was supposed to be my Saturday, but I worked today. So, I'm just tired.